the following agencies to be here with us, although they will be presenting their budget next week. We have from the National Power Corporation, or NPC, the President and CEO, Mr. Fernando Martin Rojas, and Ms. Janeline Aurea Espinonas. From the Philippine National Oil Company, or PNOC, we have the President and CEO, Mr. Jesus Cristino P. Posadas, and Ms. Jennifer R. Racho. From the PNOC Exploration Corporation, or PNOCEC, we have the President and CEO, Mr. Franz Joseph George E. Alvarez, Mr. Candido M. Magsombol, and Attorney Serena Quezaya E. Suarez. From the PNOC Renewables Corporation, or PNOCRC, we have Mr. John Martin Francis J. Arenas, the President and CEO. From the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, or PSAM, we have the President and CEO, Mr. Dennis Edward A. de la Serna, and Ms. Emelina S. Blanco. Last but not the least, from the National Transmission Corporation, or TRANSCO, we have the President and CEO, Ms. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, and Ms. Susana H. Singson. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. We're honored and privileged to be joined by the Chairman of the Committee on Energy, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Yes. And before we continue, let me ask our esteemed senators to have any opening statement. Senator Tulfo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. During the last hearing, I think that was last month, September, I was kind of disappointed kasi nga po, nagtuturuan po yung iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno because all I wanted to find out, sino ho talagang responsible dun sa perennial brownout na nangyari nationwide. And these are the complaints that flooded my action centers. And when I was trying to investigate by way of asking questions from the people present here during that hearing, and all I got was finger pointing. It was really very disappointing. And eventually, I was kind of happy na si Secretary Lutilla did said something na natuwa naman ako na he did agree with me na kailangan mag-usap-usap po lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno, wag magturuan, magkaisa to find a solution to this problem. I would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, na kayo po sa ERC, sa DOE, sa NEA, Napocor, mga ultimate, at you guys are the reflection of this administration. So anything you do will reflect to the administration and it will go to the president. So your success will be the success of the president. And the success of the president will be the success of the administration. And the success of the administration is the victory of the Filipino people, the victory that the Filipino people deserve. So let's work together na para matumukan na natin itong mga brownout. Sana po ito yung maging legacy natin sa taong bayan. Kasi kapag nag-fail po kayo, then that will equal to failure. Mag-fail din po yung administrasyon. So sasama po yung pangalan ng administrasyon. It will go down history na wala, inutil, tamad yung mga alipueris ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Walang nagawa yung administrasyon ni Bongbong Marcos. Sana wag ho ganon. Sana po pagkatapos ng administrasyon ito ni PBBM, puri po ang ating mapakinggan. Having said that, I'm here to help you, to support you bilang pong committee chair ng Energy. I'll do everything in my power to help you kung ano po yung pwede kong maitulong. If it needs legislation, just let me know. You just tell me what is it that you want, and we'll talk to my legal team and some stakeholders para pag-usapan how we can craft legislation that would tailor fit doon po sa pangailangan nyo para masolve po yung problema at hand. So, ganun lang po for now. Please, wala na po sanang finger pointing at magtulungan na po tayo. And I commend Secretary Rafael Lutilla nung last time we were here at very willing siya na kausapin lahat para masolve ang problema ito. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chair, thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Senator Tulfo is a known champion of the consumers and has been championing the welfare of our constituents, now the consumers, and we're quite blessed that Senator Tulfo has direct access to our consumers through his platform. So, hindi lang po dadating sa ERC o DOE yung complaint, pati sa kanya dumadating na ho yung complaint. So, I think it's a good way of reaching out to our consumers to know exactly what they are experiencing on the ground. So, thank you for that opening statement. We call on Senator Mark Villar if he has any opening statement. Senator Villar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to thank Secretary Lotilla and all the members of the Department of Energy for sharing their time with us. And like Senator Tulfo and of course the rest of the Senate, I look forward to working with you in order to solve the issues regarding energy. And I am at your service. And I look forward to a very fruitful discussion. So thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you, Senator Villar. With that, we can proceed to the presentation. For an orderly discussion, we'll start with all the presentations first. Presentation from DOE, presentation from ERC, and then from NEA. And then we'll open the floor, of course, to our senators, starting with Senator Tulfo being the chairman of the Energy Committee, and then we'll go on to the next senators who has any questions to ask. So with that, we turn over the floor to Secretary Lotilla for the presentation of the DOE budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Rafi Tulfo, the Chair of the Energy Committee, and Senator Mark Villar for your support as well as your reminders to us about the need to enhance our ability to work together and deliver deliver services to the expectations of our people. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I will ask Undersecretary Wimpy Fuentebella to present the highlights of our budget presentation.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Win Gatchalian, distinguished members of the committee, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and the others online, Senator Mark Villar. Colleagues from the Energy family, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Please allow us to present the proposed budgetary requirements of the Department of Energy for fiscal year 2023 in support of the Marcos administration's socio-economic agenda. The presentation will be in three parts, beginning with the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. This will be followed by the performance report highlighting the major accomplishments of the department for 2021 up to the first half of 2022. The last part will be other reports such as budget utilization rates and reports on earmarked revenues and off-budget accounts. To begin with, this is the Department of Energy's proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. The DOE's total proposed budget is 2.22 billion pesos. In terms of funding source, 62% or 1.38 billion pesos is under the Fund 101 or the regular fund. The remaining 38% or 841 million pesos is under the Fund 151 or special account in the general fund. On a per allotment class, 51% or 1.13 billion pesos is for the maintenance and other operating expenses. Personnel services, which includes the retirement and life insurance premiums, comprises 33% at 735 million pesos, while capital outlay accounts for 16% or 359 million pesos. The Department of Energy has two organizational outcomes. Organizational outcome 1 is the required energy supply level attained, and organizational outcome 2 is the sustainable consumption of energy promoted. For 2023, 76% or 1.07 billion pesos is allocated to accomplish organizational outcome 1, covering the activities of the Energy Policy and Planning Bureau at 7%, the Energy Resource Development Bureau at 7%, the Electric Power Industry Management Bureau at 42%, the Renewable Energy Management Bureau and Oil Industry Management Bureau at 24%. The remaining equivalent to the 331 million pesos is for the organizational outcome number 2, covering the Energy Utilization Management Bureau's activities. This slide shows the DOE's historical budget from 2019 to 2022 as compared to the proposed 2023 budget. The 2022 budget is 0.04% lower than the 2021 budget, while the proposed 2023 budget is 1.5% or 32.5 million pesos higher compared to our previous year's or the 2022 budget. The increase is attributed to the following. Number 1, increase in personnel services due to the fourth tranche compensation adjustment pursuant to Salary Standardization Law of 2019. Number 2, the creation of additional positions for the Task Force Energy Resiliency that is tasked to respond to calamities. And number 3, operational requirements of the newly created 2 divisions under the Energy Utilization Management Bureau to support the recently passed Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. Now on the screen, there are 7 major programs of the Department of Energy. Number 1 is the Electric Power Industry Development Program, which manages the restructured electric power industry. Number 2 is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program that supervises, develops, and implements the energy efficiency and conservation programs and projects, which includes the conduct of energy audit services, promotion of energy efficiency conservation programs, activities, and projects. Number 3 is the Renewable Energy Development Program. This promotes the renewable energy, resource, and supervision of the regulation and exploration, development, and utilization of our indigenous renewable resources, as well as technologies and systems. Number 4, the Downstream Energy Development Program, which promotes the plans and programs to ensure sustainable supply or 24/7 supply of downstream oil, coal, and natural gas industries, the supervision and regulation of the downstream oil, coal, and nat gas industries as well. The National and Regional Energy Planning Program formulates, updates, and monitors the short, medium, and long-term national and regional energy policies, plans, and programs. Number 6, we have the Conventional Energy Development Program. It promotes exploration, development, and production of conventional energy resources, supervision of the regulation of exploration, development, and production of conventional energy resources, and technologies. And number 7, the Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program. It promotes the research, development, demonstration, and utilization of alternative fuels and technologies. From there, we will now proceed to the department's performance report covering 2021 up to the first half of 2022. This is the country's total primary energy supply, or the energy mix by fuel type. In 2021, the energy supply reached 50.99 million tons of oil equivalent, of which a little over 43% or 22 million tons of oil equivalent came from indigenous or domestic sources, and the remaining 56.8% or 28.9 million tons of oil equivalent was imported fuels. The significance of this slide will tell us, or the information of this slide will tell us our vulnerability to importation or international price movements. As illustrated the country continues to utilize a significant amount of fossil fuel, coal, oil, and nat gas, accounting for 77.2% of the total primary energy supply. Coal continues to make up the largest portion of the energy supply with a share of 37.1%, closely followed by oil at 34.6%, nat gas, which is mostly used for electric generation, accounts for 5.5%. The aggregate share of renewables accounts for 22.8% of the total primary energy supply. Contributions are mainly from other renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and biofuels at 16.5% and hydro at 4.5%. In terms of energy demand, the country's total final energy consumption, so after supply, its consumption, in 2021 reached 35.1 million tons of oil equivalent. The growth in the economic output, despite the imposed quarantine restrictions among countries battling with COVID-19, resulted in a 7.7% increase in the total final energy consumption for 2021 from its 2020 level of 32.6 million tons of oil equivalent. Among the major economic sectors, transport is the most energy intensive sector at 31.3%, closely followed by the residential sector at 29%. The aggregate oil demand, including the non-energy and fuel input to power generation, rises by 10.6% from 16 million tons of oil equivalent in 2020 to 17.7 million tons of oil equivalent in 2021. This is attributable to accumulations in oil consumption in the transport sector and the power plants. The country's peak demand in 2021 was recorded at 16,036 megawatts, while the total power generating capacity reached 26,882 megawatts. Coal power plants and renewable-based power plants remain a significant part of the country's power generating supply. Dependable capacity, on the other hand, totaled 23,855 megawatts in 2021. In terms of our power generation mix, more than half or 58% of the total generation was supplied by coal. This was followed by renewables at 22%, a nod to the global consensus on renewable energy's resilience in the face of the pandemic. We can also see the comparative representation of the capacity and generation mix in missionary or off-grid areas for 2020, which is dominated and supplied by oil-based power plants. In 2020, there is an increased penetration of hydropower plants and the introduction of other sources of energy such as coal, wind, and solar in the capacity and generation mix. These new energy sources are served and provided by the new power providers in the missionary areas. As of 2021, the Department of Energy has awarded a total of 959 renewable energy contracts, 895 of which are intended for commercial purposes with a potential capacity of about 48 gigawatts and installed capacity of 5.6 gigawatts. Awarded 64 with potential and installed capacities of 16 and 182 megawatts respectively. Further, as of 2021, renewable energy projects generated about 160,000 jobs ranging from short-term engagements for the conduct of studies and construction of renewable energy power plants to long-term employment for operations and maintenance. The sustained growth of the industry led to an estimated reduction of 21.03 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions. The Department of Energy will continuously implement the relevant policies under the Renewable Energy Law, including the National Renewable Energy Program, to meet our aspirational target of 35% and 50% of renewable energy in the power generation mix by 2030 and 2040, respectively. We take note that the first green energy auction round was conducted in June 2022. The Department of Energy also established the competitive renewable energy zones in the Philippines through Department Circular 2018-09- concentration of wind and solar resources. Initial results have indicated that the country has a total potential capacity of 58,110 megawatts for solar PV and 93,987 megawatts from wind energy. Another priority in the country's renewable energy industry is offshore wind. The Philippines Offshore Wind Roadmap was launched in April 20, 2022 and intends to lay down the general framework for future offshore wind development. This is also critical in supporting the country's clean energy transition initiatives. The result of the undertaking, together with our partners, identified a total of 178 gigawatts of offshore wind energy potential across the country, particularly in the areas of Northwest Luzon, Manila, Mindoro, Guimaras Strait, and Negros, Panay West. The policies are in place to ensure the continuity of power supply that is a driver of economic development. These also assures that renewables comprise a significant part of supply for us to transition to our low carbon future, the clean energy scenario under the Philippine Energy Plan. We have on the first column the prosumer. The DOE issued guidelines that enabled the non-issuance of renewable energy contracts for RE projects intended for own use and or non-commercial uses. Awarded own use projects reach 64 and potential installed capacities of 16 and 182 megawatts, as previously mentioned. We also have the net metering program that allows end users to install up to 100 kilowatt renewable energy systems to reduce their electricity bills and sell their surplus to the system. On the second column, we have the customer contracting options, which is unique to our country. Established by the Department of Energy and the Energy Regulatory Commission, is the Interruptible Load Program, which is a voluntary demand-side management program that allows customers to operate their generating sets and collectively reduce the electricity drawn from the system in the event that all available mechanisms implemented to ensure supply are not enough to cover the demand for the electricity. We have the green energy option, a voluntary policy mechanism allowing consumers with 100 kilowatts and above demand to source their electricity supply from renewable energy suppliers. We also have the retail competition and open access. It is a policy that allows qualified electricity end users or customers, called contestable customers, to choose their electricity supplier at an agreed contract price. The categories of contestable customers are on the following thresholds: 1 megawatt and above, 750 kilowatts and above to 1 megawatt, and 500 kilowatts to 750 kilowatts. We also have the directly connected customer, which refers to an industrial or bulk electricity end user, which is supplied through the grid or subtransmission. The privilege of direct connection shall be only afforded to high-demand, energy-intensive electricity end users. The next column discusses the grid and generation maintenance. Department Circular 2020-02-4 directs generation companies to submit a 3-year plan for their outage schedule to the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines so that the grid operating maintenance program will also be aligned in accordance with the Philippine Grid Code. It is also stipulated that only hydropower plants are allowed to conduct maintenance during the peak quarter or period during the second quarter or April to June. The next column discusses the distribution utilities contracting. The contracting more or less accounts for 90% of the prices to captured customers, as stipulated in Section 2.2.1.3 of Department Circular 2021-10-30. CSP exemption is given to generating plants that are embedded in the DU, in the distribution utility, utilizing indigenous energy sources in the franchise area of the distribution utility. The size of the generation plant shall have a maximum capacity of 10 megawatts per Luzon DU and 5 megawatts for both Visayas and Mindanao distribution utilities. On power supply contracting, all distribution utilities are mandated to go through the competitive selection process in securing power supply. This ensures a transparent and competitive process. This is done in an effort to protect our consumers from unwarranted exposure to the fluctuating spot prices and wholesale electricity spot market, which leads to the provision of electricity at the lowest possible cost in accordance with Section 23 of the Electric Power Industry Reform Act. The next column shows the contracting by the system operator. The NGCP as system operator is also mandated to ensure grid security, pursuant to the Ancillary Services Policy. The Department of Energy is enforcing the implementation of the Ancillary Services Policy to ensure that NGCP fulfills its commitment to provide enough levels of reserves, given the increasingly important role that reserve capacity plays in preserving the reliability and sufficiency of the power grid, especially so that we do not only deal with increasing demand, but we also deal with increasing variable renewable energy sources coming into the system. We also have the implementation of the Green Energy Auction, which introduces greater competition among renewable energy developers and generators and assists them in mitigating market exposure and risks related to the renewable projects, thus easing the effect on cost. It also facilitates economies of scale due to the aggregation of energy requirements based on the renewable portfolio standard mandates. This supports our targets for 2030 and 2040, with having 35% RE and 40% RE in our generation mix. We now have the energy efficiency and conservation, which is a whole of nation approach for energy consumers to have lesser consumption, gain more savings, and without sacrificing productivity. We need to practice what we preach. Hence, government is leading by example in energy efficiency and conservation through the Government Energy Management Program. It utilizes or adopts or implements issuances by the Interagency for Energy Efficiency and Conservation Committee. The GEMP compliance stands at 56.37% as of July 2022. This translates to the government saving of 263 gigawatt hours and 113,758 liters in combined diesel and gasoline fuel savings. With the President's support in the GEMP, full compliance is expected to generate the savings of 469 gigawatt hours, equivalent to 4.7 billion pesos. We now proceed to the passage of the Electric Vehicle and Industry Development Act, which sends a clear signal on the government's regulation and development of the electric vehicles in the country. For the electric vehicle charging stations, the status is as of 25 August 2022, the Department of Energy monitored 250 AC slow charge and 15 DC fast charge and 18 battery swapping stations for a total of 283 electric vehicle charging stations. The Department of Energy started its monitoring of the charging stations in September 2021 with the effectivity of the Department Circular 2021-07-23. Majority of these electric vehicle charging stations are in NCR, Calabarzon, and Central Luzon. The Department of Energy expects the number of EVCS to increase with the push for more electric vehicles under the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act. A progressive move in nuclear energy development is the issuance of Executive Order number 164. It is entitled Adopting a National Position for a Nuclear Energy Program on 28 February 2022. The policy states that the country shall ensure the peaceful use of nuclear technology anchored on the critical tenets of public safety, national security, energy self-sufficiency, and environmental sustainability. We also have hydrogen, tagged as the fuel of the future. It is seen as another feasible alternative and cleaner source of energy for the Philippines, being globally recognized for its diverse range of energy applications. The country's household electrification level as of March 2022 stood at 95.56%, with 25.2 million households enjoying the benefits of electricity service. At this level, the number of unserved households have gone down to 1.02 million. On a per-grid level, Luzon and Visayas household electrification is already past the 95% mark, while Mindanao's electrification is at 86%. Owing to low electrification levels of electric cooperatives such as Baselco, 52%, or Baselco is Basilan Electric Cooperative. You have Lanao del Sur Electric Cooperative at 57%. Siaselco and Suleco, both in Sulu, covering 24.8% and 27.8% respectively. And Tawi-Tawi Electric Cooperative at 21.8%. To spur microgrid development in unserved and underserved area, the previous Congress and former President Duterte passed RA 11646 or the Microgrid Systems Act. Its objectives are 1. pursue a sustainable rural development and poverty reduction. 2. Accelerate total electrification and ensure the provision of quality, reliable, and secure electric service at reasonable rates in unserved and underserved areas. 3. To promote the private sector participation. 4. To provide competitive environment for different kinds of energy sources while prioritizing low-cost, indigenous, renewable, and environment-friendly sources. And 5. Ensure the adoption of a dynamic regulatory environment that does not impair nor inhibit end users from accessing or enjoying the benefits of technologies and innovations in the electric power industry. I believe this was championed by Senator Gatchalian before. The corresponding IRR of the Microgrid Act was issued through Department Circular 2022-05-17 and was signed on May 24, 2022. In the upstream sector, there are currently 19 petroleum service contracts being supervised and monitored by the Department of Energy, including the recently awarded Service Contract 77 of Ligwasan Oil and Gas Corporation located in onshore Cotabato Basin. In 2021, the service contracts that are already in the production stage yielded 632,000 barrels of oil, 21 billion cubic feet of gas, and 2.9 million barrels of condensate. For the coal sector, total coal production in 2021 reached 12.7 million metric tons, with Semerara accounting for 99%. There are currently 27 coal operating contracts, 21 of which are in the different production stages, while 6 are in the exploration stage. Given of the Malampaya gas field research, the DOE has pushed for the development of the conscious liquefied nat gas industry. Developing this sector will help attain energy security while supporting the objectives of the clean energy scenario under the Philippine Energy Plan. The passage also of RA 11552 on May 27, 2021 is expected to provide further benefits to electricity consumers, specifically for lifeline customers. Under the law, the lifeline rate or the subsidy being granted to the qualified marginalized consumers has been extended to 2051. Qualified household beneficiaries are those listed in the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program or 4Ps as identified by the DSWD, and those who have been certified by their respective distribution utilities based on the criteria set by the Energy Regulatory Commission. Another milestone is the issuance of RA 11592 or the LPG Industry Regulation Act, which was passed on October 14, 2021. It will regulate the domestic liquefied petroleum gas industry that ensures consumer protection against malpractices. The law establishes an LPG cylinder improvement program to ensure the quality of all cylinders in circulation with the goal of protecting the end consumers. Likewise, said program also allows the exchange of swapping and buyback of LPG cylinders, the computation of the depreciated value of LPG cylinders, and the establishment of accelerated LPG cylinder swapping centers. We also have the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop Act or Republic Act 11234. This aims to rid the energy sector of red tape and 2020 and now includes 39 processes. As of August 12, 2022, the DOE has accepted a total of 3,167 applications, 85% or 2,686, which has already been approved or endorsed, while 15% or 481 applications are still being evaluated or has been disapproved. As requested by the committee, we would now discuss briefly the DOE's other reports. For 2021, the DOE's obligation rate was pegged at 83% or 1.92 billion over allocation of the 2.33 billion pesos. Disbursement rate, on the other hand, was at 1.15 billion pesos or 60% of the obligation for the year. Obligation and disbursement rates during the first semester of the year reached 30% and 69% respectively. This translates to obligation of 705 million pesos, while over the total of the 2022 allocation of 2.37 billion pesos, and disbursement of 487 million pesos over the obligation of 705 million during the same period. This slide shows the earmark revenues of actual programs from 2021 to 2022 and the proposed fiscal year 2023. Revenues for the 3-year period will reach a total of 84.25 billion pesos, while expenditure is estimated at 27.65 billion pesos. The sources of earmarked revenues are 1. The share of national wealth on oil, gas, geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro energy resources production. 2. Fees and charges, particularly the collection of permits, certifications, accreditation, processing fees, fines and penalties, and other service income. For fiscal year 2021, the Department of Energy collected 23.5 billion pesos for the share from national wealth, which is net of 40% LGU share, amounting to 2.4 billion pesos, while the total collection for charges amounts to 600 million. The expenditures pertains to the appropriations for the locally funded projects of the Department of Energy and the releases under the Malampaya Gas Fund to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation pursuant to Section 4 of RA 11371 or the Murang Kuryente Act. As of fiscal year 2022, 16 billion pesos out of the 208 billion pesos or 7.7% was already released to PISAM. For fiscal year 2021, the actual expenditure includes the 1.4 billion pesos, which was used for the settlement of the deficiency excise tax due on the removals or export sales of crude oil from Galok Production Company, covering the years 2013 to 2019. Last two slides. For the off-budgetary and custodial funds, the total receipt is reported at 4.49 billion pesos, while the expenditure is at 2.48 billion pesos. The DOE, as of fiscal year 2021, administers 3 off-budget accounts, namely Gasoline Station Training and Loan Fund, 2. The Oil Price Stabilization Fund, and 3. The Energy Regulation 1-94. Receipts for fiscal year 2021 under the GSTLF and the OPSF pertains to interest income only, while the receipts under the ER 1-94 also includes the fund from the unused fund and interest income. The balance of the OPSF, which was already considered as a dormant account, was fully remitted to the Bureau of Treasury on February 12, 2021, in compliance with Commission on Audits, AOM. Expenditures under the GSTLF pertains to bank charges and broker's fee, while under ER 1-94, the expenditures pertains to the transfer of funds to local government units pursuant to DOE Department Circular 2018-08-21 and Department Circular 2019-1-1, which states that existing Energy Regulation 1-94 funds, including subsequent producers' contributions, should be transferred to the LGUs. It is targeted to be finished by 2023. That ends the Department of Energy's presentation. We would like to thank the Senate for allowing us to provide this full report, considering that many of our consumers and constituents are listening. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Yusek. Let me recognize the online presence of Senator Padilla. With that, we continue with the Energy Regulatory Commission. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the honorable senators, and good morning also to Secretary Lotilia and the rest of the Energy family, as well as my fellow commissioners who are also joining us online this morning. So thank you for this opportunity for us at the Energy Regulatory Commission to present to the Senate our proposed budget for 2023. Before we go directly to the proposed budget, we thought it best to report also to the Senate the state of affairs at the Energy Regulatory Commission, as well as our performance for 2021 to the first semester of 2022. And then we will set out our targets for 2023. With these targets, we are confident that you will find justification for our proposed budget for 2023. We have set out very ambitious targets for us because we know we have a lot of catching up to do, and we hope that you can support us with your votes so that we can be properly resourced to meet these targets. So in the first slide, just a short, I'll breeze through some of the slides because I know that at least the two senators present today are very familiar with the Energy Regulatory Commission. The Energy Regulatory Commission, as we know, was set out in the EPIRA in 2001. It is the sole regulatory body for the energy industry for the Philippine power sector. It is formed as an independent quasi-judicial regulatory body. In the next slide, you will see what we summarize as the 4 pillars of our mandates. It is to promote competition because, as we know, we have moved from the government-dominated sector until EPIRA in 2001 to a competitive sector, at least in the generation sector and the supply sector of the industry. Aside from promoting competition, the ERC is also mandated to ensure consumer choice and consumer protection. I don't think we need to explain that further. That is the heart of the ERC. The third pillar is to encourage market development, and this is where the balancing act comes in. As we promote consumer interest and consumer protection, we also need to create an environment where investors are confident that when they invest in the Philippine power industry, they know that they have a future in this industry that is a level playing field. Finally, the Commission is also authorized under the EPIRA to penalize abuse of market power. In a competitive industry, there could be instances where there is a dominant player, there are dominant players, and we need to ensure that they do not abuse market power. In the next slide, we just set out here what we view as the two paradigms that remain in the sector as a result of the EPIRA. We have a competitive sector set composed of the generation sector and the supply sector. and the regulated sector, they are those that are what we call the natural. So go to the Energy Regulatory Commission in most of their actions to get prior approval for most of these actions. Primarily, before they pass on any rates to be collected from their consumers, they need to get approval from the Energy Regulatory Commission. Contrast to this are the generation sectors and the supply sectors, where ordinarily they can just negotiate the price that would be acceptable to them. For the generation sector and the supply sector, the extent of rate regulation is to the extent that they intend to pass on these rates via the regulated sectors, which are the distribution and transmission sector. In the next slide, we go now to the state of affairs at the Energy Regulatory Commission. Over the last 5 years, the Commission has received an average annual budget of 768,523,634 pesos. With this budget, we are able to support, on the average, 330 employees, composed of 34 management employees, including already the 5 commissioners and their staff, 196 technical staff, and 100 administrative staff. In the next slide, you will see that with this average 768 million budget annually, we are tasked under EPIRA to overlook the 630 billion peso sector. That's as of today. If all those plans, and they are good plans that the DOE had set out for us, and Yusek Fuentebella had laid out for us as well, if all those dreams and plans are realized, we are looking at an agency that will look out for a 7.6 trillion peso industry. This is a huge amount on the shoulders of 330 employees. We are not saying that we will remain 330 employees, but please help us to grow also beyond 330 employees. As of today, those 330 employees look out for 227 generation companies, making sure that they have the right permits, they have the right technical specifications, that they remain reliable for us to continue to have power. That's composed of 581 power plants all over the country. We overlook one transmission concessionaire, but even if it's just one, this concessionaire operates 22,111 circuit kilometers of transmission lines all over the country. And it is worth, as of June of this year, 357 billion in equity. The agency also looks out for 376 participants in our wholesale electricity spot market.
Wala na akong internet.
In the words
Party
of Senator Angara, my party line. But Hazel, okay.
Analog.
Betrays our age, sir. Party line pa. Okay. So as I was saying, the 330 employees watches out for 376 WESM participants that are trading at 288 intervals per day in our wholesale electricity spot market. More importantly, I think, the 330 employees also watches out for 141 distribution utilities, most of which, the bulk of which, 120, are electric cooperatives all over the country. Today, since we already have a retail sector, these employees of the Energy Regulatory Commission also has to issue permits for retail electricity suppliers. Today, we have 119 retail electricity suppliers that are performing, trading, having business in this competitive sector. In the next slide, you will see that on top of that, the 330 employees also watches out for 18.2 million of our captive customers and 3,000 contestable customers. So what have we accomplished over 2021? In the next slide, please. Over 2021 and the first semester of 2022. You will see that we have issued more than 1,000 show cause orders, and these are instances of alleged violations. They are not yet violations, they are under investigation, and decisions approved by the Commission. If the entities that have been issued show cause orders are found to be in violation, there are fines and penalties imposed on them. All these amounts of fines and penalties, the ERC does not keep. They are remitted directly to the Treasury. In addition to the show cause orders that have been issued and decisions that have been approved by the Commission, we have also acted on 29 point-to-point facilities approvals, meaning approving the lines that connect the plants to the transmission system, power supply agreements that are about 43 of them that have been approved. There have been ancillary services procurement agreements that were also approved, although minimal, and 17 CapEx decisions that have been issued over this period. On the other side are the permitting aspects of the ERC. There have been certificates of compliance that have been issued, the bulk of which are directly to qualified end users. These are, you recall, Yusek Fuentebella earlier talking about prosumers, net metering, and own use facility owners. These are the permits that were issued to those net metering and own use customers. We also have self-generating facilities. More than 2,700 of those permits have been issued to self-generating facilities, also comprising the prosumer sector. About 855 certificates of compliance have been issued to IPPs, our large generating units that operate in the system. There have also been consumer complaints that were directly filed with the Commission and acted on by the Commission over this period. In the next slide, we present the discounts that have been granted as a result of the action or approval of the Commission. In 2021, a total of 408 million pesos per month of discounts have been granted to more than 5,440,000 residential lifeline consumers. In 2022, just as of, I think as of September is this date, 541 million per month to almost 6 million residential lifeline consumers for this year. In the next slide, we just wanted to show you, in terms of our employees, what has been happening to the Energy Regulatory Commission. While we have sort of maintained over the last 5 years the average 330 actual employees, the agency has been suffering from a very high attrition rate. And to make matters worse, the attrition has been in the technical side or the technical employees. About 69 employees have been separated, 48 of which are our technical personnels. And for the top 3 reasons for their leaving the agency, those that we have identified are seeking great career opportunities in the private sector and seeking better non-salary benefits or higher salaries in other agencies. Our targets for 2023. In the next slide, we have aligned our targets so that we can move closer to the realization of the President's vision shared in the State of the Nation address. I will not read through it, but we can go through it as we go through our targets. The first target in the next slide is to make our organization a better fit to meet this, to regulate this industry that we have. We are launching a major restructuring effort so that we can enhance efficiency in governance. We will look into our own strengths and weaknesses in conducting our organizational capacity assessment and workforce planning. We also are strictly enforcing compliance with the EVOS law and the Ease of Doing Business Act, and also going beyond the EVOS law and imposing on ourselves shorter timelines for processing of non-EVOS permits and licenses.
Chairman Mona,
Opo.
we noticed that your presentation is quite, there's a lot of pages. Yeah, can we just
Go to the
through
budget
it,
na, sir. Ay.
just go to the slides that you think we should absorb,
Sige po.
and then let's go straight to the budget proper.
Sige po. I can skip the, siguro sir, headings lang. So first target is the restructuring of the ERC. In the next slide, the next target is to ensure that we will go through this exercise of seeking out the least cost in terms of pricing so that we move forward to the affordability of prices as set out by the President in SONA. In the next slide, we will support the DOE in its quest for energy security. Okay, by increasing capacity, by allowing for streamlined processes for permitting and increased reliability, forcing the standards for reliability indices, both on the generation, transmission, and the distribution sector. In the next slide, we further will support the quest for energy security by promulgating the necessary rules for new technologies like offshore wind, energy storage systems, Electric Vehicle Act, and the microgrid systems. Finally, in the next slide, the last target is to, but I think very equally important target, is to advance consumer empowerment by supporting the existing programs on green energy option, net metering, distributed energy, competitive retail market, and the implementation of our automation of the consumer complaint system. We go now to our budget proposal for 2023. We have proposed a budget of 1,038,230,000 for 2023. For personnel services, this would mean supporting those 330 employees with 347,803,000 pesos. For our maintenance and other operating expenses, we proposed 611,981,000. For capital outlay, we proposed 78,446,000. In the next slide, you will see that out of the 1,038,000 that we have proposed, we have only obtained for the NEP or the President's budget approval for only 596,888,000. The significant cuts were on MOOE or in maintenance operating expenses, and very tragically, zero budget for capital outlay. Sorry, I don't have any other words. But so compared to 2021 and 2022, the current year, you will see this is a significant decrease in our budget. In the next slide, okay. In the next slide is just another representation of this data, and it just shows in percentage terms that the President's budget had decreased our proposed budget by 42.51%. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. Okay. In this slide, you will see that for our approved budget for 2022, it only contemplated 296 employees. Today, we already have 330 employees. So the cut in the budget is really not going to be sufficient for our existing personnel. But we think that we can manage this, and in the next slide, I think this is where we really would ask for the Senate support. You will note that the significant cut in our budget is really for MOOE. MOOE covers a lot of the what I called earlier as the heart of regulation. This is where we charge consultancy fees for consultants that help us in our rate regulation. This is also where we charge something as practical as meter seals. Those items, the budget for those items have been cut, but these are the main regulatory functions, the mandates of the ERC. The budget for training and scholarship expenses have also been significantly reduced, but under EPIRA, the ERC is mandated to conduct continuing training programs so that our personnel can also can remain knowledgeable of technologies that are introduced in the industry. In the next slide, okay, this one I don't know how else to explain, but our proposal for capital outlay, none has been approved, but this one includes technical scientific equipment, testers for meters that we need to test to know that they are still correct in charging consumers. So if this budget is not restored, we have no funds to purchase those testing equipments. As well as we have already started a digital transformation in the ERC so that we can make up for the attrition rate. If we cannot keep our employees because our salaries are not as competitive in the private sector, and it's really going to be impossible, what our plan is to introduce as much automation or as much digital solutions as we can so that it remains in the institution. And even if people leave, we have the equipment and the systems to continue with performance of our mandate. In the remaining slides, it's just to show that what we are seeking is a reconsideration of the budget of 337.4 million pesos 809,000. In terms of our utilization rate, in the next slide, we, as of end of June 2022, we have a utilization rate of 36.43%. In the next slide, you will see that this is similar to the state of affairs in the last 2 years. Over this period of the year, the first semester, that is traditionally the utilization rate of the agency. The bulk of the expenses really come towards the end of the year when we pay the consultancies and other contractors of the agency for their completion of work. In the next remaining slide, we just explained the unobligated portion of the budget. For performance services, it's insignificant. The value is insignificant. Most of it has really been utilized. In the next slide, for obligated MOOE and unobligated MOOE, this is really where the variance lies. But as I explained earlier, most of this is timing. But the other portion is it has been difficult for the commission to secure successful procurement processes because most of the suppliers and also consultants find our rates really low, and we suffer from failed biddings most of the time. And there were also travel restrictions that reduced the utilization rate. We conducted most of our hearings and most of our educational programs online, and that did not require significant travel expenses. In the next slide, this is where I mentioned earlier our capital outlay, which include the budget for technical and scientific equipment like testing equipment for the meters. Just to, maybe we can go to the next. We skip one slide because I want to demonstrate also in the target revenue for 2023. Next slide po. Okay. We have estimated the revenues for the agency for 2022 to be at around 970 million pesos. As of September, I am happy to report that as of end of September, the agency had already 193,000 pesos in revenues. This means that our proposed budget of 1.03 billion is super close to the revenues that we have actually collected as of this date. But all of those revenues have been remitted to the national treasury. I think that ends my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity for us to present. Salamat po.
Thank you, thank you. Upon the request of Senator Rafi, we'll stop here for now since two of the most important agencies in the energy sector is DOE and ERC. We'll call on NEA later on, but we will like to request from NEA just to focus on your accomplishments and the budget. The preambles, we can do away with that because I was flagged by Senator Tulfo. You also have a hefty presentation. So we'll do it.
100 pages ata sa kanya naman.
Baka bukas na tayo matapos ho dito. So we'll open the floor to, first of all, let me acknowledge Senator Risa Ontiveros, who's with us online. So we'll open the floor
Sabay kayo mag-unmute.
tuwing sila po ay nagsizero ng budget para sa isang departamento, sa capital outlay, nagpapadala po sila ng notice. Wala. Kasi kung tatanungin ko po yung DBM ngayon, of course, sasabihin nila nagpadala. So wala po. Okay. Nandiyan yung DBM? DBM? Hello, DBM? Nasaan po kayo? DBM? Hindi, gusto ko talagang, Mr. Chair, pasensya na. Gusto kong makausap tong DBM eh. Kasi kahapon, hindi ko alam kung sinungaling yung DMW, yung OWA o DBM. Kasi sabi niya, padala daw ng notice at inimpormahan daw yung OWA tungkol dun sa kasi zero sa kanilang capital outlay. Sabi ng OWA, wala. Okay, so sabi ko, sinungaling. Walang gusto naman, of course. Now, ngayon, alam nito sa ERC. Sinungaling capital outlay, sabi nila, walang pinidala. Tatanungin ko itong DBM, kita mo to, Mr. Chair, sasabihin ng DBM, meron. Sige, DBM, nasaan po kayo? Nasaan po kayo, DBM? Si Director Gemma Ilagan. Kasi nga po, ulitin ko, yung ngayon po nakapakinig dito, mahalaga po ang ginagampanan papel ng ERC kung tutusin. Kasi po sila yung nag-regulate itong mga energy sector ng tulad ng nasa NGCP, Meralco, Electric, Cooperative. Kapag kulang po sila sa budget, there's the tendency na itong mga mabagit ko mga malaking agency, manunod ito. Sila nang sasagot sa mga kakulangan dyan sa ERC. Sila ang pupuno. Sila ang bibili ng mga equipment, mag-volunteer sila. At kasi mangon si ma'am, hindi nyo gagawin yun. Pero, sorry ma'am no, I know we might do that, pero, come on ma'am, I've been in broadcasting and listening to different complaints from different people from all sectors. 24 years to be exact. Alam ko na po halos lahat ng problema ng mga Pilipino. Napakinggan ko na po lahat ng klaseng katiwalian. You may say no, of course, I'll take it. Pero usually ang nangyari, ganun po talaga na yung pagkukulang sa isang ahensya na pupunan ng mga or grupo na supposed to be ni-regulate o inimbestigahan ng ahensyang yon. So sila magpupuno. So therefore, yung ahensyang pinunuan nila ng pangailangan, nagiging friendship na. Hindi na nagagawa ng trabaho. Nag-example nga ako sa police, di ba? Nung may crackdown noon sa illegal gambling. Yung police naatasan para tugisin yung mga gambling lord. Kaso kulang nga po sa budget yung police, kulang sa operation sa budget. Parang capital outlay kung tutusin sa inyong katumbas. Hindi po nabibigyan. So ano nangyari? Di yung mga gambling lord yung bibigay yung mga kagamitan sa PNP. So hindi na po pwede mahuli ng PNP kasi puro gambling road yung napoprovide sa kanilang mga pangailangan. Same thing here sa DMW at sa DC. Nasaan na po yung DBM? Wala. Mr. Chair, natakot. Hindi talaga ang tatamaan ng DBM sa totoo lang po, Mr. Chair.
Magpakita.
Ngayon, sasabihin nyo ng DBM, may savings kayo eh. Ba't nyo gamit yung savings nyo? Meron ba kayong savings?
Wala po.
Wala eh.
Wala din po kasi nire-remit naman yun.
Nire-remit nyo pala. Okay. Hello, DBM.
Ay, hello. Teka muna.
Nandyan. Hello po.
Asa na? Okay. Pwede bang asan na si James?
Sino si James?
Ay sorry.
Sino si James po? James Ban?
Teka muna. Naka-line na ba tayo? Naka-on na ba?
Opo, naka-line na po kayo.
Ay, opo. Ay, sorry po. Good afternoon po. Ay, good morning po, sir. Sa DBM po to, sa Budget and Management Bureau E. With regard po dun sa capital outlay ng ERC. During the review and the evaluation po ng kanilang budget, wala po kasing mga supporting documents. Kaya po,
Okay, stop right there.
hindi po siya.
Okay, I've heard that already before. Okay, walang supporting documents. Sandali lang po. ERC, pakisagot. Nagsasubmit pala kayo ng proposed budget niyo para sa capital outlay. Hindi kayo magbibigay ng supporting documents. Anong klase kayo? Sige.
Good Good morning again, Your Honors. We submitted all our documents to the DBM po kasi doon sa aming CO, there are 4 components. That's the ICT equipment, the technical and scientific and office equipment, including the transportation po.
Kaya nagsabit po kayo ng dokumento.
Forward.
So, DBM, nagsabit po lang mga dokumento.
Um,
Support dun sa kanilang proposal, proposed budget para sa capital outlay.
Sir, kasi as a matter of policy po, halimbawa po sa ICT equipment, kailangan po yon may ISSP approved ng DICT, unang-una. In the previous years naman po, nagpo-provide naman po yung DBM. Hindi po siya supported noon. Tapos,
So, hindi po yes, hindi ka nagsabot ng supporting
Second-
documents. Go ahead po, madam. Go ahead po, ma'am.
Ay, sorry po. Yes. Okay na po. Secondly po, yun din po sa transportation, kung meron po silang request, kailangan din po namin ng inventory plus repleting program. Kailangan po na meron pong repleting program and inventory na dapat 7 years po yung before natin ma-replace yung motor
Vehicles.
vehicle.
7
Tapos
years.
yung-
So, kailangan mo na karag-karag yun sa sasakyan bago nyo pa replace. Tama po. Kasi pag hindi pa karag-karag, kapagtagaan. Kaya po yung sa DMW kahapon, karag-karag na, ikulang pa yan, kaya lang talagang gasgasin. But anyway, sandali po, para mapagsi tayo. So, ERC, kulang na po yung mga supporting papers na sinabi nyo para dun sa inyong proposed budget sa capital outlay. Yes o no lang po?
We submitted, Your Honor, kaya lang as mentioned by the DBM, ang sabi nga nila po, it requires particularly for the ICT equipment po, it requires the approval pa of the ICT. Kaya hindi rin po sila nagbigay ng budget. But for the transportation po,
Okay, so makasingit yan. So ang point being dito, kung ganun pala, DBM, at may mga kulang na dokumento, meron silang mga requirements pa na i-fulfill. At least you should have the courtesy na to inform them kung ano yung mga kulang dokumento para makapag-comply sila. Hindi po ba, DBM? Give them a chance
Yes.
na para to comply. Kung hindi nila kaya i-comply, and then they would say na, okay, walang kami, better luck next time. Next year naman po kami po-comply. So for now, wala muna kami capital outlay dahil talagang hindi pa lang namin nasunod yung requirements. Dapat lang namin na-informahan nyo. Yung kayo magkakat na lang, mag-slash without letting the agency na pinuputulan nyo ng capital outlay without giving them a chance na to explain.
Yes, sir, noted po. However, while it was already provided po in our budget call, our analysts also communicated with the budget division regarding dun sa mga requirements. And
Okay, ma'am,
not to
excuse me.
mention,
Wala
sir,
ito, sabi ni Messi, wala. Wala, meron, ma'am.
wala po.
Okay. Now, for the second time, sino sinungaling? DBM o ERC naman this time? Kahapon, DBM versus OWA, kung sino sinungaling. Ngayon naman po, ma'am, sino sinungaling? DBM o ERC naman? Sige, magturuan naman ulit. Napipiko na po kayo, ako sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno na sinungaling. Sinungaling, kamag-anak ng kawatan. Kaya siguro nagkalukulukan yung mga panel, yung mga laptop. Dahil maraming kawatan dyan. Ang sinungaling equals kawatan. Pero yung sa budget ninyo, sa DBM, ang liit lang i-slash nyo. Pero sa ibang ahensya, na mga importante, ang malaking kinatyo, almost 0.5%. But anyway, ma'am, ito na lang po, mapaiksi tayo. Madam, wala ho kayong kasalanan, Director Gemma, sorry po. Baka hindi po talaga kayo ang taong kausap dito, I'm sorry. Pero next time, ma'am, you should have the courtesy and decency, at least man lang, na dinay po kayo ng proposed budget na isang ahensya. Give them a chance to explain, to justify. Kung kailangan po ng mga dokumento, mag-produce ng additional documents, tingnan kung kaya. Pag hindi lang kaya makapag-produce yun, then, may reason kayo na para talagang huwag bigyan ng budget. Give them a chance. Okay? Huwag yung puputulin nyo tapos wala lang. Gusto nyo putulin. And then, balikan kami ngayon. Sabihin nyo, inform nyo sila. Sabi nila, hindi raw. Okay? Yun lang po, madam. Pakisabi lang po sa mga kasamahan nyo. Okay?
yes, sir, noted po.
Thank you po.
Noted, sir. Salamat.
Thank you po. Now, ERC, isa po kayo sa mga ahensya ng pamalaan na nag-regulate nga po sa mga electric cooperative. At nung last hearing natin dito, nagtuturuan nga po kayo at buti na lang, sabi ni Secretary Tilla, mag-usap-usap kayo. And I'm sure na nag-usap-usap na kayo. And then after that meeting, I've been talking to a lot of experts sa energy sector. Dahil nga po dun sa problema ng brownout, perennial brownout that's been happening nationwide. Wala na pong katapusan. At napag-alaman ko po sa pag-usap ko po sa mga energy experts, mukhang ang pinaka-main problem issue talaga dito is pera. Maraming mga electric cooperative na kulang sa pera and poor performance. Yun po siguro ang sagot na para mapaganda yung elektrisidad sa ating bansa, especially po sa mga off-grid. Now, Secretary Lutilla, isn't it para i-review siguro po yung pong kontrata ng mga non-performing ng mga electric cooperative, yung mga poor ang performance nila. Tingnan kung paano po natin matulungan sila, matulungan ng gobyerno na para mapaganda po yung kanilang performance. Pero ayoko naman po na minsan naaasa lang po sila sa subsidy from the government. The reason why I said this is, ako po, base po sa pag-usap ko sa mga energy experts, pabor ako, and I think Senator Gatchalian is also pabor dito na tingnan po natin, pag-aralan na ma-privatize na po siguro itong mga electric cooperatives, maging privatize na naman po siguro sila. Kasi pag privatize na po ito, meron pong budget, may mga pera silang mailalabas. Okay, bukod pa dyan, magiging maganda po yung governance. Ngayon po kasi hindi, nagkakwatak-kwatak sila, nag-aawayan. Siguro sa ngalan ng salapi, hindi nila alam kung sino talaga ang dapat maghahawak ng pera, etc. etc. So, ang bagay dito yung mga consumers, yung taong bayan. Now, what do you think, Secretary Lutilla? Ito po yung sa akin naman po, base po sa akin pag-usap sa maraming energy experts na pag-aralan siguro na ma-privatize itong mga electric cooperatives.
Thank you very much, Chair Senator Tulfo. Tama kayo dyan na dapat riripasuin natin ang approach to the electric co-ops. We have to distinguish between those that are already in opposition to graduate to other structures and those that really still need a developmental organization. So it's a different approach if it is an area, a geographical area that truly needs some hand-holding still, and those that are already ready to graduate to a private or corporate structure, as you indicated. These directions are already there in IPIRA, that electric co-ops have a choice. One, to retain their existing structure as electric co-ops under NEA. Second, to register as stock corporations under the Cooperative Development Administration, or CDA. And then third, to corporatize. Actually, Senator, you raised an important point. The decision is to be made by the members of the electric co-op. So by a certain number of votes of the members of the co-op, they can choose to restructure their organization. And if they truly feel that they can be better off with a corporate structure, they can actually vote to do so. And since they have assets, the existing electric co-ops have assets. They have lines, they have stations and so on. They can actually, in fact, sell the assets to a private corporation, and some co-ops, the better performing ones, can even get returns on their investments as co-op members. Now, on the immediate, however, problems about restructuring their power supply agreements, the Energy Regulatory Commission, Chair Di Malanta and the other members of the ERC have actually decided to take on a proactive stand, which is to help the electric co-ops individually. And while there are 121 of them, at least to prioritize those that need to restructure their power supply agreements, because a number of them are not really capacitated to make good or sound decisions. Some are over-contracted. And so these additional burdens are actually passed on to the consumers. So ERC Chair Di Malanta can expound a bit on what they are doing. This is what they call the caravans.
PSA caravan.
PSA caravans. And Mr. Chairman, if you have
Just
what
1
is
minute,
this?
sir. Apo. Because we have been receiving complaints and letters request from various electric cooperatives and also local government units on what to do with the high prices all over the country. Most of us maybe here in Metro Manila we just focus on Meralco because that's our main provider. But all over the country the prices have really been staggering. So what we in the commission have agreed to do is to go by region and really go to where the problems are and not wait for cases to arise. So we'll review their power supply agreements and find ways in their power supply agreements to, one, immediately, if possible, reduce their rates. If that's not possible, are there ways in their power supply agreements that will afford some relief? Maybe lower a capacity if it's a high priced contract. Can we lower the capacity so they can source from lower priced suppliers? So there are various ways, but it's no similar to the electric cooperatives structure that Sec Popo had mentioned. It's not a one size fits all. Will need to review their contracts to see what remedies are available in their contracts. So there are 5 commissioners. We'll just spread ourselves so that we can cover as much ground as possible.
Ito yung problema, Mr. Chair, yung pag nakausap ko rin yung mga consumers sa iba't ibang probinsya na palagi po nakaranas ng brownout, na yung performance ng kanilang electric cooperative at napakamahal po ng singil. Kung minsan, wala na nga sila tatanggap ng kuryente, palaging brownout, ay pa yung binabayaran nila. There are times mahal pa. And so when we talk to these electric cooperatives, so itinuturo nila sa napukor na dahil hindi na mabigay yung kanilang subsidy, hindi na sila bayaran. Napukor, tuturo na naman sa ERC, DOE. So nagtuturuan talaga. So like I said earlier nung sa opening statement ko, dapat stop na natin pagtuturuan. Dapat magtutulungan po lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno para masolve itong problema lalo itong sa brownout. Kasi ito talaga main concern ko. For so many years na po, sa programa ko sa Wanted sa radyo, na daily basis, ito po talagang reklamo, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, especially sa mga off-grid. Parang wala na pong katapusan ng problema. Pero nung isinalang po natin dito yan, Mr. Chair, yung sa first hearing ko, medyo na-stop. Alam ko paano nila gawa ng paraan. Pero after, natakot siguro. So, ningas ko gun. After a couple of weeks, balik na naman sa problema. So, but we want a permanent solution. Huwag yung band-aid solution lang. Pakitang tao para makitang may ginawa, umaksyon, and then balik ulit. So, we have to do something about this brownout. Now, Secretary Rutilla, para sa iyo, anong sa tingin mo talaga ang pinakasolusyon para matigil na po yung mga brownout na ito once and for all that has been happening for years and years and decades now?
Thank you very much, Chair. Senator, your concern, especially for the off-grid, is a concern that we share with you. So first, that's why we want National Power Corporation to make sure that we introduce more indigenous sources of power, particularly renewable energy, to bring down the cost of power in the off-grid areas. No? So the new National Power Corporation president has been tasked to come out with those. Second is to improve the transmission system in the different off-grid areas. Now, transmission in the off-grid is a state responsibility, and therefore National Power Corporation is the one that has to enter into primarily public-private partnerships in order to improve those as well as the power supply. We have to revisit the incentives for introducing hybrids. Mr. Chairman, the right now some of the existing new power providers in the islands have no incentive to introduce renewable energy because it does not benefit them in any way through reduction, for example, in of the rates. They do not share anything by lowering it. So we have to develop these approaches.
We were talking about RE. Sorry to interrupt, Mr.
Yes,
Secretary.
Senator.
Nabanggit ko kanina earlier yung offshore wind power at napakaganda po nito dahil maraming tayong karagatan dito at napaikutan tayo ng mga karagatan. Nasa ano po yung development stage natin?
Well,
Let's talk
Senator,
about offshore
we had
wind
to
power.
start by getting the Department of Justice opinion that renewable energy is open to 100% foreign ownership because the capital cost of introducing that technology is also very high. So we need investors for that. Second, we have increased the renewable energy portfolio standards from 1% to 2.52%. That means that distribution utilities would have to increase their renewable energy component. So that is also an additional incentive. Then third, we have classified the renewable energy as for priority dispatch, and this will also help. But the offshore wind will take some time, Mr. Senator, because of precisely they need studies on the wind patterns and the capacity and so on. But it is a vision that we want to be able to implement as fast as we can. But there are others. So even the solar projects, for example, because of these incentives, can be introduced into especially the offshore winds. And I just wanted to highlight another thing that we were able to get. The Department of Justice has issued the opinion that National Power Corporation may now incur loans. And that is important because if we are going to fund the upgrading of the transmission lines in the island grids under the jurisdiction of NPC, then we must be willing to invest state resources into this.
Okay.
So these are some of the things, Mr. Senator. And in Mindoro in particular, as you know, the Transco will act already as systems operator in the island.
Okay.
And we were able to, with ERC's help, get that 10 megawatt
Good.
plant permits going. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Dalawa naman, Mr. Chair. I'll be very fully supportive sa inyo pong budget request, proposed budget ninyo. Pero may kapalit po yan. Dapat mag-perform po tayo. And if we're talking about performance, first things first, dito po talaga sa brownout na matagal na po yung problema. So, with this present situation, present setup, ano po yung immediate solution na pwede pong maibigay ninyo para hindi man siguro totally, at least mabawasan man na kasi naintindihan ko, marami namang factors yan kung bakit talagang palagi nagkaka-brown at naintindihan ko na ngayon. Kasi nandito na po ako at marami na po ako nakakausap mga tulad ninyo at mga energy experts. So, given the present situation, what can you guys do na para at least ma-minimize to the level na tolerable? Ngayon kasi in Telobo, marami talagang inis-galit, gagaliti. Tolerable level, ito mga brown out, especially sa mga off-grid. Kasi nagawa naman nila nung nanggalaiti ako rito, nagawa nilang paraan. So, maggaliti lang tayo paragi, araw-araw, para matigil na to. Paano ba talaga? I'm just joking. Pero, Secretary or Attorney Mona Lisa, ano po nakikita niyong solusyon? Immediate solution?
Mr. Senator, as far as rates are concerned, they really, since more than 50% of our fuel in terms of coal and diesel, for example, for the off-grid areas, are imported and are subject to the variabilities of the international market, then there is only a limited, we have a limited, range of actions that we can do in order to soften the impact on the consumers.
Pero hindi po natin pwedeng sisihin po yung Russia at saka Ukraine kasi hindi naman po sa Russia tayo kumukuha ng oil, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Senator, but it is a global market.
Okay.
And therefore, what happens in one part of the world affects also the price at which we are going to import. So it is something that we will have to make a choice. Do we want supply at the price that the world market
Okay. Sige po, ganito paiksi natin. Yung pong madaling maintindihan ng taong bayan, in layman's term, ano po masabi sa mga nakikinig ngayon sa atin at ito po yung mapapanood ng napakarami mga kababayan natin na naka-experience ng brownout palagi. I-simplify nyo lang po inyong explanation. Ano po ang nakikita nyo immediate solution para matigil na po itong wala natang alang katapusan at kalbaryo sa mga kababayan natin itong brownout na ito. Layman's term po yung simple, huwag tayong gumamit ng technical terms.
Yung masabi ko, yung sinabi ni Yusek Fuentebella a while ago, na yung pag-address natin ng mga problema ay hindi lamang sa supply, ngunit distribution utility din.
Okay.
At kaya nangangailangan na masuri natin kung ano itong mga problema. Kasi iba't ibang problema sa bawat distribution utility. Makakatulong po ito yung ginagawa ng Energy Regulatory Commission kasi yung kontrata ng mga electric co-ops and distribution utilities sa mga generation companies for their supply ay malaking component ng ating binabayaran. So, supply side do yan. And then pangalawa, yung sa mga brownouts, ang brownouts ay maraming dahilan. Hindi lamang dahil sa supply, ngunit yung transmission.
Okay.
Transmission wires at dahil doon pinagtitibay namin yung coordination sa NGCP sa on-grid areas at sa off-grid areas with NPC. And then third, yung distribution utility or electric cooperative mismo. At dito, like sa mga areas na nagkaroon ng bagyo, nakikita namin yung pangangailangan na mapatibay yung kanilang mga linya. Dahil po yung ibang linya natin ay napakaluma na at hindi kaya na sa bagyo na super typhoon, hindi talaga ho kaya. Kaya ang nangyari sa Nueva Ecija in particular ng Typhoon Carding ay nag-illustrate lamang na dapat mapatibay natin yung distribution utility wires as well.
Okay. Doon nga po yung sa distribution, Mr. Chair, kung matatanong ko yung explanation sa akin, ng mga kooperatiba, yung mga luma na mga equipment nila, yung mga wires, tapos yung transformers. Ngayon, saan sila kukuha ng pambili niyan? So utang sila. Pag utang sila, dadaan sa ERC. At sa ERC, napakatagal. ERC umabot ng taon-taon na ata. Kupong-kupong. Di ba? Para maaprobahan. So siguro dyan papasok, dapat magkaroon ng enough budget, pera ang isang kooperatiba para mapunuan po yung mga pangailangan para upgrade yung mga kagamitan. Pero in a lot of cases, wala silang ganon. So nga kaya naisip ko po yung privatization. Again, I'm not saying I'm 100% agreeable doon sa ipaprivatize natin itong mga electric cooperative. Ang sinasabi ko, aralan, tingnan, kung ano yung pros and cons. Kung mas makabubuti ba na i-privatize o stay put na lang tayo sa kumbaga kung ano yung meron tayo ngayon. Latiguhin natin, latiguhin yung mga non-performing electric cooperative for performance sila. Pagalitan, ERC nandiyan kayo, NEA, si Baki ng mga hindi marunong mag-manage ng mga electric cooperative. Status ko lang muna. Alisin natin itong sakit sa ulo, Mr. Chair, na wala man pala kayong pera, wala kayong mga kakayahan na para magpatakbo ng electric cooperative. Then, ibenta nyo na lang yan at maging privatize na lang. Ganun na lang, kaysa naman sakit sa ulo na lang. Pinagbigyan na kayo for so many years, dekada na. Tapos, yun pa rin yung sitwasyon. So, yun po yung sinasabi ko. So anyway, para may pasa ko sa iba, I know a lot of my colleagues are still waiting. Yun lang po sa akin. I'll be very supportive din po sa inyong budget request. Kita nyo naman po, ERC, ipinaglaban ko kayo. Pero dapat, kapalit yun, ipaglaban nyo po yung ating mga consumer. Gawin nyo po yung trabaho nyo. Just don't sit in your ass. I'm sorry for the word. Do something. The consumers are sick and tired of being sick and tired dito po sa mga brownout na nangyari. Talagang kung kayo po ay nasa sitwasyon ko, kung kayo po ay nasa radio station ko na nakikinig po ng mga reklamo sa mga brownouts, sasakit ang ulo niyo at ma-high blood din po kayo. So please do something. Tulad sabi ni Secretary Lutilla, lastly, mag-usap-usap kayo. Tingnan nyo kung paano nyo po matulungan isa't isa para ma-address yung problema once and for all. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Nakita ko dun sa presentation ni Chairman Mona na merong 18.2 captive customers. Lahat yata ho yan, followers ng show nyo, Senator Tulfo.
Most likely, sir.
18 million.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, the chairman of the Energy Committee. Those are very important concerns, especially those that are related to consumer and brownouts and especially rates. No? So thank you for the inputs. We now call on Senator Padilla, who is with us online. Senator Padilla, you're next on the list to ask questions.
Magandang tanghali po, mahal na tagapangulo at sa lahat po ng mga kasama natin ng mga senador sa physical at dyan po sa online. Magandang tanghali din po sa ating mga panauhin sa DOE. Ako po ay meron lamang pong mga katanungan, mahal na tagapangulo.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Robin.
Ako po ay nagagalak sapagkat nagkaroon na rin po ng pagkakataon na makaharap po kahit po online, makaharap po ang kalihim ng DOE. Sapagkat kung naalala niyo po, mahal na tagapangulo, inatasan po ninyo ako na kausapin sila patungkol po sa inyong panukalang batas, patungkol po doon sa foreign direct investment, tanungin po sila kung ano po ang kanilang opinyon. At sasamantalahin ko na po ito para tanungin po sa kalihim ng DOE, ano po ba ang opinyon ng DOE patungkol sa pag-amenda ng saligang batas patungkol po sa foreign direct investment. Ito po ba ay makakatulong sa ating problema sa enerhiya?
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go ahead, Secretary.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan, Senator. Gusto ko lang una humingi ng paumanin na hindi ako nakapunta sa inyong hearing tungkol sa constitutional amendments At that time po, nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa mga missionary areas at nangangailangan na ma-address yung problema ng mga off-grid islands. Kung kaya't ginawa natin ang lahat upang hindi mawalan ng elektrisidad yung Basilan, Bungaw, and other parts of the country. So I could not join you in your discussion. But I just would like to address your question on foreign direct investments. Kasi po, ang ginawa namin ay humingi kami ng opinion from the Department of Justice na hindi na kailangan i-amenda ang ating konstitusyon upang i-open yung renewable energy to foreign investments. Naalala po ninyo na in the previous Congress, si Undersecretary Sharon Garin and the Senate were able to push for the opening up of the public utilities na hindi rin nangailangan ng pag-amyenda ng konstitusyon. So this has been our approach so far, that to the extent that we can move faster in order to bring renewable energy which is indigenous and does not have fuel costs. Yung fuel nito ay galing sa solar o sa hydro o sa wind. Hindi ito ay hindi subject to the rise of fuel prices in oil and petroleum and coal. Kung kaya't ginawa natin ito without need for constitutional amendments. So that is our approach, Senator, because if we wait for constitutional amendments, then as you have experienced, it may take time. And this has been attempted in previous Congresses as well. So I hope that you will continue to support our direction, which is to push as much as possible through legislation with the support of Congress, even without amending the Constitution. Thank you, Senator.
Ibig po niya po bang sabihin na aming kalihim na ito pong 60-40 na nasa konstitusyon, 60% sa atin, 40% sa foreign investor, ito po ay katanggap-tanggap na po sa ating mga investor, maging may kinalaman po ito sa renewable energy o sa fossil energy o anuman. Ito po ba ay katanggap-tanggap po sa kanila?
Senator, ang mabuting balita ay malakas ang interest galing sa ating mga foreign investors na pumasok sa renewable energy projects dito sa Pilipinas, provided that we are able to increase the equity or ownership requirement, limits for foreigners. And I think ano naman yung ating so far sa ano po sa mga foreign investors and from the ambassadors who talk with us, their private investors are really enthusiastic about this. So for those, for example, na may experience na with offshore wind, gaya ng Denmark and Norway, so malakas yung kanilang interest dito at several private companies have also indicated their interest. Now, however, Senator, again, something that we need your support on, but need not require a constitutional amendment would be that there should be enough transmission lines to bring the renewable energy from the sites where renewable energy is plentiful to the markets kung saan sila kailangan. At dito we are listening to the needs of the investors because we don't want renewable energy projects to be built and then, as what happened in Negros, they cannot be used at all. It's wasted, Senator, because there are no transmission lines to transmit the power out of Negros Island. So sayang yung investment ng foreign and local investors at sayang din ang oportunidad para sa ating mga consumers na magkaroon ng sufficient supply. So ito po yung challenge sa atin lahat na yung transmission lines including submarine cables dahil archipelagic country po tayo ay maisagawa in a manner na on time, just in time to meet the additional supply. So kahit yung mga projects na ipinromesa sa ating presidente sa Singapore, sa Laguna Lake na renewable solar energy, ganun din po ang pangangailangan, and therefore we are working closely with the NGCP to help address some of these constraints. Halimbawa po yung right-of-way problems, even the tree cutting permits, even the endorsements of local government units. These are things that we need to help address even though the concessionaire has already been privatized. So I hope that we will continue to have your. May I ask USEC Sharon Garin to add to this because she has been coordinating as well with the NGCP and the other investors, Senator.
Thank you, Secretary, Chairman. I just wanted to address, Chairman, the need for the constitutional change as addressed by Senator Padilla. Kasi po, because of the Public Service Act, everything else is now available for foreign direct investments on public utilities and public services, except when it comes to energy. The pipelines, as advocated by the good chairman here, and then transmission and distribution. So if the Senator Padilla wants transmission and distribution to be available for foreign direct investments, more than the 60%, more than the 40% limitation, then yes, we do need the constitutional amendment. The other provisions, ang ibang provisions ng Constitution that limits is yung mga, how do you call that, the nationalistic, for example, natural resources. Pag ginagamit po yung natural resources, hindi pwede yung foreigner. So, halimbawa, nagmimina ka, hindi pwede yung ma-foreigner because you are depleting, binabawasan mo yung natural resources ng bansa. So when it is a type of energy where you deplete the resources of the country, then hindi pwede po yung foreigners to be involved more than 40%. Hence, if you want that, then you need to change the Constitution po. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Tagapangulo, sundan ko lang po.
Go ahead po.
Opo, maraming salamat po sa ating USEC na si Ma'am Sharon Garin at sa kanyang ipinunto, ano? At nasagot po sigurado dyan yung tanong po ng ating mahal na tagapangulo, si Senator Win Gatchalian, at kanya pong panukala yan. At total, nabanggit niyo po yan, ibig niyo pong sabihin na ma'am, kayo po ay payag na amendahan ang Section 11 at Article 12 ng Saligang Batas na atin pong pinapayagan ang foreign investment sa exploration, development, and utilization ng ating mga likas na yaman. Yun po ba, ma'am, ang inyo pong pinupunto?
Mr. Chair? Hindi, sir, I am just citing kung gusto po ninyo, Senador, na i-open ang mga industriya na ganyan like distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, utilization of our natural resources. Depende po sa Senado at sa Kongreso po yan. If kung gusto niyo yung ganung direction, then we need to change the Constitution. But that all depends, ay po sinasabi, that depends on the plenary powers of the Congress, Mr. Chair. So this is not an opinion whether we want it or not, but it is only you need to open those industries. Kung gusto niyo pong buksan yung industriya ng mga ganyan, then you have to change the Constitution. But that is not an opinion po, Mr. Senator.
Mahal na tagapangulo, ang pinupunto po natin dito kay Ma'am Sharon. Ganda ng pangalan ni Ma'am, Sharon. Naalala ko tuloy si Ma'am Sharon Cuneta.
Naalala yata kayo, sir.
Ma'am, ang pinupunto ko lang po dito kasi kailangan po, nung nag-usap po kami ng ating mahal na tagapangulo, Senator Win Gatchalian, hinihingi po niya ang opinion na ang Department of Energy. Kaya ako po tinatanong sa inyo kung sa opinion niyo po ba ay makakatulong ito kapag inamendahan po natin itong section na ito at article na ito, lalong-lalo na po ngayon na sinasabi po mismo sa bibig po ng ating mahal na Pangulo, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., sinasabi niya po na maaari na magkaroon po tayo ng joint exploration sa China, diyan po sa West Philippine Sea. So alam niyo po kasi kapag binasa po natin yung konstitusyon, pagka yan pong patungkol sa exploration, sa exploitation, yan po ay nasa konstitusyon. Hinihingi ko lamang po yung opinion po ninyo kung sa palagay po nyo makakatulong po ba ito. Yun po, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, as far as the question about petroleum exploration, development, and utilization po, nandyan din ho sa saligang batas natin yung mga exceptions. So the president may contract with foreigners even up to 100% for under financial, technical, and assistance agreements for the exploration, development, and utilization of petroleum and natural gas resources, for example. But I do not. What is this? I do not foreclose other natural resources becoming sources of energy. Like for instance, you have...
Chairman, maputol ko lang po yung ating mahal na kalihim para mas maging diretsahan po. Kasi po, dyan sa provision po na yan, kaduktong po niyan yung 60-40. Kahit po banggitin natin yan, lagi pong babagsak doon sa 60-40. Kahit sabihin po natin na 100%, sinabi ng ating Pangulo na nandoon po sa saligang batas, na napakalinaw po doon, sinabi, wala naman po tayong tech now, wala naman po din tayong pondo. Ang nakalagay po kasi doon, tayo ang magpopondo. Wala naman po tayong pondo, wala naman po tayong pera. Katunayan nga po, kulang pa nga po yung ating budget ngayong taon na ito at uutang pa po tayo ng 2 trilyon. Opo, yun lamang po ang natin. Hindi ko po gustong pahabain ito at magdidiskusyon po tayo ng mahaba sa saligang batas. Aabot po tayo bukas. Ang gusto lang po
Ah,
natin, mahal na kalihim, malaman ko lang po sa inyo kung sa palagay po ninyo ay makakatulong ang pag-amenda ng batas patungkol po doon sa sinasabi ng ating mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos na joint exploration diyan po sa China. Dahil ang China po, sa nakaraang administrasyon, hindi naman po sila pumayag dyan sa 6-40. Yun lamang po, mahal na kalihim.
At Senator, meron na pong Supreme Court decision dyan. So, yung oil and gas exploration ay open up to 100% foreign investment. Ngunit ang sharing ng net proceeds after deducting all the costs is 60% to the government and 40% the service contractor, whether foreign or domestic. Pero siguro kung magdi-decide yung Supreme yung sa sharing ang corporate taxes ng service contractor ay hindi included, then ang solusyon ay magkakaroon tayo ng batas na ikaklaruhin na ang all taxes that are due from the service contractor, whether foreign or domestic, will form part of the 60% net share of government. So what is this? So we would need your help definitely on that, because we want to encourage exploration of our natural gas resources, whether by foreign or domestic investors. Salamat po, Senator Ernat.
Maraming salamat po, kalihim. Meron pa po akong isang katanungan pa. At maari po siguro na nasagot na rin po ito. Gusto ko lamang pong marinig ulit. Yung po kasing ako po'y nangangampanya diyan sa Mindoro. Nasabi po nila talaga yung kanilang malaking problema diyan sa kanilang kuryente. Madalas po 12 hours na wala po silang kuryente. Ito po ba ngayon 2023, parating na 2023, meron po ba tayong nakikitang solusyon para po sa Mindoro na magkaroon po sila ng milagro doon, na hindi na po sila magkaroon ng ganung klaseng kahabang walang kuryente, sapagkat pati po yung kanila pong negosyo ay wala na rin pong nangyayari? Meron po ba ditong maari pong makasagot?
Thank you, Senator. Yung mga measures nga po ay una, yung buong isla na ng Mindoro, whether Mindoro Occidental or Oriental, ay magkaroon na ng transmission line around the island. At dahil dito, yung Transco ay magiging ano na siya, yung systems operator ng buong isla. At kung merong mang additional capacity o supply galing sa isang probinsya, maaari nang i-supply din yung sa kabila. Pangalawa, yung sa systems operation, maaari na rin tayo magkaroon ng additional contracting ng mga electric co-ops para sa additional supply. And then pangatlo po ay yung NPC ay na-approvehan na yung permits nila for a 10 megawatt diesel powered plant to go online upang makatulong sa pag-address ng problema sa Mindoro. But Senator, I have to tell you that these are not immediate permanent solutions. Matagal na ito ng mga problema, at I want to stress that part of the problem really can be addressed by the people and the officials also of Mindoro, and we are seeing that they are also taking steps to do that. But as we know, they have been inherited problems and therefore will not be easy to address overnight. But we are taking steps, yes, and they are sustainable steps. Ultimately, yung solusyon po dyan ay i-interconnect ang Mindoro sa Luzon at medyo medium term ito na solusyon. Ngunit yun ay magkakaroon na ng linya between Luzon and Mindoro, and there would be no need for what is this, for other steps to be taken except to improve yung mga linya ng electric co-ops sa Mindoro at their ability to contract power supply agreements. So those are the things the steps we are taking to address these problems, Senator.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na kalihim, at nakakatuwa po na meron na pong naiisip kayong mga paraan na gawin. Pwede lang po itanong kung gaano po katagal ito para handa din po yung ating mga kababayan sa Mindoro?
Well, Senator, you indicated 2023, and that's why I mentioned yung Transco as systems operator, because the line is already complete, but it will take a few months for testing, and by 2023 it will already be operational. And therefore, we will just have to address the other issues on contracting for additional capacity by the electric co-ops. Thank you, Senator.
Opo, pwede po bang makapagtanong din dun sa PISALM?
Opo.
Yung PISALM, nandyan po ba yung PISALM?
Wala po ang PSAM ho dito. It's DOF yun. Next hearing. They'll be here next hearing.
Okay po. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo. At maligaya po tayo, no? Na nakarinig po tayo ng mga opinion galing sa ating mahal na kalihim, tsaka sa ating pong undersecretary, nakapangalan pa ni Ma'am Sharon Cuneta. At ang aking pong opinion, aking mahal na tagapangulo, Senator Win Gatchalian, siguro po para mawala na rin talaga yung mga haka-haka ng ating mga foreign investors, ay pagtulungan na rin po natin na inshallah na ito po ay maamendahan. Kasi mahirap din po yung kailangan pa natin magpaliwanag. Mas maganda po yung direct to the point na. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po kayo, mahal na tagapangulo.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Padilla. And let me recognize Minority Leader, Senator Pimentel, who's here with us physically. Please take your lunch, this briefing. So we've distributed lunch kits to you, so feel free to just take a bite. As a matter of tradition, we normally give priority to our leaders. So we'll call on the Minority Leader for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Risa turned off her camera, pero she's having lunch then. So I'll just take advantage of it. Yung po bang paghiwalay ng hearing ng... Can I go ahead, Senator Risa?
Of course, Minority Leader. Just saying po, nandito po ako. Salamat. Guys.
Okay, thank you. You can have your lunch in private. Okay. Yung pang paghiwalay ng hearing ng PISAM ay sinadya po natin or sinadya po natin yun. But they should belong to this family, di ba? Yan mo, para recorded.
Yes, Minority Leader. Next week will be PISAM, Transco, PNOC, including PNOC EC, PNOC RC, and NPC. So we invited today DOE, ERC, and NEA.
Okay, so that's a good sign that we can really focus our attention on the agency, on the department and the agencies before us. Napanood ko po, Attorney Di Malanta, yung interview nyo. Sabi nyo, 21 years na kayo talaga sa power industry. Talagang mahirap ito maintindihan. Talagang napakahirap maintindihan. So umpisahan nga natin, can you explain, Secretary, yung paano ba itong budget ninyo? Even sa presentation ng budget ninyo, hirap na hirap ako intindihan. Ano ba itong, why is your budget presented under meron pang heading na special account in the general fund? What explains for that? What explains that?
Mr. Chairman, this is the, what is this? I would like to ask our finance person to explain, because these are the requirements of the budget, and the Department of Budget and Management has rules on how to allocate them, and therefore we have to abide by those classifications.
Go ahead, sir. Can you first identify yourself before you
Mention the number of years in in specializing about the subject matter.
Yes. Now, well, on that, Mr. Chairman, Director Navarro, who is our director, was there when Minister Velasco was still head of the Department of Ministry of Energy, but he went to the private sector and came back. So he has a lot of experience both in the public and private sectors.
Sir, i-limanize mo para maintindihan naman namin. Apo.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Senator Pimentel. The special account in the general fund are funds that are off-budget accounts. This means these special accounts are funds that are being created by specific laws, like, for example, the funds for the gasoline station, training and loaning funds.
So by law, government or a department or an agency earns. Ganun ba yun? By law, there is a collection, and then the collection you put it into the special accounts. Ganun ba yun?
It depends, sir, on the kinds of laws that are being passed. For example, the gasoline station training and gasoline station training and loan fund is a creation where the Philippine Charities Sweepstakes is giving funds to the Department of Energy for loaning.
Okay. Sige. Then next is, sige, ganito na lang. How many accounts are we talking about?
We only have 4 accounts.
4 accounts. So sige, can you name them?
One is the Malampaya Gas Fund.
Malampaya, pangalawa. Sinama ko na si gas station, ha? Number 1 yun. Si gas station.
Okay. And then Malampaya. And then the Energy Regulation number 1-94. And lastly is the OPSF.
Okay.
Oil price
Remains what
stabilization
remains.
The balance,
of it.
Okay.
fund. The balance which
What Director Navarro is telling us is may mga legal basis ito.
Yes.
And we're talking about four accounts basically.
Yes,
okay.
Meron pang isang bago, sir, yung
sige.
Renewable Energy Trust Fund.
Renewable Energy Trust Fund. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just to, when we were discussing this, there are funds by law, but doesn't mean that there are funds in the account, sir.
Teka. Ulitin natin yan. There are, ano ba this?
It's mandated by law, some of that. Pero for example, the one where PAGCOR is supposed to remit to the account.
Which account? Which of the
one
PAGCOR? The
Gasoline trust.
gasoline daw. PCSO na mention kanina. It's
Yeah.
not
that's
PCSO and
also-
PAGCOR.
Yes.
Sige. That's not created by law.
That's created by.
Correct. That's created by law. Malampaya. Created by law.
Sir, that we have
Energy 1-94. It's not created by law.
No, it is created by law also.
Law or by your department?
There was a
regulation?
department order, but IPIRA incorporates it
Okay, so
and
by
makes
law.
reference to it. Yeah.
OPSF.
That was created by law
By
and
law.
also abolished by law,
Okay, yeah, created by law, abolished by law with a balance when it was abolished.
which has
Correct.
already been remitted
Correct.
back
Okay.
to.
So, in effect, OPSF, special account, moot and academic.
Yes.
Okay, ganun natin. Okay, how about the fifth one? RE Trust Fund.
It's created by law, sir.
By law, okay, so tama. So, we're consistent. All five created by law. And we're only talking about five. Five, okay. Ang pagkaintindi ko ito, isusuma total natin itong limang ito, there is a balance?
Senator, let me put it this way. In the case, for example, of Malampaya, our ordinary idea is that there is a trust fund and therefore there must be money in it. But the national government cannot let funds lie idle. And therefore, all these years, the amounts that have been collected and form part of the Malampaya Trust Fund there is no actual cash that we are sitting on, because government uses these funds to support the national deficit. So it is an additional source for national government. And if we want to use it, then government has to either borrow or to create in order to fund.
Secretary, meron akong, for example, information galing sa staff ko, sa briefer ko. As of June 30, 2022, the Malampaya Fund has a balance of 290.909 billion pesos. What is that? Paper.
On paper, it is there.
Okay,
It is an entry in the books of the government. The Treasury has already received the money. No money is with DOE. Everything is accounted for by DOE, but all cash is transferred to the Treasury.
Oo nga, by the law, ito research pa rin naman namin ito, but just for a discussion, the trust fund is created by law. Alam naman natin yun, sir, di ba? Kahit sa law school siguro, kayo siguro professor ko noon, pag sinabi mong trust fund, naka-set aside. Meron pa sigurong, ano ba yan, trustor ba yan? And then trustee. Trustee. Then sino ba yung beneficiary? Parang ganon. So, sira ang concept na ito pagdating sa gobyerno. I mean, it's a trust fund which has 290 billion on paper and actual zero balance.
Well, at any time, and that's why when the Murang Kuryente Act was passed by Congress, that you provided for what is this absorption by that fund of the universal charge.
After deducting that 8 billion or
No,
not?
they have not made any deductions as far as our records are concerned.
Mali ng record keeping and reporting yan. Nami-mislead. Nami-mislead.
Mr. Chairman, I am corrected by Director Navarro. They made a deduction. So the 292 is already after the 8 billion for the last 2 years. Yes, okay. Sorry.
Tama, that's correct. Otherwise, something is very, very wrong. And then total collections ito, syempre recorded din. I think it must be
Yes, sir.
800 billion something.
Yes, sir. In fact,
Tama? Hindi, Director Navarro.
yes, sir.
Total collections of Malampaya Fund, magkano? 800 billion?
Over for 1 year is 2 billion,
Ha?
sir. 2 billion per year.
Total collection na nga tanong ko.
Yes, 2
Total
billion, sir. Mga 2 billion more.
billion, 290 billion nga ang ano mo eh.
From the start, yes, sir.
Sir, ano nga, more or less, ano to from the start, magkano?
Total collections ano po, is 16.9 billion na nga.
Hindi
Pesos.
Hindi siguro, gano'n ba yun, Chairman? Tama ba yung, kasi i-correct nyo na lang yung aking report ng staff ko kasi mali mo, nag-typo error yung staff ko eh. Sabi ng staff ko, ang balance ng Malampaya Fund as of June 30, 2022, 290 billion pesos. Right or wrong?
Correct, sir.
Correct. Ang galing nyo ah.
Yes.
I want to congratulate my staff. Ang galing. So therefore, after deductions na yan eh. So once
Yes.
upon a time, if we total it over the years, magkano na-generate na Malampaya Trust Fund?
Since the beginning?
Since the beginning of time, Adam and Eve.
Sir, ang 290 is as of po yan eh, accumulated. For
Actually, balance ito, Director.
Yes, sir.
Ibig
Yes,
sabihin nun, that is, if we were to stick to the concept of a trust fund, that should have been in cold cash.
Sir, 320 billion. From 2002 to September na to, sir. September 23, 2022.
2002. So, pero Malampaya started generating yata what year?
2002, sir.
So, 320? So,
320 billion.
oh nga, so more or less on paper, 30B pa lang ang authorized.
That's right.
Authorized na magasto sana doon.
Sana sa 40.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Gross.
Okay, ano naman to? Amateurish lang naman tumatanong ko para lang makita ko yung
But it's helpful for us to understand, Mr. Senator. So your questions are much appreciated.
My questions are designed to help me understand as the amateur, but you're supposed to be the professional. I mean, tandaan ninyo yun. That's why
Yes.
I'm expecting correct answers from you. Ay, talaga naman ang buhay. Anyway, hindi ko to naintindihan kasi hirap eh. So, ang pag-present, ganon. So, anong sabihin dito? As presented, so the budget for 2023, special account kasi nakasulat, for example, ano ba to? Para maintindihan natin ito. 2023, Kanino ito? Sige sir, Director Navarro, turuan niyo po ako. For 2023, for the department alone, magkano po yung ating budget?
2.2 billion, sir.
2.2 billion. Tapos, that is to be now deducted, since a special account, that is to be deducted from.
No, sir, separate po tong special account in the general fund.
Okay. So this is really government revenues na ibibigay sa inyo. Okay, naintindihan ko na. So, bakit binimension yung special account po? Bakit sa budget? What is the purpose?
That's for accountability, sir.
Senator, you need to know how much we are collecting for government.
Like, for example, sir, a special account in the general fund, 841, round off ko lang sir Director Navarro, 841 million. Tama po ba yon? Tapos locally funded natin projects, 841 million din yung kanyang total. And then an example of a locally funded project, total electrification project, 500 million. So what does that mean? That 500 million pesos will be funded from the revenues of government, or will be taken from the special account, the 5 special accounts that we mentioned. On paper, at least ima-minus doon.
No, sir, revenues from government.
Revenues from government. Explain mo lang sa akin to, Director Navarro, bakit may line pa tayo na special account in the general fund which is equal to the budget for your programs? Bakit? Bakit ganun? Hindi ko naintindihan eh.
Sir, kasi you have to include that in the GAA for us to have authorization to spend. So the money is there. The funds are there, pero if we are not, if it is not included in General Appropriations Act, wala kaming authority to spend. Kaya nga't naging 2.2 billion ito, sir. So fund sourcing,
Hindi pa yun ang rule sa buong gobyerno. That's the budget is the authority to spend.
Yes, sir. Kaya lang ang fund sourcing, Fund 101 is for the regular programs or the regular budget. And Fund 1151 is a special account. So sabihin lang namin in plain language, sir, ganito. We are asking, for example, 2.2 billion. Sasabihin namin sa inyo, yung 1.3 o 1.4 billion, kunin natin sa 101, sa regular budget. Tapos yung balance na 800 million, kunin natin sa Fund 151. Yun lang ang ibig sabihin nun. Would be the special account. in the general
Okay,
fund.
so yung balance na yon on the books of that special account balance, ibabawas mo.
Yes, sir.
Ayun na nga, yun ang point.
Yun nga. Buo.
So halo, ang gusto mo sabihin,
Yes, sir.
halo ang funding source.
Yes.
Okay,
Hindi
halo ang
naman halo, sir, kasi in-specify namin na 151 at saka 101. Magkasama lang sila, kinumbine sila.
Examplean mo lang ako, sa 500 million pesos ng total electrification project, isang source lang, dalawang sources din.
Isa lang, sir.
Saan yung iba na, okay, anong source niyan?
151.
Ano ba yung 151 ulit? 151. O sige, ano naman dyan ang entry na 101?
Ang 101, sir, yung regular budget yan, sweldo, right.
PS?
PS, MOE, NCO, sir. Capital outlay.
At ang program ba hindi MOE? Ako litong-lito na ako, Mr. Chairman. Alam ko program
Anong
MOE. Diba? Ang program MOE, itong mga total electrification project, hindi ba yun MOE?
Separate po yung MOE. Ano?
Hindi, by expense category ba tawag natin doon?
By allotment class, sir.
Allotment class ba
Yes.
tawag? No? By allotment class, PS,
PS,
MOE,
MOE, and CO, capital outlay.
Your total is what? By allotment class?
2.2 din, sir.
2.2 rin, tama?
Yes, yes.
Okay. By programs, your total,
By fund,
by fund, what is your total?
101 and 151. 2.2 din, sir.
2.2 rin, tama. O, so sa 2.2 mo na by, ano yung una mong term?
Allotment class.
Allotment class. Saan babagsak si total electrification program? Siyempre, babagsak din siya doon. Tablay.
Yes, parehas din, oh.
Kaya nga, saan siya babagsak? Yes. Hindi.
Hindi, halos,
Hindi.
sir.
Ha?
Kukunin ko yung ano.
Ano pala talaga to, talagang I need 20 more years to understand this, Attorney Di Malanta. Budget pala yun, hindi pa sa concepts ng power, ha? May tanong din ako sa inyo, ma'am, kasi yung interview nyo napakaganda at
Sir, yung allotment class, may component din doon ng PS, may component din doon ng MOE at may component din ng CO.
sige, nakuha ko na. So yung by so pero na-disaggregate ninyo balik kasi nakakamating kayo ng general PS MOE and ano eh.
Yes, sir.
Tama. O, sige. Magkano yung MOE na lang ninyo doon sa ano? So I will get an idea doon sa total ano. Sa 2.2,
Ang MOE po namin is 1.1 billion.
yun, tapos yun na yung buhos na sa mga programs ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Sige, at least one. Sige, so maganda nga itong mga programs nila, Mr. Chairman. Pero,
Minority Leader,
yes.
just to add to the confusion. Ito nagiging ano sa akin to sticking point. Yung fund 151, no, this one, which amounts to 841 million. May mga appropriations yan, di ba?
Yes, yes.
Director.
Yes, Chairman.
And apparently, Congress cannot realign those appropriations.
Yes.
Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
So that's another. So may mga may mga Governed by special law.
Special laws po.
Yeah, parang special law, mandated expenditures by special law.
Yes,
Ate.
sir.
Since karangko lang naman ni budget law yung law na yon, so we cannot touch them kasi same ano lang. Mr. Chairman, I will yield first. I will go to the local government, to the DALG budget hearing. Babalik na lang ako kasi nag-enjoy, unless hindi na nag-enjoy, Mr. Secretary. Enjoy pa ba? Hindi na. Enjoy pa. Enjoy pa tayo. Niloloko ko lang sa Secretary, Professor ko po to sa UP. Balik na lang ako, sir. May DALG budget pa ron. Mas magulo ron. Peace and order ang ano do, pero actually, from energy, so going to be a big problem, I think. Takot tayo times sa UK, times 10, times 8. Tapos sa mga, hindi na tayo kailan lumayo, sa Batangas, times 3. I mean, malapit na, times 3. Times 4. Pag-usapan natin, UK, malayo-layo yun, times 10. Pero Batangas pala, times 4. Eh di, wag na tayo lumayo. Balik ako, Mr. Chairman. Sa Senator Ontiveros naman yata is willing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you for confusing us. No? So we call on Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At magandang tanghali po pati sa ibang mga kasamang senador at sa DOE family. So, Mr. Chair, to the ERC Chair and the DOE Secretary, everyone's objective in this room is really to bring down the cost of electricity. I don't know if you've spoken, Sec and Chair, with Sec Solidum of the DOST, who also happens to be a geologist, but I can't imagine, hindi ko po ma-imagine na yung pag-revive ng nuclear plant na nakalocate sa ibabaw ng isang kaldera ay magiging makatwiran sa kanya, no? Would make sense to him. Renewables like solar, hydro, and wind certainly make sense. And I hope, DOE, ERC, etc., I hope na hindi nyo mamimiss ang kahit alin sa mga policy formulation milestones ninyo. At wini-wish ko rin na magtagumpay tayo sa pag-attract ng investments para dito sa renewable energy. Until then, we need you to succeed in the goals that you have set, lalo na sa ERC. So meron po akong set of questions, Mr. Chair, para maintindihan ko ang sinusubukang gawin ng ERC at ng buong DOE family. So first of all, on stick to the contract. In the case of the possibility of San Miguel Corporations walking away from its power supply agreement with Meralco because you essentially told them to stick to the contract, nakikita niyo po ba ang scenario na una, yung suppliers simply will walk away and pay the liquidated damages and penalties in accordance with the contract instead of trying to get you to revise your decision? Tapos pangalawa, ang Meralco magdadraft ng bagong kontrata at mananawagan para sa bids. And then finally, na ERC will publicly explain the selection criteria and procedure and supervise the bidding. Meron po ba kayong nakikitang ganyang mga senaryo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you po, Senator Risa. Opo, kasama po yun lahat dun sa mga scenarios na kinonsider po namin dun sa decision. Except maybe, ma'am, the last one. Paliwanag ko po. Yung una pong scenario on walk away, kasi po provided din po talaga sa contract yon. As we had explained also, the contract or even the ERC in our order did not mean, and we do not mean to make the situation oppressive to the supplier, because the contract allows for walk away scenarios. But what we only asked was that the period be respected in the walk away scenarios and the consequences be faced in case of walk away scenarios. So kasama po yun sa in-evaluate, including yun pong pangalawang na ilatag niyo po na scenario, which is that Meralco will contract for new suppliers Kasama din naman po yun sa pinresent din po ni Meralco dun sa clarificatory hearings po namin that it's possible and they have in fact proactively sought prices from possible substitute suppliers and meron naman pong mga nag-submit ng substitute prices po sa kanila. Yung third po, yung for ERC to supervise the competitive selection process. Ngayon po kasi the CSP is a DOE. It's a DOE policy, and it's DOE under current rules that lead that exercise with distribution utilities. Pero nag-uusap naman po kami ni DOE dahil nakita na rin po na mukhang may mga kailangan din tayo talagang i-review at baguhin dun sa CSP policy. So meron pong joint task force, joint group yung DOE and ERC in reviewing the CSP process po.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Chair. Also to hear na meron na pala kayong joint task force kasama ang DOE tungkol sa posibleng pagbago, pag-improve ng CSP. That actually relates to one of my last questions. At salamat na kinoconsider nyo na yung dalawang component ng scenario na inilarawan ko. At bagamat bukod doon yung third, tama naman kayo, may legal framework na para doon, which is the CSP itself. Baliktarin ko yung una kong tanong. What naman might stop this stick to the contract and secure the lowest cost supply scenario from being the one that unfolds? Meron po bang makapipigil?
Opo. May mga naisip po kaming, nung kino-consider po namin to, particularly yung pong majority ng bumoto para dun sa order, may mga naisip po kaming posibleng parang maging pangharang nung implementation ng order. Pero mabuti na lang po, parehong Meralco and San Miguel already came out with their statements that they will respect the order and they are looking for ways to preserve the contract within the bounds of the contract. So siguro po nadala din sa dasal na pareho po silang nagsabi na susundin po nila yung order ng ERC.
Okay. Mabuti naman po at mabuhay. I am aware that yung majority po na rerespetuhin ang lumabas na order na ito ay mga kabaro. So that's no small source of pride for your kabaro working here in the Senate. At mabuti nga that the contract itself delineates the space within which hindi mapigilan na the best case scenario will actually unfold. Kaya ko itinatanong ang mga ito, Chair, ang akin lang ay siguruhin na hindi panibagong pasanin ito ng consumer at tiyakin din na may sapat at wastong supply pa rin sila ng kuryente. At ito naman po ang aming mandato dito sa Senado, protektahan ng taong bayan na lugmok na talaga sa kahirapan. Okay, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, dako naman po ako dun sa pamaskong handog. You've promised that in time for the new year, the ERC will have finished the technical work and the regulatory determination for the WACC o yun nga pong weighted average cost of capital para sa Meralco, para sa NGCP at para din sa electric co-ops. So, did I get that right po? Makukuha nga po ba ng consumers ang refund na kailangang maging resulta ng pagwawasto ng anomalya kung saan ang balik sa kapital sa power sector ay, well, hinayaang maging lampas doble sa nararapat sa ilalim ng nakaraang administrasyon?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you po. Ma'am, ano ko lang po, may correction lang po ako. Okay. Yun pong inramis po namin by January na matatapos, yung sa NGCP pa lang po.
Okay.
Yun pong yung sa Meralco at lalong-lalo na po yung sa electric cooperatives, napakahirap po kasing sitwasyon talaga. Yung sa Meralco po, baka po, ang target po namin within next year, tapusin po siya. Pero yung NGCP po, matatapos po yun.
Oh, that's good news. At yung sa mga electric co-ops po, para mapaghandaan din ng mga partner naming electric co-ops na karamihan, if I may say, no, for the record, mga well-performing and interesado talaga sa pagre-reform ng ating energy sector at maging ng batas eventually. Sa electric co-ops po, mga kailan kaya?
Opo. Masisimulan po namin next year kasi po may consultancy po kaming nakuha dito galing sa USAID. Hindi pa rin po kasi nila tapos yung report po nila. So, hopefully po masimulan by next year pero para po realistic din po yung timeline, baka po hindi namin matapos next year yung para sa electric cooperatives. Malamang po, igugrupo din namin sila para po merong matapos na kahit na konti. Marami po kasi yung cooperatives po natin.
Salamat, Chair. That's fair enough. At saka ang pinaka-bumulaga naman sa amin at kaya pinaka-mainit ng mata namin ay dun sa WAC ng NGCP na yun na nga, higit doble and for much longer than the original regulatory period na sinakop nitong higit dobleng WAC. So at least dun po sa refund sa excessive na WAC ng NGCP, tama po ba ako na makukuha na rin ng consumers sa Enero?
Apo. Yun pong reset makukumpleto po by January. So yung pong rate na bago sa January po, yun po yung target namin talaga to take effect. Baka lang po, again, to manage expectations po, hindi po kasi in a way, yung implementation mechanism po ay hindi refund but discount. So bababa po yung rate ng NGCP. Kung WAC lang po ang pinag-uusapan po natin ha, bababa po ng rate, hindi po siya refund po.
I see. So discount, yung implementation mechanism dun sa by then magiging dating sobra sa dobleng WAC ng NGCP. Ang implementation mechanism doon ay discount moving forward. Okay po.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero paano naman yung sobra-sobra palang ibinayad ng consumer the past several years, including the past regulatory periods na hindi nga kaagad na correct itong excessive na WAC ng NGCP?
Opo. Ang sistema po kasi nung sa regulatory framework for NGCP, yung pong tinatawag nating performance-based. So may allowed kita po sila, may allowed revenue sila bawat taon. So kung in our evaluation, sobra-sobra pala yung kita, bababa po, matatranslate po yon sa slash ng, kaya po tinawag ko nga discount. So masa-slash yung proposed rate hanggang umabot sa level na yun pala yung tamang kinita dapat yung nung entity, nung regulated entity po.
Okay po, Chair. So kahit ang magiging mechanism at termino ay discount moving forward, reasonable expectation ba ng consumer na in a way moving forward ma-offset through discounts sa bills nila moving forward, yung sobra pa lang na ibayad nila o nating lahat para sa sobra sa dobleng WAC ng NGCP? Reasonable po ba yun? Or yeah.
Apo, ganun po yung magiging translation po nung mechanism po.
Okay po. Salamat, Chair. That is a worthy of being called bahagi ng pamaskong handog nyo sa ating mga consumers. At least that kind of hope of relief moving forward to make up for yung sobra pala talagang kagipitan na naranasan ng nakaraang mga taon. And I was also handed information, Chair, that some consultants' reports are defective in that old or historical data were used in the determination of WAC and in the listing of assets in use that are entitled to return. So can you elaborate on this at pwede po bang ipaliwanag nyo na paano mapipigilan ito na magiging cause of further delays again moving forward?
Okay. Hindi ko po alam kung alin po in particular na consultants report po yung tinutukoy. Pero yun pong reports na meron po kami is the report of consultants on the WAC, reports of the consultant on the asset base. May isa pa po, pero ongoing pa po yun yung sa cybersecurity. May isa pa po yung compliance, tapos na rin po yun. Yung sa cybersecurity po, hindi pa po tapos. Lahat naman po ng consultants report na ito, evaluate ng commission. So they're all inputs. At the end of the day, it is the commission that will decide, that will validate lahat po ng consultants report. So Hindi ko lang po masagot ng diretsahan kasi po hindi ko po alam kung ano po yung report na tinutukoy po.
Sige po, Chair. Maybe I'll just submit to you in writing what I have para
Sige, ma'am.
salamat,
Opo.
Chair, para mas maipaliwanag nyo sa akin. Kahit in writing din na lang before
Yes, ma'am.
the plenary. At salamat din sa pagbanggit nyo sa cybersecurity dahil yan din ay isang ni-raise namin a few years ago already dun sa mga committee hearings na pinamunuan din ni then Senate Energy Committee Chair Sherwin Gatchalian regarding NGCP. So, last question ko po, Chair, on the pamaskong handog. What mechanisms would you institute so that delays in WACC recalibrations will not happen again? And by the way po, kaya nyo po bang tukuyin, i-identify yung ERC officers na yung central task dapat nila noon ay siguruhin na yung mga tariff ay ipepeg, no? Ay i-set sa fair levels, pero parang simpleng sumabay na lang doon sa WACC adjustment delays na unfortunately na-enable ni dating Chair De Banadera.
Ang grupo po na in charge sa rates, yung tinatawag po nating Regulatory Operation Service sa ERC, sila po talaga yung in charge sa hindi lang po sa transmission rates, pati ho sa distribution rates, pati sa PSA, pati po sa UCME. Sila po nagko-compute ng lahat ng yon. At yung kanina nga pong pinakita ko, over the years, sila po talaga yung nalagasan ng maraming tao. So, hindi ko din po, siguro po may rin po inaaral din po namin kung paano ba nangyari ito, paano ba natin maiiwasan ulit mangyari ito in terms of the people. And isa nga po na initiative po namin para maiwasan ito is to institutionalize digital solutions. Kasi po habang nakaasa tayo dun sa tao na nagko-compute, ang tao po may 24 hours lang in a day kung di pa siya matutulog. Pero kung meron po tayong digital solutions naiiwan sa ahensya, kahit umalis yung tao, yun pong kasanayan naiiwan sa ahensya, yung kagalingan, yung karunungan dun sa paggawa ng rate tracing.
Institutional memory.
Opo, may iwan dun sa ahensya. Opo.
Good, salamat, Chair. So, moving forward, paano hindi mangyayari ulit yung delays sa WACC recalibrations? Bukod sa pag-institutionalize nga ng digital solutions, ano pang mga mekanismo na, ayun din, pang-suporta sa trabaho niyang Regulatory Operations Service?
Apo. Meron po kaming nilagay dito sa amended, dun sa pinublish po naming amended rules, yung sitwasyon po on possible carryover. Pero kung tatanungin niyo po ako, hindi rin po maganda na aasa tayo sa carryover ng rules. Dapat po talaga yung ahensya gagampanan niya po yung trabaho niya. Hindi ko na po alam kung ano pa pong siguro po we can think of other ways kung paano ma-ensure na yung ahensya gagawin niya sa tamang oras, yun pong inaasahan po sa kanya.
Salamat, Chair. Okay, fair enough. Siguro sasabayan na lang din kayo ng Senate Committee on Energy as you institutionalize and or rather operationalize these mechanisms moving forward. Sige po. Moving now to Chair Sherwin, sabihan niyo lang ako if my time is up. So moving forward, Chair, to the least cost monitoring. Ito talaga yung isang sa presentation yung naabutan ko na pinaka-attractive, no? Yung secure the lowest cost supply scenario. So ito naman particularly least cost monitoring of WESM purchases by the DUs. So papel nga po ng ERC, i-monitor, i-surveil yung wholesale electricity spot market. At ito po nagiging lalong importante habang numinipis yung supply relative sa tumataas na demand naman. So yung buyers at saka sellers dyan sa spot market, typically nauuna sila, no? Mauuna sa capacity, sa kapasidad ng ERC staff na pansinin kapag yung mga transaksyon ay hindi na pala least cost sa consumer. So baka, Chair, with all due respect, it's time to have even more eyes on the WESM transaction. So unang tanong ko po tungkol dyan, can the least cost pricing monitor be done daily and published on the ERC website? Daily din po for the public to see and to check. At kung pwede pong gawin yan, anong budget ang kakailanganin ng ERC para dyan?
Mr. Chair, apo. Ma'am, napakagandang program. Sana po, bigla po akong napaisip kasi na-visualize ko po yung least cost monitoring daily. Siguro po hindi kaya ng tao. Yan po talaga, I think, system po yung kailangan po natin to do that. But I cannot see why it cannot be done. Kasi nga po, nire-report naman, lahat naman po ito, now that we have a WESM, or at least the areas connected to the, or where WESM is operational, kasi po, Luzon, Visayas pa lang po yun. Palagi ko po may paraan para po gawin yun. But I don't think po tao, maybe yun nga po system. Hindi pa po namin natingnan kung how much it will cost. But it's a very good program na ano po yung aking interest kung sige po. Pag-aralan po namin kung
Yes,
kung
please.
magkano po yan. Apo.
Please do, and then maybe you can just get back to the Senate Committee on Energy about that, and our energy champions like sina Sen Sherwin, kahit pagkatapos na maaprubahan yung budget for next year. So,
Yes, ma'am.
bate po sa brainstorm ng staff ko dito, daily, ibig sabihin na magtatayo kayo ang ERC ng, yun na nga, gaya ng binanggit nyo na, Chair, electronic mechanism para i-monitor on a daily basis yung compliance ng mga distribution utilities, dun particular sa least cost provision. At dahil yung mga purchases naman nila ay largely covered na mga fixed contracts, then yung daily monitor na yon ay titingin talaga dun sa WESM purchases na mga DU. So yun po yung maidadagdag ko pa po sa ideya nung office ko dito. So moving now dun sa, kanina tinanong ko least cost monitoring, moving now dun to the super profits in the ongoing rate resetting exercise. Totoo po ba, Chair, na yung profits ng mga utilities ay nai-inflate din dahil ginagamit yung replacement cost of assets in use sa halip na yung assets na actually ginamit or ginagamit? I'm sure po there are nuances to this. So, can you, in the interest din of time, can you at least just submit a position paper about this tungkol sa dating practice? And baka ito, gustuhin ni Chair mag-initial comment about it. Paano i-advocate ni Chair na i-reform ito?
Thank you po. Ma'am, mag-submit din po kami ng position paper kasi medyo technical din nga po yung paliwanag.
Opo.
Pero ngayon po kasi, with these new rules, with the amended rules na talaga pong hinimay namin, actually hindi ko po sila pinauwi hanggang di namin tapos yung rules, nag-line by line kami. Sinigurado po namin na yun pong value, roll forward methodology na po yung ginamit namin. So hindi na po, dapat po maiwasan yan kung meron mang dating ganun na practice.
Alright, roll forward method. Sige po. Okay, moving now to the possibility of an independent rate audit by COA. Irregularity and lack of transparency have unfortunately been recurring features of how the ERC had operated since EPIRA established it. Iniuulat naman ng mga dating ERC officials yung mga glitches. Kaya lang, Chair, tingin ko po kasi na yung irregularity na yan, naging feature na po, di lamang glitch ng institusyon na ngayon kayo na ang namumuno. And I'm sure there are a lot of fires that you need to put out and a lot of work that you must do now so that we can move forward. if for nothing else, no, para yun namang mga mabubuting probisyon ng EPIRA, pwedeng i-enforce talaga rigorously under your watch. But we also need to look backwards, at ito po yung magiging tanong ko dito. We also need to look backwards para meron po tayong solid information. And well, as few disputes about facts as possible para sa review ng EPIRA, na isa po akong miyembro dito sa Senado na I'm really looking forward to that. So on this, I look, halimbawa sa electricity bill namin sa bahay, at ang dami pong linya, no? So ang tanong ko po, in aid of the EPIRA review, pwede po ba ang ERC at ang DOE ay hilingin sa Commission on Audit na gumawa ng rate audit sa lahat ng mga items na ito? Kasi bilang consumer din, gusto ko pa naman maging confident na I've been paying no more than what was necessary mula nung nag-come into force ang EPIRA. So posible kaya yun, Chair?
Baka po magalit sa akin yung COA kasi po sasabihin nila, di ba trabaho mo yan? Kasi po, yun po yung trabaho po ng ERC na siguraduhin na yung mga rates na pinapasa po sa consumers ay yung tama lang. So, siguro po para sagutin po yung tanong, siguro po yung COA ang pwede niyang i-audit, kami po, kaming mga ahensya. Pero bigyan po sana din kami ng pagkakataon na gawin yung trabaho namin na i-audit at tamang rate yung ipasa po namin. Ayaw ko naman pong dagdagan pa yung trabaho ni COA. Gagawin na lang po namin. At yun naman, I think, I don't know, over the last few weeks that I've been in the office, that's what we really have been trying to do, to rebuild that trust in the agency by not just the investors but also the public, so that they can rely on the decisions of the ERC as protecting the consumers and also balancing it with the interest of our investing community po.
Well, I commend the Chair's desire and intention to rebuild the public's trust, and all the publics, including the investors, of course, and mostly, first of all, the consumers in the agency. So, pero no enthusiasm from the Commission and from the department about asking COA to do such an independent rate audit. Kahit, for example, for just the past year or the past few years. Baka nga, ang resultang noon, baka nga maging dagdag sa trust rebuilding process nyo. Just pushing it once more with this one follow-up question.
Sige po. Bago po sumagot si Sec Popo, yun po kasing pag-set ng rates, ma'am, it really requires a lot of expertise that I think we have, we also in the agency, in the ERC, have been trying to get and to keep. So hindi ko rin po alam kung merong ganun po yung COA. Kaya nga po nabanggit ko kanina, baka magalit sila, sabihin nila. Hindi naman yun kasama sa binibuild nila na complement. So, yun lang naman po yung hesitation ko din doon.
Okay po, Chair. Sec, may comment kayo sa tanong ko, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I can only agree with Chair Mona on that particular point. These are private entities, and they are also subject to audit by private audit firms. And I think we just enhance also the credibility of those that are making the audits on these firms, and make sure that they really perform their functions as well. But I also don't want to add additional burdens to COA, where it has to develop additional expertise on this. Because if we apply the same rules for government, for private sector, we might end up also confusing not only the public but also the policymakers. Thank you.
Salamat din, Sec, Mr. Chair. Though of course, no, yung setting of standards for both public and private entities, lalo na sa isang napakahalagang sektor tulad ng energy is in the interest of all the stakeholders at large. Sige po, fair enough for now. My office and I will do a little more work dito sa ideya namin ng independent rate audit, lalo na bilang paghahanda sa partisipasyon ko sa inaasahan naming review ng EPIRA. Kahit naman kasi yung mga private entities ay lumalahok din at nakikinabang din sa terrain na nilatag ng EPIRA, isang batas ng gobyerno. Okay, and then to my second to the last question, unless Chair Sherwin, I have used up my time in my first
No,
round.
Senator Risa,
Yes,
since
Chair.
tayong dalawa lang naman nandito, so there's no time limit. So
Salamat, Chair.
only time.
Only time. Salamat, Chair. Sige po. So my last two questions po for my first round. So moving po to beyond a reform of rate setting at saka yung ideya nga na babalikan pa namin ng rate audit, yung tanong ng buhay natin sa ngayon, how do we bring prices down? So on cross-ownership, isa sa mga para sa akin heart and soul ng EPIRA, no? On cross-ownership and open access. So yung EPIRA, nag-provide siya ng limitations on cross-ownership at meron ding mga provision para yung mga consumers naman could band together and freely contract with lower cost power suppliers. Liban doon sa mga selected ng distribution utility nila tulad dito sa NCR Meralco. So paano yung implementasyon nitong mga provision pwedeng palakasin under your watch samantalang hindi pa underway ang isang review ng EPIRA?
Okay, so ako muna po. Yun pong sa cross-ownership, every year po naglalabas si ERC nung kanyang tally nung mga capacity ownership po ng mga players po natin. So I think that's published, that's for the public to see, and so far yun po yung transparency aspect nung ating implementation on cross-ownership. It is also implemented in power supply agreements kasi po may limitasyon din po based on EPIRA yung pwedeng mabili ng mga utilities that are also in the generation sector. Kasama po sa evaluation ng power supply agreements whether ERC will allow it or not yung monitoring po ng cross-ownership requirement. Doon po naman sa open access, ito po talaga yung isa sa sinusulong po natin. Hindi lang open access per se but also open access in favor of renewables kasi po may sariling open access rules for renewables. Mas mababa yung threshold, pwede agad pumunta sa market for renewable energy, 100 kilowatts lang yung minimum niya. Sa open access, naka 500 pa lang tayo ngayon. So, pinapagtibay po lahat ng mga programang yon, including net metering rules that are net metering program. Yung susunod nga po naming isang tinitingnan at target namin for 2023 is the implementation of the net metering program in off-grid areas. Kasi po ngayon, nasa on-grid areas pa lang siya. And isa po sa talagang, ewan ko po kung namomonitor po yung nilalagay po namin sa mga website, pero tinitingnan din po namin yung level of implementation even among on-grid distribution utilities and electric cooperatives. Ini-implement ba talaga nila yung net metering program sa mga area nila? Kasi napag-alaman po namin, maraming wala pa rin silang programa dun sa mga areas nila. May customers na gustong mag-apply pero wala silang programa for net metering. So, yun po yung mga hinahabol po nating programs.
Just to give a bird's eye view, Chair, anong percentage na ng bansa ang serviced by net metering programs and infrastructure?
Baka po DOE yung magandang sumagot.
Chair. And then maybe, Sec po also yung sagot nyo kung may dagdag kayo yung paano mapalakas yung implementation ng mga cross-ownership and open access provisions ng EPIRA prior the review.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I will ask Yusek Wimpy to expound on the programs and initiatives to bring down the rates and to make sure that there is adequate supply. But on the net metering, the one of the obstacles, of course, is the having to introduce special meters and so on that entail additional costs. So at this point, it's safe to say that this is not a very significant not a very significant percentage of customers enjoy this particular privilege.
Wala pa pong
And
5%?
no, not not even 5%. So let me ask Yusek Wimpy to expound
Yes,
on the
Mr.
other.
Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Senator Risa, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. First of all, what the Department of Energy did is it is empowering the Consumer Welfare Promotion Office. How it is being done is that right now, because of the passage of the Energy Efficiency Act and the RE Law and the Microgrid Systems Act, kailangan po pagsamasamahin yung mga baraha para mas maganda yung diskarte, para mas mapababa natin yung rates through consumer power of choice. Now, we have divided it into three major sectors, no? Yung prosumer, dyan po pumapasok yung sariling kakayahan ng isang consumer para mag-invest sa mga own use at sa mga pwedeng nakakonekta sa system. Dyan po pumapasok si net metering. At kasama rin po sa options ni consumer yung interruptible load program, kung saan pwede siyang bayaran at kung numinipis yung reserba, pwede siyang kumalas sa sistema at merong mekanismo na nababayaran ng through Energy Regulatory Commission rules, no? Yung interruptible load program participant. Pangatlo, meron po siyang option to contract or to choose renewable energy supplier through the green energy option. Pang-apat, yung retail competition and open access para po doon sa mas malaki. This is a consumer option na pwedeng gamitin ng mga mas malaking consumer ng kuryente tulad ng mga 500 kilowatt and above per month na consumption. At meron din pong directly connected customer. Pero po, ito pong mga to sa consumer options ay pwede pang masuportahan sa tamang pangongontrata ng distribution utilities through competitive selection process. But there has been a misunderstanding on the CSP that it is alone a competition among suppliers. The CSP is also a competition among the participants or the distribution utilities. Because the DUs, if they do not come up with terms of reference that are indeed competitive, hindi natatalo din po sila ng katabing distribution utility nila. So halimbawa sa isang distribution utility na gustong sumunod sa Renewable Energy Act at sa kanyang quota under the Renewable Portfolio Standard na in-increase na nga po ng Department of Energy from 1% to 2.52%. Pag hindi siya nagsa-strategize, pwede po siyang tamaan ng volatility ng prices sa international market at pwede rin siyang tamaan sa exposure niya sa wholesale electricity spot market. So yung competition pong ito ay nakikita na natin sa mga iba't ibang DU. Halimbawa, dun sa House hearing, there was a comparison between Casoreco, Camarines Sur Electric Cooperative 2 and Camarines Sur Electric Cooperative 4. Na tinamaan si Casoreco 2 ng sobrang taas ng electricity rates dahil ang nakakontrata niya malamang ay coal plants. At yung Casoreco 4 ay nakakontrata sa renewables at ginamit yung Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation which has a fixed rate. So, yan pong competition na yan ay dapat mapaalam natin sa ating mga kababayan because the checking, as emphasized by Secretary Lotilla earlier, is that some of the solutions can come from the people themselves or the DU or the electric cooperatives managing the managers of these entities. And also, it is very important because the strategy should be lahat po, no? Lahat ng barahan nakalabas, no? The ancillary services contracting is very important because the most expensive power is snow power. And that has also be coupled with energy efficiency and conservation practices because the cheapest electricity is the electricity that we do not use. So with all these as a combination, the Consumer Welfare and Promotion Office has gone to University of the Philippines, Manila to consult Vice Chancellor Michael T. and the Chancellor there on how we can combine all these strategies for UP Manila, competing with sino mauna sa UP Diliman. Na pinakamagandang kombinasyon on these consumer options, including the aggregation of these buildings to have 1 meter and to exercise the contracting options for the customers. And the CWPO, right now, they're in Bataan, are finalizing, the members of the DOE, the other units, are finalizing the script writing for all customers that may come in and ask for guidance on how to exercise all these options that can be exercised by the consumers po.
Okay. Salamat. Yung ginagawa ng CWPO sa Bataan, i-replicate nyo nationwide? Doon yun na muna ipapilot or the test?
Yung Bataan po, nandun lang po sila para gumawa ng script.
Okay.
Para po sa mga sasabihin po.
Script
ng
writing.
lahat. Inulong po namin sila
Okay,
doon.
may right shock sila.
Apo.
Okay.
Meron po.
Salamat, Yusek. To my last question, and salamat, no, we'll monitor this as part of our preparations also for the hoped for EPIRA review. Lalo na yung aspeto nga ng yung stake at saka yung broader participation ng stakeholders, especially the smaller ones. Last question ko po sa first round, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa total electrification. So yung tapping QTPs, qualified third parties, is one of the main channels through which EPIRA promised to infuse new private capital into the power industry to achieve total electrification in off-grid areas. 20 years po ngayon, pagkatapos ng EPIRA, 12 lang palang QTP projects ang naaprubahan so far. Tapos, ino-operate ng 3 kumpanya lamang. Tapos, may total target households lamang na 13,562. Tapos, dun sa 12 QTP projects na naaprubahan, 4 lang actually ang operational. So, bakit po mukhang hindi nagtagumpay o pumalpak yung QTP program para palawakin yung electricity access sa mga off-grid areas? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yung qualified third party po ay, yes, Madam
Yes,
Senator, Mr. Chair. The QTP has already been replaced by the Microgrid Systems Act. No, so why did we push for the Microgrid Systems Act as it was passed by Congress? It is already a warning to the distribution utilities that have the obligation to connect certain communities with the services of electrification. And the Microgrid Systems Act, whether it be QTP or any other combination, it can be own use, it can be interconnected. The Microgrid Systems Act is a tool for the Department of Energy to identify through the plans of all the cooperatives and the DUs kung ano yung areas na hindi nila kayang mapakoryentehan or ano yung areas na hindi maganda yung serbisyo. It was tagged as unserved or underserved community. And from this plan ng distribution utilities, hindi lumayo na po tayo dun sa QTP na ito lang ang magsosolve, no? One power system. From that plan, i-declare ng DOE yung areas that are open for microgrid systems providers to serve, no? Ipapabidding po natin yon. And the last resort na mag-provide ng energy services, electricity services dito, if no private sector comes in, is still the National Power Corporation under its missionary electrification functions. So, yung mga QTP kasi, umasa rin po kasi siya sa subsidy na nakokolekta ng ng PISAM na pinapadala sa NAPOCOR at distribute sa new power providers and the other private sector participants. Meron din pong move si Department of Energy na i-rationalize yung UCME dahil it does not invite innovations, the use of new technologies for certain areas. And the good point also in the total electrification is we do not only confine ourselves with the UTP, but USEC Garin has asked the Power Bureau and the financial services of the Department of Energy to come up with a menu and comparison of all strategies of electrification from barangay line enhancement to sitio electrification to NIHE, ano yun? Household electrification, yung pagpapalagay ng kuryente sa loob, to solar systems, to having this microgrid combination of all these that can be grid tied. Pwede po pag dumating na si BLEP or si barangay line enhancement ng co-op, pwedeng naka-aggregate net meters sila. So producer din sila as a community na naka-connecta sa system. Marami po kasing kombinasyon dahil sa innovation. So QTP with the UCME was probably as we designed it, hindi siya nakaka-attract ng innovative solutions on the ground.
Okay. Salamat, Yusek. Yung study na iyon, comparative study na pinamumuan ni Yusek Sharon, I think that sounds so interesting at kung pwede.
Isang table lang po yun, pero
isang table
mahirap pong gawin. Mahirap na gawin, pero isang table lang po yun.
Okay. Baka pwede pong, Mr. Chair, humingi ng kopya kina Yusek Sharon sa DOE nung study na iyon. One table man lamang siya. Baka it will also be very instructive for us sa Senate at sa Senate Committee on Energy in particular. Kung pwede, lalong suportahan from the legislative side yung layunin ng total electrification. And just one follow-up, Yusek Rimpi, na-supersede na yung QTP ng Microgrid Systems Act. So, masasalo yung 4 operational out of 12 approved projects previously. Yung 3 kumpanya na operate these, yung 13,000 plus target households, at madadagdagan naman siguro or nadagdagan na since the last time we looked at the numbers of the QTPs.
Malamang po, ma'am, nadagdagan na po. Kasi meron din kaming mga proyekto. Nung nandun pa ako sa DOE na wala ng konti at bumalik. Meron pong mga projects na pumasok. Like in Aborlan, Palawan, because I have been there personally. We have seen a lot of solutions that took in place, that were placed there in that community. Meron ding prepaid system. So meron silang solar battery prepaid system and real time na paggamit ng kuryente. Ang mas maganda po doon kaysa sa Meralco franchise area. Kasi wala pa akong nakitang system na tulad nung nasa Aborlan, na ginawa ng mga taga Romelco, Romblon Electric Cooperative. So,
mabuhay ang
there are
Romelco.
solutions in the rural areas that have been successful. And I think it's a better option considering that the table of use Garin for the cost analysis can be still kasi ito pong solution, ito yung cost. Kung ito yung solution, ito yung cost. Parang 7 yung solutions niya. Pero pag combine nyo pa siya, dinagdagan mo pa ng information communication technology and ability to integrate into the big system, mas maganda po yung magiging resulta for consumer experience. It's the experience of having to monitor your consumption real time It's the choice to whether to load more electricity, and it's also the option to connect to the bigger area, to the bigger grid. And this is Palawan, this is still off-grid. So this is off-grid of off-grid. So ganun po kaliit yung mga nangyari. And it's an electric cooperative
Right, right.
that did it for Paleco.
Yeah.
So yun po yung nangyari.
Mabuhay talaga yung Romelco. Salamat, Yusek, for mentioning them. No, sabi ko nga kanina, isa sa best performing electric co-ops, innovative and maliit man kung successful, kung effective yung kanilang innovations, then pwedeng i-replicate, pwedeng i-scale up. And it's nice to hear yung term yun na consumer experience. Hindi madalas marinig or magamit yan in relation to our power woes as the majority of consumers. At baka pwede pong hingiin din, i-submit na lang in writing sa chair yung update on those low numbers nung QTP era, lalo na ngayon Microgrid Systems Act na ang legal framework nito. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Those are all my questions for the first round, and I can just ask my last few questions in my second round after the chair. Marami pong salamat sa ERC at sa DOE.
Very important question.
Yes,
Yes,
just a point of
Secretary.
information. I actually asked the International Finance Corporation to give us, because they were the consultant QTP program. I asked them to account or to help explain and analyze why most of those failed. Because the most successful ones, like Masbate, are rare, and one others failed. So they they promise to get.
Thank you, Sec. Well,
Salamat,
the
Mr. Chair.
microgrid systems. Yes, Senator Risa.
No, I was just also saying thank you to Sec Popo, Mr. Chair, kasi yung ganong din mga international perspectives about our national experiences, whether successes or failures, instructive din po sa atin. Yun lang po, Chair. Salamat.
Yeah, you're very happy, Senator Risa.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I-chat ko na lang po.
All right, yes. You can send it to. I was going to say, Secretary, that's precisely what we tried to address in the Microgrid System Act, which Chairperson Mona was very active in, and when we were crafting that law, in the technical working group, I remember you shared many concepts that we included in the bill. But the basic concept there is really to give DOE power to launch QTPs in areas where there's no service. We tried to incorporate all the bottlenecks that were experienced by the department in the rollout of the QTPs. No, yeah. Thank you. With the permission of Senator Risa, I have some budgetary questions, some policy questions, but I just want to allow NEA to present already, so we do away with all the presentation, and then we can just ask questions later on. So we'll call on names as well as the budget. The preambles, we all have encountered that in the past now. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to the senators who are present virtually, and also, of course, to Secretary Lotilia, and to my government colleagues. Good afternoon. The presentation of NEA budget will be compliant to the request of the chairman. And if I may start with slide number 2, just for a short presentation on the sequence of presentation, and as shown on the screen, The NEA's mandate or mission is not anymore included. We go directly to the 2021 and first semester 2022 accomplishment and status of electrification corporate targets on 2023 and 2023 COB, NEP by expense class and fund source. And then we have the fund utilization 2021 and 2022. On the next slide, please, on the accomplishment for fiscal year 2021, the National Electrification Administration through the electric cooperatives has energized 1,096 CTOs and line enhancement of 3 barangays, connection of 582,083 consumers, and a national system loss of 10.74%, collection efficiency of NEA 98.39, knowing that NEA is a lending entity for electric cooperatives. Servicing fully paid and loan facilitated of 583.6 million, and a net margin for the period. For 2022, we have a quick look on the energization of CTOs. Our year-end outlook on 2022 was 1,085, and actual accomplishment as of June 30, 2022, we have done 316 CTOs. Consumer connections, our outlook for 2022 is 400,000. Actual as of June 30, 2022 is 270,977. And so far, our system loss, our outlook is 12. We are 11.8% collection efficiency of, this is NEA's collection efficiency. Our outlook is 98.23%. We are presently at 98.5%. Amount of loans facilitated in million pesos. Outlook is 1,200 million, and the actual is 824.3 million. Profitability is positive. And just to give a better view on the CTOs energized as of September this year, we have met or accomplished 534 CTOs. Next slide, please. On the CTO electrification phase 2 on-grid as of June 30, 2022, our target submitted to DBM back then is 2,000, and approved per GAA NAP is 1,085. And as previously mentioned, our accomplishment is 316, and remaining balance of unenergized CTOs 10,847. And for the information of everyone, NEA needs approximately 16.27 B to 22.4 billion for the completion of remaining unenergized 10,847 CTOs. Next slide, please. On the electrification status of electric cooperatives on a combination of on-grid and off-grid as of June 30, 2022, and we have the data that we have 78 provinces in the Philippines, and we have 100% accomplishment, and cities, 90 cities across the country, 100% accomplishment. And for municipalities, this is based on 2015 census data. We have 1,387 municipalities, and all municipalities are energized. Now, the barangays, we have 36,081, and we have 99% accomplishments, and also barangays are not included in the PSA. As everybody knows, the data that we are getting from the PSA is up to the level of municipalities. The barangay data or number of barangays are submitted by the electric cooperatives to the National Electrification Administration. And on the CTOs, we are 85% across the country, off-grid and on-grid, and we have a count of 15.11 million consumer connections served, which is 91%. And next slide. All these accomplishments we have presented are coupled with challenges and hurdles, and I would defer reading all this because it's a one-pager and it will consume time. But we can share these list of hurdles to the committee. On next slide, 2023 corporate targets. We have a target to energize 1,085 on-grid CTOs and connection of additional 500,000 consumers, reduction of electric cooperative system loss to 12%, and NEA collection efficiency of 97.41% on loans due, and loans outlay of 1 billion to electric cooperatives for and a net margin of the year for 2023. If I may expound on the 2023 corporate targets, the NEA's corporate targets for 2023 in partnership with the electric cooperatives includes all those mentioned earlier, the 1,085 on-grid CTOs and the 500,000 consumers additional connections. And I'd like to focus on the release of 1 billion pesos loans to the electric cooperatives to finance the following: capital expenditure projects, renewable energy projects, guarantee releases, working capital requirements, and calamity loans. And next slide, please. 2023 NEP by expense class and fund resource. The slide would show that the fund source for NEA are the corporate funds and the subsidies for projects. For the corporate funds, we have 55% of our NEP by expense class, and that's for the amount of 2.28 billion. And for the subsidies, 45% subsidies for projects at 1.83 billion. That makes the 100% budget. And I'd like to show the comparison of 2022 GAA versus 2023 NEP. And very clearly, our 2022 GAA, a total grant of 4,197.97 million, and the 2023 NEP is 4,126.8 million. We have a 2% reduction of our 2023 approved budget. And I have here a presentation actually of the fiscal year 2021 COA AUM, which is a finely printed two-pager. I think I will skip this, but we can also submit this to the committee. And finally, on the on the one of the reasons for the declared or the findings of COA that the electric cooperatives have unliquidated subsidies amounting to 2,738,852,000. The unliquidated subsidies causes the electric cooperatives in not being able actually to implement the situ electrification projects because of these COA findings and ruling that any electric cooperative with unliquidated subsidies cannot be given a additional or released a new subsidy. And given the 10,845 remaining CTOs to be energized, this is one of the hurdles that we have. And in implementing the electrification mandate of National Electrification Administration through the electric cooperatives. With that, Mr. Chair, NEA is looking at your support whereby we may be able to request for a moratorium on the special provision number 1C of the NEA's fiscal year 2023 COB, whereby a moratorium can be on the unliquidated subsidies can be enacted, and hence the electric cooperatives can further the situ electrification program, Mr. Chair. Because as I've said, this is one of the biggest hurdles we have. There are the reasons for the unliquidated subsidies we will submit, Mr. Chair. And finally, Mr. Chair, talking about the capitalization of the National Electrification Administration to finance the requirement of electric cooperatives, since the Republic Act, RA Republic Act 10531 was declared as law. The capitalization of electric cooperatives, Mr. Chair, which is granted to 25B, is stated in the law. And up to now, Mr. Chair, the capitalization out of the 25 granted to NEA is only 5B. So if the capitalization, for example, Mr. Chair, capital stock increase for the National Electrification Administration, Mr. Chair, is granted, NEA will be able to have funding to finance, for example, additional ESERF or rehabilitation of electric cooperatives during calamities, instead of being dependent on the ESERF, where we are given, as of now, 200 million out of the 750 million allocated to us. So there's a flexibility in the operations of the National Electrification Administration, Mr. Chair, if the capital share of the NEA will be released. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
And just to make a minor correction about what I stated earlier, the Dreams project in Aborlan, Palawan, hindi Romelco yung gumawa, pero yung Association of IEC, yeah, the IEC was the one who did it, but it's still headed by the GM of Romelco. So yun lang po, just for a minor correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusek, for that clarification. I'll go to some questions, and thank you, Senator Risa, for staying with us. Later on, if you have any questions to NEA, we can direct that to NEA. I'll go to some basic budgetary questions to DOE. And I was looking at the fund utilization rate from 2016 to 2021. It will be flash on the screen. It's a very erratic utilization. In terms of obligation rate, the highest was 89, then went down to 70s. But if you look at the red line, which is the disbursement rate, the highest is about 69%. But then it never breached 70% for the last 6 years, Mr. Secretary. So clearly, one of I'm sure you know this, and we all know this, that DBM looks at the utilization rate of budget, and I understand also from the notes that DOE requested for 3 billion, I think, in terms of proposed budget, no, of which only 2.2 was given, no, and I think part of the reason is because of the utilization rate. I just want to ask Secretary, what are the steps that the DOE will be undertaking to correct the utilization rate of monies allocated to DOE, specifically the disbursement rates, because that seems to be the problem for the last 6 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Definitely, we have taken steps, and at least for the 2022 budget, we have identified steps in order to accelerate the use of the funds available for the remaining part of the year. And we hope to significantly improve on the utilization rate as reflected there. A number of the, I think, for example, a number of things that you have provided through your initiative, for example, on the nuclear and so on, were delayed as well by for example, the national policy on nuclear policy should have been approved by 2020, but then it was not released until first quarter of 2022. So therefore, a number of activities that were dependent on that approval were not carried out at the time. So we hope to be able to do those during the remaining quarter, not even a quarter, less than a quarter ahead of us.
Secretary, moving forward, because this seems to be a systemic issue and a recurring issue also. Of course, I'll be defending the budget on the floor. I just want to be enlightened moving forward for the next few years. What will be the major reforms that the department will be undertaking in order to improve utilization rates of budget?
Senator, for example, on the case of the total electrification project, which DOE cannot implement directly, then we're asking for a special provision, which Yusek Garin can explain. That's one of the things that we're doing, and Director Navarro can expound on the other steps that we'll be taking. We have sat down with our newly minted undersecretaries, and part of their task is precisely to ensure that the utilization rates go up, and they have lined up activities for those. So we want to be able to do that. And then for the IT expenditures, again, finishing the plan that was required by DBM is important, and not only in being able to submit it, but that in fact it reflects the priorities of the department. So we will be doing that as well, because we do take note that oftentimes it is not the plan and the programs that drive the budget, but it is a case where it's the budget that was approved that becomes the basis for planning and programming. So we hope to reverse that process and therefore have a better utilization rate.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As instructed by the Secretary, Mr. Chair, we have started assessing the unspent, unobligated, and then, yes, the obvious low utilization rate. It's not we have identified the areas already. And one solution that we have found is the multi-year appropriation for projects or activities that should be consistently appropriated every year, Mr. Chair. For example, even just for subscriptions for the IT side, Mr. Chair. And in terms of the TEP, the Total Electrification Project, we do understand that there was no movement for a year or 2 years, Mr. Chair. There were technicalities in terms of liquidation, as well as requirements of the COA for us to issue guidelines on how we will, before we can even download the funds to the NPC and NEA. So now, seeing that, Mr. Chair, we have talked to the two agencies and we have identified, we know that the projects have already been identified. So we proceeded with all the requirements, even though the previous projects haven't been liquidated, sir. So we are moving forward with the budget, and we are aware of the low utilization. We will address that, and we will attempt to be at 100% utilization by the end of the year, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek. Since you opened up the TEP, I'll flash also the utilization rate. Well, one of the reasons why the overall budget has a low utilization rate partly is because of the TEP also. It's been a roller coaster ride if you see the graph. Sometimes it's the obligation is 99%, sometimes it's less than 1%, so it's inconsistent, no? And I think partly because of the policy on TEP, and I asked this during the past administration that in terms of electrification, there's NEA and there's DOE, no? But I understand also that DOE downloads this 500 million to NEA and also to NPC. But part of the requirement is for the recipient to liquidate, and that's where the problem comes in, no? Because we all know, I'm sure Sharon knows this because she was a part of the. She was a congresswoman before. It's very difficult to liquidate if you give it to some of the local agencies. So, in my opinion, the TEP policy should be looked at, the Total Electrification Program, whether DOE should continue that or it should be delegated to NEA. There seems to me a incoherent direction when it comes to total electrification.
Mr. Chair, we do. Yes, the problem is some technicalities that shouldn't be a problem, but we have found with a slight provision in the GAA, Mr. Chair, if we can just provide that it will go directly from. We do. I hope you don't misunderstand that we don't. Na ayaw namin yung budget, sir. We do because there are some DOE by itself compared to NEA has different points of view also in some programs, and it will help DOE in its programs. So if we have the TEP, but it's the liquidation part that's the problem. So one suggestion of our finance bureau is like a special provision in the GAA that the TEP funds shall be directly allocated and extended to NEA para hindi siya subject to liquidation. We just continue with the funding, sir. If that's
you said directly, let's just put it directly to NEA. It's a policy decision on the part of DOE, no? Because in the past we respected that policy. I remember talking about this many times, and the policy there was for DOE to have that flexibility to energize certain areas. No, and that's also another point of concern. What is the selection criteria? No, because with NEA, there's a list of selection criteria, but with DOE, it seems to me it's not so clear. No, and more so, it's downloaded to different agencies. So it's policy question on the part of DOE, but if we will be giving it, we will put a special provision there. Then why not just give it directly to NEA, no, and make NEA accountable since the secretary is the chairman of NEA. No?
Chair, it's I think what Yusek Sharon was explaining is that there can be different classifications and competing priorities. For example, in the case of SPAG areas, NPC had before energized certain areas of the province of. These were special projects, but at the time, given the requirements that they were not connected to the grid, they were classified as totally energized. But then, given today's standards, where there is a more efficient connection to the distribution utility in Masbate, those are now the ones which are disadvantaged with only 4 hours of electricity. So, under NEA's guidelines, they're already considered totally energized. And therefore, they have not been able to provide funding because their program is now with sitio electrification, not barangay electrification. So if the TEP is there, then we can provide the funds to NPC, and then NPC can be the one to carry out the electrification of those remaining barangays in Masbate. Yes. Just an example. So, but definitely we will resolve all of this in preparing the 2024 budget. So for 2023, we are having a firmer list and the criteria from DOE side, but it will still be unloaded to NPC and NEA for for implementation. Yeah.
When the funds are lodged under DOE and unloaded to the two departments, the two departments, does it use a different selection process as to their own electrification program? Like for example, in NEA, they have SEP. Diba? It's about 1.6 billion. And then DOE will now download a portion of the fund. No? Will NEA use a different criteria for the SEP and a different criteria for the DOE downloaded fund? Or is it lumped together? And because if it's the same, then why not just go straight? No? So that the accountability is much clearer. Because right now it's in one step and then another step. No?
Can I just answer that, sir? When in a bigger picture, Mr. Chair, NEA actually requested 3 billion for its sitio electrification. It has 1 billion, 1.3 billion, as I understand. We hold it close to our heart, the TEP, because it will add to the electrification also. But should the good chair deem it more logical to put it under NEA and just add more more budget for the sitio electrification plus the barangay electrification, then that would be, I think we can work better that way, Mr. Chair.
In other words, this is a something like a flexibility given to the secretary in terms of total electrification. Just to be, I don't want to, the TEP, I don't want it to be labeled as a lump sum / fund. No? So just for transparency, yeah, just submit to the committee later on the criteria or the standards being used to identify areas that will fund. And then late for 2023, just submit to the committee what are the areas that the TEP intends to energize.
Yes, sir. We have the list actually ready for
Okay.
for the 2023.
Yeah, just submit to us. I understand that I think the secretary wants flexibility, no, and we just want to make sure that that flexibility is also well covered with criterias and standards, no.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, my
Go ahead.
apologies, sir. Also, there's NEA, if I can just speak, because this is also about energy. NEA has sitio electrification and barangay electrification, as mentioned by the Secretary previously. And sitio electrification has funding, Mr. Chair. The barangay does not. And there are barangays that do not have electrification yet. So we cannot, NEA cannot portion their budget to barangays without that are totally are not included in their list because it's baka makuha sila, sir, eh. So I think that's also one of the concerns of NEA, Mr. Chair.
Bakit kaya? Nasa law na sitio ang gamit ng law?
In the Appropriations Act.
Yeah, I know. Sa appropriations sa law, hindi bakit? Okay nga. So why cannot NEA design the program na imbis na sitio, ganyan barangay?
That's why the proposal is just to place barangay sitio/sitio because they will be co-able.
Kasi every sitio is located in a barangay, definitely. Bakit nga ganun? Bakit tayo nagsitio? Para may panibago tayong sakit ng ulo na mag-argue yung co-able kayo. Ba't di nyo... Kasi kung hindi siya law, that means gawa-gawa ninyo yung problema eh. Kung law kami, ayusin namin. If the sitio is the word found in the law, ayusin namin. Barangay. But if that's how you designed your program, you make it barangay.
Just to add, no, the way I understand it, kasi before it was marami yan eh. Merong National Household Electrification, merong, there's so many programs, no? And there, I forget which year, it was lumped together into SEP. Tama ba, Director Navarro? Marami yan eh. May National Household Intensified something, ano,
Yes.
tapos
Yes,
it was lumped into one SEP to simplify things. And sitio electrification program. And the logic for that, if I understand it correctly, because sitio is a smaller part of the barangay, you know? So you target the micro aspect of the barangay. So the more sitio, eventually, the more sitio you target, eventually the more barangay you target. So that's how I understand it. Nampalit ito eh at one point, no? So that's the logic while it's SEP.
Kasi you use the excuse na ganon. So wala nang ganon. Yes, sir. Maybe listen to Mr. Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, there's a program, we call it Barangay Line Enhancement Program, meaning the circuitry or yung distribution system sa barangay ay na-establish na kasi noong 2015 pa na census. Tapos nag-expand si barangay, then within the barangay itself, hindi nag-create ng bagong sitio. So yun yung sinasabi namin na Barangay Line Enhancement Program. Then tapos, Mr. Chair, yung sitio naman, of course yun yung outskirts ng barangay. So yun ang tinarget na I am made to believe na program ito ni President Pinoy Aquino, yung sitio, to target the smaller areas of a barangay. So parang kaya naku-confuse nga actually nung nasa house kami ni Yusek Sharon, sinabi na lang nga barangay line enhancement / sitio kasi holistic naman yung tingin dapat talaga. Yun, Mr. Chair.
Secretary, if I may suggest, no, I think because if you look at the budget, it seems to me mayroong incoherence, no? You have TEP, you have SEP, and then you download to NPC, which they buy generators from on their part. So moving forward, it's a policy issue that we should create just one program for electrification. That's what we suggest, so that it will be clear in the budget who will be responsible. If it's NEA who's responsible for all the electrification, then we lodge it there to NEA's budget. If it's all generator problem, then we lodge it to NPC. So we leave it to the department to decide, because that's a policy direction that you need to think about. And the TEP has been here for many times, and every time we ask about this, and it seems there's confusion on how this electrification program should be rolled out.
They will be guided by that, Senator.
Another issue that I want to talk about, Secretary, and this has been discussed later on, is also I'll go to a policy issue on nuclear, no? And over the past many years, the Senate has allocated close to about 200, almost 260 from 2018 to 2022, 260 plus million. And I understand also that the utilization rate of this is quite dismal. No, in fact, it was not used at all. And here, I just want to flash it, no, on the screen. To include 2023 is about 291 million. Oh, can you go back? Balik. Go back. About 291 million since 2018. And then if you look at the utilization rate, next is there. No? You can see that the obligation rate is very low. No? So meaning hindi talaga nagamit yung pondo, no? In this particular case. So, and then this year the department is requesting for 25 million, for additional 25 million. So my point here is, in the past, the budget allocated is not being used, as evidenced by the low obligation rate. But in 2023, the department is asking for another 25 million. So just give us a sense of direction, no? Because if you look at purely on the budget side, parang there's no intention of moving forward, because the budget being allocated is not being used. No? And then again, here we are again, there's a request for 25 million. So give us a sense of direction where this nuclear agenda is going, and what the 25 million will be used, and what are the just basic concepts that we will see in the next in 2023, no? So that we'll have a good sense of direction on where the nuclear agenda is going.
Senator, let me ask Director Sino Cruz to explain to you the plans for this and why there was a low utilization rate in the previous years. But for moving forward on the 25 million, among the things that are programmed to be done is the study of possible sites. There were sites that were identified way back before the Bataan nuclear power plant was decided. Then there have been some additional potential sites as well. So instead of waiting for the regulatory and legal framework to be finalized, and then only to do the siting studies, the to proceed in parallel and have the siting studies done, especially because the budget utilization would be required for assembling a multidisciplinary group to do it. And therefore, we will also be training, in effect, people in order to be able to do that. Let me ask Director Sino Cruz to explain the details.
So, thank you, Secretary. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So, with regard to the low utilization of the nuclear budget, because at that time, the assumption was the national position will be issued in 2018. But it did not happen. And when we submitted to the Office of the President requesting for the national position, the Office of the President recommended to expand the NEPIO to include the other agencies. So while waiting for the issuance of the national position, what we did was to conduct a series of trainings. However, we did not spend much because this is under the technical cooperation under the IAEA. So marami yung series of trainings that we conducted in the 19 infrastructure issues of the IAEA. Aside from the IAEA, we are also have technical cooperation with the Japanese government on their program. So dalawa ho yun with the IAEA and JICC. So as mentioned earlier by our Secretary, so we are planning now to do the revalidation or validation of the initially identified sites, both for the conventional as well as for the small modular reactor. So we had a meeting with the PNRI, forming the team that will conduct the siting with PNRI, PHIVOX, EMB, DOE, and another agency. And this will be programmed by next year po.
Bakit ganun? But if you look at the year by year, there's always a request. But 48 million in 2018, 48 million 2019, 97 million 2020, and all of this were given by the Senate. Every time you come here, because we of course we respect the policy direction, we don't want to stifle the direction of the department, so we funded it. But it was never disclosed to us that in the absence of that overall the overall national position, these budgets will be pushed back, no? Because every year meron eh. And it was never disclosed. That's why we kept on giving because we thought it's mutually exclusive. Even though there is zero national position, the research will continue. So how come ganun na nangyari, and then now we're back to again another 25 million.
Mr. Chairman, yung nabanggit nyo bang 260 million, yun yung over the years, sinuma total nyo po yun?
Yes.
Sige, okay. Sige, thank you. I get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the request for budget, I think is in anticipation that the national position will be released, because the big ticket project that we need to undertake is the siting. The initial sites identified, I think 13 for the conventional, and I think 15 for the small modular reactor. Although in 2018 we were able to conduct a nationwide survey, we commissioned the SWS with regard to this perception survey. On the studies conducted, we were able to complete one study on the integration of nuclear in our energy mix. We showed, I think, 6 or 7 scenarios for this, and minimal lang ho yung gastos doon because this is also with the technical assistance from the IAEA. So there's a fellowship we sent a team, a research team, to Vienna to complete this study in 2018. And part of the expenses also was the hosting of the Integrated Nuclear Infrastructure Review by the IAEA. So we also drafted our self-evaluation report based on the 19 infrastructure issues. So in-evaluate ho tayo ng IAEA based on our self-evaluation. So these are all, these were conducted in 2019, 2018 and 2019. And in 2020, because it's pandemic, so halos ho lahat yan is the trainings conducted through virtual ho until 2021, even up to this year.
Mr. Chair. Even though without the national position, Mr. Chair, I think the agency has been also doing some activities in order to comply with the 19 infrastructure issues, sir. These are not just easy issues that they have to tackle. These are national position, national security, nuclear security, acceptance, education, everything else. You have to be prepared. We cannot go proceed with nuclear energy and just create a regulatory framework. We have to be prepared. We have to follow the international standards. It is quite a tedious task, but I think it's the best way forward. We are open to the technology, but as the Secretary always say, we have to ensure that the constituents are safe enough for us to use it. So I think it is correct naman, sir, that in preparation, even before the national position was issued, I think they've been preparing, whether it's training of the DOE or other agencies. They've been preparing for us to finish with the 19 infrastructure issues. They've collapsed this to 10, to 4. I understand. It will make it easier. And we already have a multi-agency committee. I forgot what the name was. NEPIAC?
Yeah.
NEPIAC, interagency. This will be the interagency that will accomplish the 19 infrastructure. And we do, since considering that the present administration has also made pronouncements about this technology, I think 2023, we will probably most need the budget, Mr. Chair.
Just, well, I was actually quite fortunate that during the time of Senator Coco was the Senate President, we went to IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Administration. And one of the things that I learned there, we had a good encounter, is confidence building. Confidence building. And to be honest about it, and this is from my point of view, the legislature is kept in the dark. And there's budgets being allocated, but the legislature is kept in the dark in terms of where is it going, the feasibility, and even the economics of it. We don't even know if it's going to be cheap or not, because our trip when we went to Slovenia and we talked to the plant there, which is exactly the same as our plant here, it's not that cheap, because of the modifications throughout the year. So my point of the matter there is, while the nuclear agenda is moving at the executive side, but the legislature is not kept abreast. And I think there'll come a time also that a lot of these regulatory requirements will need laws. And I think at this point, we're not even, ako personally, I'm not even convinced yet whether it will be economical for us. The technology, more or less, I'm convinced. But in terms of economics, I'm not even convinced yet, because I haven't seen anything. So my point there is, moving forward, I think the confidence building and engagement should be improved. I think what happened is na divide. And that's why we feel a lot of maraming question marks in our mind, and it's very difficult to move. forward. No?
Well, thank you for that, Senator. So I think you would welcome it that I've asked Dr. Rowena Guevara, who is now the president of Transco. She was the former undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology and a PhD in electrical engineering and former dean of the UP College of Engineering, to work on the science and technical side of it. So she will be working with our people and with USEC Sharon here on the legal and regulatory framework so that the proper information can be given, and we would like to assure you that she will be involved in engaging with you on the steps that we are going to take here. Now, part of that, as you said, is on the economics of it. But I like to put it this way, we actually have an actual experience of a nuclear power plant that was built, ready to go, but never produced a single watt. So that is part of our historical baggage. And because of a change in political administration. This is not unique to us in terms of changes in the political attitude. There is the ability of our people, therefore, to sustain support for a particular option. And so it is important that we build a strong national and local consensus so that that consensus is going to survive across administrations. So we definitely are going to work with you on working on the legal and regulatory framework. The IEA requirements require us to take a look not only at the planning and construction side, but to look at the entire life cycle of a nuclear plant, including disposal. So these are quite tough decisions. And then on the economic side, we will have to address the policy issue of is the state going to run the nuclear power plant and therefore revise our policy that power generation is going to be private sector led? Or are there policy alternatives, including having private sector run a nuclear power plant? Now, if it's modular, 50 megawatts or thereabouts, I guess it is within also the the capability of private sector. So we also look at other models in other countries where they have allowed private sector to do so. But it means we have to have the strong regulatory framework. And as you have mentioned briefly, in other countries, we'll have to make a choice. It is a case of a multi-agency regulatory framework in order to have checks and balances, or we have a centralized one. So these are the part of the policy decisions that would have to be made on the regulatory framework.
In terms of policy, Secretary, let me just ask you this, and just to put on record, that the policy to move forward is to start working on the foundations to use nuclear power as part of our energy mix.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. The key really is diversification of our sources of energy and sources of power, and therefore we should already consider including the nuclear into our energy mix. And that's why the planning, energy planning under Yusek Quimpi and Director Cruz. Sino Cruz will be going into that when we prepare the next edition of the Philippine Energy Plan. That will complement the Philippine Development Plan.
Mr. Chairman, okay lang, para na yung mahaba-habang usapan pa to eh. Talaga matagal pa, pero siguro find a way na umpisahan ang public debate through the intervention or the action of the DOE. Start the public debate na. Pag-usapan na natin na na 'di ba? Kaysa sa magdebate ng taong bayan kung maganda ito o hindi, kanya magre-research naman yung iba. Basta kami ni Senator Win, galing kami sa Crisco Nuclear Power Plant, kamukha nitong ating Bataan. The output has been distributed since the time it functioned between Croatia and Slovenia, ang power hati. But the waste have always been with Slovenia. Okay. Pagpunta namin sa Croatia, tinanong ko yung host namin doon, how about splitting the waste, the custody of the waste? Nasagot, over our dead body. Okay. So, sama na natin sa debate ngayon yan. I mean, yung na yan. So, let us start the debate on the issue kasi maganda eh. Magandang issue. Tapos may modular pa pala ngayon. 50 megawatts. So, ang bataan natin is 600 something, di ba? So, yeah. 1/10, less than a tenth pa nga nun. So, may mga modular na pala ngayon. So, well, we will not I will not close my mind, pero umpisahan na natin ang debate dyan, ang discussion.
That's the reason why you organized that study tour.
Pili naman ako sa IAEA. Ang ginaranti naman tayo na IAEA, we are not endorsing nuclear power. Basta sinasabi lang namin sa inyo, ito yung rules. Oh. If you want to adopt nuclear power, yung sinabi ni Sharon na alam ko yung mga 19 something, marami, checklist yan. You have to or acts that you need to do, parang gano'n. No? So, we know that.
Secretary will be, the new administration will be adopting EO 164. This is the executive order adopting a national position.
Yes.
For nuclear energy and for other purposes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we need to revisit and reverse because this has, I think, the reason why there was a delay was because they also had to study it well. And it was endorsed not only by one agency, but several agencies, including the economic agencies of government.
It's voiced about by our minority leader and I myself. I'm open to looking at this technology, and that's the reason why over the years the Senate funded the study on nuclear, so that both the executive, the legislative, and the entire country will learn the benefits, also the risk, as well as the economics of it. And if there's a way to already start a formal engagement with the legislature, both the lower house and the Senate. In fact, if there's a way to include that in the NEPIAC, the Interagency Council, if there's a way to include the legislature, because later on naman, pupunta rin dito I'm sure Yusek Sharon knows this. So it's better to already start the engagement early. Because there's so many talks about it and the learning curve is so steep. Even though we both are open, but learning the technicalities will take time. So that's a suggestion that the department might think about.
We agree, Senator.
Senator Risa, are you? Do you have any questions?
Not about this. Not about nuclear energy, Mr. Chair. I've shared several times that ito po yung issue kung ba't ako naging aktivista as a teenager in high school. And I find that most of our fundamental objections then remain valid. So I would participate in the debate that my minority leader is proposing. But I think I'm more close than open to this option as far as our energy mix is concerned. Lalo na po, mas marami pa po tayong, sabi nga ni Sec kanina, mas marami tayong indigenous sources of renewable energy. And the economics, I think, also weighs more heavily on the side, not on the side of nuclear energy. But at the proper time, Mr. Chair, I do have a few more questions for my second round, kung pwede po. Back to ERC and...
Yeah. Let me just finish a few more items, Senator Risa. And before I continue, let me recognize the presence of our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda. My next policy question, Secretary, is on the issue of Malampaya. And things I've read in the papers that the DOE has already approved the purchase of prime infrastructure. And the DOE, I don't have any papers yet, but the DOE has already reviewed its technical, financial, and legal qualification and deemed it qualified to take over the asset. They will eventually own specs, correct? And they will eventually operate the Malampaya oil field. So, Secretary, just give us an update on that. And where we are, and just give us a summary, not the entire detail of the review, but where we are in terms of the Malampaya gas project.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, in the case of Malampaya, I always say that I wish I were making the decision 6 to 8 years ago, not now. Because as you know, at that time, for example, Shell and Chevron were enthusiastic about continuing. But times have changed. And we have already lost the supply of 1,200, equivalent to 1,200 megawatts of Ilihan. The field has been depleted because it's a finite resource. And therefore, now our options are far more limited than 6 to 8 years ago. But even under imperfect conditions, we have to make the best decision for the country. And so on the part of PNOCEC, the Exploration Corporation that owns 10% of the interest in the consortium, it has done its own due diligence and has provided its consent, but deferred announcement of its consent until after DOE has made its review. Now, way back in 2007, I had signed that department circular that required a review of transfers of interest. And this time, there is no legal question about that because even the parties themselves submitted to the review by the Department of Energy. Now, these two reviews, one for consent and one for approval, more or less move in parallel, even though they were separate. And the Department of Energy tried to hew as closely as possible to the periods that were required, that are contained in that department circular, pursuant also to Presidential Decree 87, which is the framework for the upstream. The review of the Department of Energy was on the technical, the financial, and the legal side. And at the end of the process, it was headed by Undersecretary Alessandro Sales, who could not be with us today. but he is a geologist who used to be also with the private sector. Now, throughout this process as well, we have asked to be the financial was headed by Director Navarro here, and the whole process was participated by the different bureaus and at different levels of the Department of Energy. And at the end of the day, we came to the conclusion in view of Shell's very clear statement that it is not interested in the upstream sector anymore of the Philippines, that here is willingness and eagerness on the part of a Philippine company to take over the interest of Shell as operator, and this distinguishes this from the previous sale of Chevron, because Chevron was not the operator of Malampaya. So with the purpose always in mind that one, we need to maximize the use of the resources, and secondly, with an eye to achieving the objectives of PD87, which is to maximize the development of the resource, including the near fields, then the process of review of the DOE was premised on that. And from the global standpoint of a global operator like Shell, given the uncertainties regarding the COA disallowance of the taxes due from the service contractor being part of the 60% of the net share of government, the other uncertainties as well, then it was what is this? It simply was not interested in developing the near fields, which to us is an important part of the resource, because within Service Contract 38, there is still potential of tapping the near fields. And we should do it at a time when the main field of Malampaya Camago has not yet been fully depleted, so that we don't have to drill separately for all those other near fields. And therefore, they would have to feed into the main reservoir, and therefore we can still use the same platform and use the same lines. So when in brief, Mr. Chairman, we made sure that one, the one who will acquire the specs or the Shell interest would have the financial capability, and since it will be acquiring specs, which has Filipinos who have run the Malampaya project for several years now, and by bringing in as its own separate contribution, a former or the first Filipino to head the Malampaya project back into the project, we were assured that from a technical side, they have the people who are committed to run this and to run it well. So the qualifications are there, and they have an arrangement that these people will be available not only at the time of the sale, but during the period of operation they will be there. And then on the financial side, we made sure that the whole structure was analyzed vertically, and that that specs, which will be the one to take care of it, is fully enjoys the full financial backing of Prime Infra, which is also a Filipino company. So with those assurances, which we have expressed in our approval and incorporated into the department's approval, we have formally notified them of that. And Shell and Prime will go through a transition, and at the end of which it will be fully turned over to Prime as the 45% interest and operatorship of Malampaya.
Secretary, in this particular case, did Prime Infra voluntarily subject themselves to the circular DC 2007 and PD 87 as the basis?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. They from the start, they indicated to DOE that they were going to submit to it. But even from the from DOE standpoint, it would have been required anyway, because here Specs, which is a subsidiary of Shell, was the one that is an affiliate of Shell, and if Specs is going to be acquired by Prime Infra, it loses its affiliate status of Shell, and therefore brings into operation the language of PD 87 and the department circular, that if the transfer is to one which is no longer an affiliate, it will have to be subject to approval of the DOE.
He had to ask that because in the case of the Chevron portion, they had a different legal position in which, since it is purely a private-to-private transaction, government should not enforce DC 2007 and PD 87, no? Because it's a private-to-private transaction, no? So it's a different, they had a different legal position at that time, no? Which I don't agree. And that's why we had that whole investigation happened. Chevron was sold to Odena. No? So, Secretary, I won't go into the details anymore. No, I will leave it to the Energy Committee to go deeper into that. But may we request for documents on the evaluation, on the communication between the applicant and also between the department, most especially the process of evaluation. No? We asked the same thing when we evaluated the Chevron portion when it was sold. No?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, we
Thank
would
you.
be happy to share with you. This is, of course, a pioneering activity on the part of DOE as well, because we have never had a review like this before. So in its precedent setting, we're setting the procedures and processes, and I think that Congress would also benefit in looking into our procedures and requirements in this regard. Thanks.
You anticipated this, Secretary, because you promulgated DC 2007.
Well, I'm not as prescient as you suggest, Mr. Chairman. I had no crystal ball to say that I was going to be here and to go through this review, but I look forward to the time when many such reviews would have to be needed, because that means that we have been successful in exploring other parts of the country and doing it successfully. Thank you.
Secretary. And last on this topic, no, I just want to show this slide because I'm quite concerned. And you mentioned this in your explanation, or also the output coming from Malampaya has been decreasing for the last almost 4 or 5 years. No? And in fact, from the peak in 2019, almost 77,000 million metric tons of standard cubic feet was already lost, no? Almost 50% from its peak in 2019. This is a short-term concern, and I'm sure you know about this. In fact, you mentioned earlier that almost 1,000 megawatts already was affected because of this depletion in output. So, in the short term, Secretary, how do we address this? And we're already being plagued by red alerts in past few years, and this is not good for the electric power industry. So, how do we address this in the short term, and give us some updates on intervention projects that will avoid losing 1,000 megawatts of power?
Mr. Chairman, then we would have to address the next stage, which I do not want to what is this? It's not a case where, or it's a case where I don't want to say that there is already an application, because we still don't have an application for extension of the service contract. But as you can see, if we are going to have the Malampaya near fields explored and developed, then we would need to do it at the soonest possible time. So I anticipate that there will be an application for extension, and we would have to attend to it at the soonest time possible. But we have already lost that opportunity, where the decline could have been arrested, and therefore we would have to run Ilihan on other, not from from condensed natural gas from Malampaya, but it would have to run on some other fuel. So one would be, of course, if the floating supply and regasification units come on board as soon as possible, then it can help supply Ilian. But the other, of course, is that if worse comes to worse, we have discussed the possibility of running at least half of or 1 unit of Ilian on diesel. Now that would be more expensive, but at least we are assured of supply for half of the 1,200 megawatts of Ilian.
Secretary, I saw also in your presentation that by Q1 of next year, the first gen FSRU will be coming online. Is this on schedule?
This is not likely to be in the first quarter, and that's why, Mr. Chairman, the first half of next year would be difficult, and we need every source of power we need in order to bridge that period. And that's why we have been working with all the parties concerned. On the one hand, I've asked Yusek Wimpy to attend to these issues on the supply side, and Yusek Sharon to help address on the transmission constraints, because we have constraints on delivering power. There is stranded power from Bataan coming to what is this, to Manila, Metro Manila, and having that in time for the difficult months would be important. Then we have also some solar plants that are coming also on stream towards the first quarter of this year. And that also requires transmission line and substation access in order to be utilized. So that would help address some of these things. But we are also encouraging, as Yusek Quimpi had emphasized a while ago, own use facilities to be put up by companies for their own use, because there they don't need to go through the many requirements for as long as it's for their own use or for non-commercial purposes. So these are some of the things that we are doing. For Visayas and Mindanao, again, we hope that NGCP will be on time in energizing the Mindanao to Visayas interconnection, because if from the 2023 scenarios that we have given you, there would be at least 400 to 800 megawatts potential capacity that will be stranded in Mindanao. So up to Visayas and eventually Luzon will be by addressing the transmission constraints.
To the transmission concerns later on, Secretary. But so this one, the Q1 2023, the interim FSRU terminal of first gen will not happen.
Not likely, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So by first quarter of next year, to be challenging. Yeah. Well, Secretary, just to address that decreasing output of Malampaya, I know that you mentioned some strategies. Just submit to the committee how to address that, no? Just point by point so that will be guided accordingly. Yeah.
We will do so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. And I won't go into this anymore, but in the budget for 2021 and 2022, we put 40 million for an energy transition study, 10 million for a waste to energy study, and then 4.25 million for a QTP study. Also 20 million to come up with a comprehensive roadmap for electric vehicles. And just submit to the committee status of these programs. No? So that will be updated.
Yes, we will update you in writing, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we won't talk so that we won't belabor the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. To ERC, again, I have a few questions on the. I think I'll go to the most basic, Madam Chair, Mona, the utilization rate, and this is connected also to the budget request, no? And I have to defend this bill, so I have to also get some clear answers from the regulator. If you see the obligation rates and the disbursement rates, it's quite low, no? Low meaning 90% should be the standard. And over the past few years, it barely reached 90% for obligation rate. So clearly there's an issue on utilizing the budget being given. So what are the steps being undertaken by the regulator to improve disbursement efficiencies?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we will provide also the committee an update on the utilization rate, because this is up as of June 2022. As of end of September, it is actually at 51%, almost 52%. So we'll consultancy, the funding supposedly that would go for consultancy subjecting the projects for bidding is that most consultants find it too low, so they don't end up as successful bids. That's one. The other, in terms of timing, is that even the projects that we're able to award at the start of the year, the payment is only at the end of the year, or almost at the end of the year, because it takes at least 8 to 10 months to complete the studies, the type of studies that we assign. So that also explains for the variance in terms of timing.
And I think we should recategorize that to multi-year expense, because
Yes.
if you don't do that, you'll be graded by utilizing the budget every year. No, if the projects extend to more than a year, then I think that should be categorized to multi-year disbursements.
Agree, Mr. Chair. There are a lot of improvements actually that we need to make. Unfortunately, Sec Popa and I think came in also at the time when the budgets were already prepared by the agencies. But I think at least for the ERC, we will make those improvements for next year.
Madam Chair, just submit to us also a strategy on how to improve the disbursement rates, no? Because I'll be asked about this, and so just submit to us what the regulator is doing to improve on its utilization of funds.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And also, notwithstanding the cut, there's a huge cut, actually about $500 million in terms of cut. In fairness and for the record, whenever I consult Secretary Popo, he would always defend the increase of budget for ERC, even though it's a different agency. But I think as a secretary, he sees the overall picture, and I remember he mentioned to me to look after ERC and make sure that it receives the necessary support to perform its work. Having said that, I just want to put on record, with the cut of close to about $500 million, what will be affected? Because we need to put that on record,
Yes.
so that the senators will understand the risk of this dramatic cut, notwithstanding the low utilization rates. So just explain to us what.
Our services and our ability to provide our mandate, Mr. Chair, will be severely impaired. I mentioned earlier, one of the significant cuts, actually not a cut anymore because it was zero, is on capital outlay. And these include testing equipments for meters that we are required by law to test. So if we are unable to test the meters, then we cannot guarantee that the rates being charged by utilities are still correct. Included also in capital outlay equipment, and these include vehicles that our testing personnel will need to use as they go not only in the cities but more importantly to very far-flung areas, and that's why vehicles are run down earlier than expected if they were driving along city roads. The other significant cut, and that's why I say our ability to provide our services will be severely impaired, is on MOOE. As I mentioned earlier, these cover consultancies, and we rely on consultants at this moment to fill the gap in terms of the technical expertise that we need so that we can do all the rate evaluation, all the application evaluations that we need to do. MOOE also includes personnel who are contracted under job orders and what we call COS or contractual services that are also there to supplement the lack of plantilla positions that we have in the agency. So just with these two sets alone, the MOOE large cut and the zero budget for capital outlay, which also was supposed to be our starting point for our digital transformation, we will be unable to guarantee that we can still effectively perform our mandate. We will try our very best, but I anticipate, especially since the salaries of the ERC personnel has not moved for 5 years, 5 years, we will continue to incur very high attrition rates, and we will lose them to the entities that we are supposed to regulate. That's really the tragic side of it.
Madam Chair, will it affect the regulatory resets that we are already undertaking and will be undertaking?
Those that we have already started in motion, like the transmission reset, not anymore, Your Honor, because the studies for that have been completed. But for the future reset and I think for the utility, we covered only one, but the next reset, we haven't contracted for.
For 2023, which resets will be affected?
We'll cover what's already covered by the studies will be what we call the past period, 2016 to 2022 will cover that, and then the 23 to 27 that's already or we're awarding that this year, so that's covered by the budget for this year. But for the next one, we'll rely on the subsequent budget for that.
So in other words, with the 500 million as provided in the NEP, the resets that are planned for 2023 are already funded.
For what we promised Senator Risa earlier, yes, sir.
Will there be any problem with the other resets? Because there are other groups, diba?
Yes.
There are
three groups
groups
for the private utilities, and then the cooperatives are also grouped separately. Those will be uncertain, Mr. Chair.
Because the reason why I asked that is that affects of course, the weighted average, the WACC, no, in which the consumers are paying for that. And in simple terms, if we don't do the reset, the WACC will not be determined, and we might be paying more than what the market is paying. So I just want to put that on record so that people will understand that the funding for reset is one of the most important fundings because it affects consumers directly. No?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
But which group will be affected? Can you, if you don't have it now, can you just submit to us, Chairperson Mona? So my direction is, I just want to show the body, and Senator Risa is here. Senator Risa is very passionate with the WACC. In fact, every budget, she would really inquire about that for obvious reason, because that directly impacts the collection of our utilities. No? And if we can reduce the weighted average cost of capital, then the rates, in fact, we can lower down the retail rates also. So I share her sentiment, and I support her call. But then again, we need to make sure that we give the tools to a regulator to implement that. If they don't have the tools, then we're just going around in circles.
Not just tools, Mr. Chair, but people. I think we have manifested previously in other venues. We only have 3 technical people right now who are doing all these things. So we need more people to also join the ERC. Para po ako nananawagan dito. But more people to join the ERC so that we can grow our complement and deliver all that is expected of us. We will submit, Mr. Chair, the breakdown of the funding for the reset requirements.
In short, we just want to understand which groups, which utilities will be affected or will not undergo reset because of the cuts, no? Because we cannot engage professional services, no? So we'll understand and we'll be guided accordingly. And I know, and lastly, Senator Risa mentioned this, and in fact, the last hearing we asked about this. In terms of NGCP, when is the final target to complete the reset? Because that has been moved a few times, no?
We've started it already for what we call the 4th regulatory period. We've posted the rules. We will expect them to, let me just get my Notes, Your Honor.
That is a combination of the fourth and the fifth, tama?
We did not combine it. The rules are combined, but the timelines, we thought it best to separate, Mr. Chair, because
Okay.
one is based on actual, the other is based on forecast. So
Okay.
we thought with best to separate them. Let me just check. Okay, so we have posted the rules. We expect them to file their application by, sorry, October 28, thank you. October 28. We will then start the hearings, the publication and then hearing process. We expect to complete everything for the fourth regulatory reset. This is the one based on actual, and set the new rates by January, as I mentioned earlier. But in parallel, we will also conduct the review for the fifth regulatory reset, so that we don't run into further delay. Fifth regulatory reset will cover the period 2023 to 2027. We expect to complete that by, I think, second quarter of next year.
So in other words, by second quarter of next year, we'll have the results for the fourth and the fifth.
Current na po tayo.
Current na tayo, okay. Yeah, because I can see that it's delayed. All right. Okay, so it's important to understand how the cut affects rates, in simple terms. That's where I'm driving at, so people will understand that the increase in budget has a direct impact on how much we pay electricity. Okay, yeah. So with this, another policy issue, Madam Chair, is the ARCOA, the Retail Competition Open Access. When do what's the direction for that? And the intention is to go all the way to household level. So may we get some updates on that? And when do we see household level competition, if that is still possible?
Okay. I will just need to check with the staff, Mr. Chair, because we have not been focusing on lowering the threshold yet. Instead, we have focused on supporting the consumer choice programs via the GEOP, which is the 100 kilowatt, which uses 100 kilowatt threshold, and also putting together the framework for retail aggregation. So those are the two efforts so far that have been focused on. But I'll let me get back to you, Mr. Chair, on the efforts for lowering the threshold. Yes, Mr. Chair, based on what the staff has provided me, we continue to monitor still the activities of parties at the 500 kilowatt level. So we have not yet finalized our assessment in terms of lowering the threshold further.
The direction is still there, Secretary, to go down to household level. I know that's a policy question also. And I don't want to say this, but of course, in my mind, this is not beneficial to the utilities. So I am expecting a lot of pushback with this. But it's beneficial to the consumers, because the consumers now can choose directly where to buy, and they can choose what type of supply they want. If they want RE, if they want fossil fuel, that's their own choice. But I do acknowledge that there are technical considerations that we need to study, because the landing should be as smooth as possible. So I just want to ask Secretary if that is a policy that is within the direction of the department, and what is the timetable?
Mr. Chairman, definitely it is in the law, but the timing, as you said, would depend on a number of factors, because we don't want as well to burden a smaller captive base with additional burdens, because it's the ones who are contestable who have the option to migrate, and that means that the captive customers who will be left will have to shoulder the some additional burdens. So it's under the law. The Energy Regulatory Commission has the power to determine when, and its responsibility to take care of consumers. It's the one that has to be balanced with the decision on when to effect the household level open access.
If I may just add, Mr. Chair, part of our evaluation also is an assessment of issues that are arising in the contestable market today. And there are issues arising from the contestable market. Contestable, it doesn't, just because customers have migrated to the contestable market means it appears, it doesn't mean that they are free, absolutely, to move. What we are seeing, especially over the last few weeks, months, is that even contestable customers find it difficult to move because of certain provisions on their contract and some provisions of our own rules on switching. So we are reviewing that, all those issues together, so that if we are able to lower the threshold, we eliminate some of these issues and we don't pass on the issues to more customers, because the last thing we would want to do is open the market and then more issues will arise and just multiply or multiply the issues to more consumers.
And I acknowledge there are a lot of technical issues, and especially unintended consequences or unforeseen consequences. But nevertheless, it's one of those concepts that I think can lower down electricity rates if the rules are clear and also the implementation is we see all the consequences that can happen. I know it's a technical issue. I've consulted a few of the experts. Nevertheless, that's one way of spurring competition at the household level. So in a hearing by the Committee on Energy, we'll request for a briefing and an update, and also timetable. I just want to put that on table that it's in the law, and theory-wise, it will spur competition. Let's take a look at that as well.
Chair, the other, which is the Energy Regulatory Commission is studying, is the aggregation. And that, I think, is also a much delayed, provision in the IPIRA, and therefore may bring actually some benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. This is on the operations of ERC, and this has been a perennial issue also that comes up during the hearings, also during budget deliberation, is the delay in terms of approval of PSAs. In our notes here, there are about 490 PSAs pending in ERC, of which 99 are less than 5 years, but almost 371 are more than 5 years. And every budget hearing, we would also tackle all the other delays, the cases that were filed, approval of CapEx. And then I remember before the ERC would present to us, because that's always the topic, would present to us an aging of the application. So obviously there are delays. And what's the strategy, Madam Chair, on addressing these delays? Because the delays also affect, I understand some of the delays affect also new and cheaper power supply contracts. So what is the strategy to address all of these delays?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the PSAs, we have developed, and I expect we will finalize within next week a work program that we will adopt with the ERC, to get us to as close as possible to, well, zero backlog would be very ambitious, but at least eliminate the aging more than 5 years, and how we will allocate it to the remainder of the year to first quarter of next year, so that we will have almost weekly targets on the PSAs that we will complete. This would mean normally, and some attendees here would know, the ERC would meet just once a week for commission meetings. But this would mean the commission will meet at least twice a week, just so we can meet those targets, and our legal services will have to write down those decisions twice the amount of work that they would usually put in. We can submit our work program to the commission, so to the committee, so that we can be apprised. You can be apprised. On the other side, in terms of allowing or increasing the access for new plants to come in, we are already revising the policy for P2P, for example, the point-to-point applications. Currently, these are filed like cases. So you have to publish, conduct hearings, conduct several, in the formal process. But we're studying shifting the P2P to a permits process, so that those other requirements may no longer be needed. We're just making sure that due process will still be observed. The other thing that we are studying is in terms of the COC, the Certificate of Compliance. Currently, Mr. Chair, you are aware, we have this issue on the public listing requirement for COC. So what this means is actually it multiplies the work for ERC, because instead of issuing 5-year COCs, because of that requirement that cannot be met, we're ending up issuing 1-year provisional authorities. So we multiplied the work for ourselves because of this legal issue. But if we can get, of course, the support also of the JCEC in particular, so that we can eliminate the legal doubt on this particular requirement, then it reverts us back to regular programming, so to speak, of issuing 5-year COCs instead of 1 year, and then next year the generator comes back again for another year, for another 1-year provisional authority. So those are the low-hanging fruits that we have seen we can do in the commission.
Well, yeah, we can talk about that through the JCEC, so we can clarify that. Anything we can do to reduce the backlog or clarify things that can improve the process, we'll do so. Traditionally, Madam Chair, the Commission will submit to us some of the some statistics on the delays to submit to the committees, so that we will be guided, and also a way forward to reduce the delays and some reform programs to improve the process. This is always the case. Alam to ni Engineer Alvin, every budget this will be an issue, no? And in fairness to the Commission, they've managed to reduce it, in the past. But I think, like you said, some of the processes are repetitive process, and it carries over, no? So just submit to us those updates. And lastly, on the firm contracts, ancillary firm contracts, I saw in my notes that can you flash this? Table 6. That yeah. That some of the firm, in short, only half has been complied in terms of firm contracts, no, on the average. And I know that the ERC released a is it a show cause order, no, on this. So we just want to get an update, and also on ways forward to this.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We issued a show cause order to NGCP in terms of their compliance with the DOE circular on AS on competitive selection process for the ancillary services. They have submitted their explanation on time, and we are evaluating their explanation so that we can determine whether indeed there is a violation or not. But in the meantime, I think NGCP has also submitted already to DOE their proposed terms of reference for the contracting. So I think a separate process is being undertaken on the review for that one. So generally, I think it's a more cooperative environment, hopefully, with NGCP, and will proceed. They know that we are evaluating their compliance with these requirements. So we'll submit also our report to the committee on the results of our evaluation on their compliance.
Thank you. And again, that's I remember in the 18th Congress with a technical working group on this, we even sent the department our findings. I support this. I mentioned this over the hearings last 18th Congress, and we just need to study carefully the rate impact on this. And we also, through the technical working group, we also broke down the rate impact, no? So, and in our conclusion, the firm contracts are necessary to avoid possible red alerts, possible brownouts, no? So in short, this is moving. Yeah.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That Secretary, you want to add anything to that issue?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have not yet what is this finalized, but we are considering for the difficult what's this second quarter to have forwards contracting for ancillary services, because that could help. Yeah.
Pipeline. I think I've heard about the forward contracts for a while already, a few years. Will that be in the pipeline in the next few months?
Well, we have to if we want to help the bridge us through the difficult period. Yeah, the first quarter will still be a cool quarter, so the difficult period is when the hot months come in.
We should start that because it takes time to build supply. Takes time to build supply, and even though we have forward contracts, but you still need the supply to back that. So that takes time. Yeah, right. And my last is to NEA, and this also year 2. Again, this is a constant issue that we always talk about, is the unliquidated balances. USEC, there's about 1.4 billion unliquidated balance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As of June of this year, our liquidation adjustments, and we have accumulated liquidated rate, actually, Mr. Chair, 92.16. So we are progressing in terms of our electric cooperatives liquidation, Mr. Chair. There's an improvement, and we can submit this new report as well for the committee.
Yeah, because there's in our records there about 1.4 billion of unliquidated balances more than 3 years. But despite the 1.4 billion unliquidated, there are about 26 ECs that were extended that were given loans despite being despite being part of that 1.4 billion in terms of unliquidated. I think that is the reason why we included that funds should only be released to ECs that are fully liquidated, so that it will not accumulate over time.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, that electric cooperatives who have unliquidated subsidies are not allowed to receive subsidies. And there are electric cooperatives already, Mr. Chair, that we have, they have already submitted liquidations as of last month out of the 20-something that you mentioned, Mr. Chair.
In
We will update.
2021-26 were given a total amount of 361 million despite having unliquidated balances. So hindi ho siya bababa, you said tataas ng tataas if you keep on doing this method.
That's in principle, yes, Mr. Chair. If I may look at this update, the July 31st of this year, for more than 1 year, we have unliquidated subsidies that it's the ratio is 57.76%. On the total unliquidated, Mr. Chair, as of last year, that's December 31. Yes, we have the 1.4, roughly 1.5 billion. And as of July of this year, 31 end of July, the liquidation is already 910 million, and the balance is actually 550 million, which is makes it 62.34% accomplishment. On the case where we have, you mentioned that there are 26 electric cooperatives that have unliquidated subsidies but were granted subsidies. Saan yun? Saan yun nanggaling? Wala dito. Yung binigyan natin ng subsidy na may unliquidated.
We are not releasing any more subsidies to those with unliquidated.
When? When did we start? When did we start? Na hindi nag-release.
Kailangan kayo hindi nag-release ng subsidy. No, subsidies.
Subsidies. I believe wala yun.
Sorry, because ito yung problema ng sir, ng mga hindi pa nakaliquidate.
Ito na lang, Administrator. This 900 million in unliquidated, just submit to us a timetable and a strategy on how to liquidate it, because it's not going down.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the balance of unliquidated is 550 million, Mr. Chair.
In total?
Yes, as of July, out of 1.460 billion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so it went down.
Yes.
In other words.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so the balance is how much?
The balance is 550 million 253,000.
All right. And is there a way to still liquidate this, or we have reached the bottom already? I know some of the ECs here this is probably years ago na.
We have actually assisted electric cooperatives in the last 2 months, Mr. Chair, expedite. We're sending actually our employees or personnel to the electric cooperatives to help them come up with documents for liquidation. That's why we have been able to improve our liquidation, Mr. Chair. So we are working with them, Mr. Chair. We're sending out NEA personnel to the electric cooperative offices.
All right. Just submit to us a breakdown of that 550 M. And then also, let's be realistic. If some of this liquidation is probably years and years ago, then let's come up with some a resolution on how to. It's either you write it off or I don't know, depending on the rules. No?
We will submit the breakdown of the 550 plus million unliquidated subsidies, Mr. Chair, and just to inform the chair, in the board meetings, the committee actually has already started looking at perhaps legislative support to condone the like 10-year-old and above subsidies, but we'll further look into that.
Yeah, I don't think you need to condone. You can just write it off, no? Because if it's you have to check the COA rules. I am not very familiar with that. But if it's going to be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, then it's still in your books. Then might as well write it off. No? To be realistic about it.
Yeah, thank you.
And then also on the utilization, no? I was reviewing the utilization rate. And in the last 2 years, the utilization rate has gone down. In 2021, it's 43% in terms of disbursement. And this is just from the NG subsidy portion.
Yes, that's true, Mr. Chair. In the 2021, our utilization was 47.52%. And also, in most cases, Mr. Chair, we receive actually the SARO last quarter of the year. In fact, that's why our utilization is low. For example, as of September 30 this year, we received the SARO totaling to 4.5 B for implementation. So then, with the cycle of bidding process, etc., then it will be carried over to the next year, and it will show again as a poor utilization, Mr. Chair.
So in 2021, what happened? The SARO came in late. Is that what you're saying?
That's true, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And what projects were affected?
Most of these projects, Mr. Chair, are the sitio electrification project programs that we have.
But were those projects carried over, or were those projects terminated?
Carried over, and in fact, biddings are also in progress.
Ongoing.
Yes, ongoing, Mr. Chair.
Just submit to us those projects.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And then I saw also, I'll go back to the loans being given. The loans being given, Administrator, I understand from your presentation, are used for capital expenditures and working capital primarily.
Mhm.
Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
For CAPEX and capital and calamity loans, because in cases where the ESERF is not immediately released, Mr. Chair, we have to rehabilitate and restore as quickly as we can.
Okay. So how many ESERF? I understand it's about 200 billion. You allocated about 200 billion.
For this year, yes, 200 million.
For next year, it's also 200 billion.
The approved is also 200 million.
Okay. And the 800 million will be used for CAPEX and working capital. Correct?
COB 1 billion for lending and allocation. So,
So the total loan is 1 billion, correct?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, of
That-
which
IG.
200 million is for ESRF, correct?
On top
So
of
1.2.
1.2.
Okay, 1 billion is just for the loan.
Yes.
Okay. And the loan is used for capex and working capital.
Also, when the ESRF is not released to us in timely manner, we use our corporate fund for loan advance. Then we will recover.
Yeah. Now my point there, administrator, is how come NEA is lending for working capital and capex? Can't they also apply to ERC for their capex needs, or can they apply to banks for their capex needs?
The capex approval is done by the ERC.
Yeah.
And of course, we fund the project, and they also take loans. Electric cooperatives take loans from the Land Bank, DBP, and other lending institutions, Mr. Chair.
Correct. These loans, no, that are extended to electric co-ops. What's the difference between those loans and also the ones that they can get from the banks?
Those that they get from the banks actually have lower yung rate nila. They have lower rate, and the processing is actually faster, because in our side, the protocol of getting a loan has a lot of documentary requirements, Mr. Chair.
What's the collection efficiency of those loans?
We have a collection efficiency 98%. 98%, the electric cooperatives are able to.
Correct. On the
to
current.
pay.
But how much is the past due?
In our records,
How much is the
electric
past due?
cooperatives actually are current 550 million
Is the past due?
is the past
Correct.
due. Yes,
90% is the current,
current.
correct? But you have also past due for 500 million, correct?
Yes.
And then you're asking for $1 billion to loan again,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
So that's my point. We still have, if you look at the entire, if you add everything, the past due and the current, it's not 90%, because you still have to collect the 500 million, correct?
Yes, you're right.
So that means the 500 million is outstanding,
Mhm.
but we still have, but you're asking for $1 billion to lend out again, correct?
The 1 billion that we are asking is let me see. The one,
This is on the loans, on the loans.
yeah.
So there's in arrears.
But the 1 billion is
Yeah, ganun nga ho. Ganun, that's how that's how you compute it. I know. So my point there is we have to evaluate the loans program secretary, because the secretary, being the chairman of NEA, really feel that the loans can be better financed by banks. It's a financial activity, no? And the banks can do better in terms of financing, working capital, even capex. And I know some of the ECs really go to the banks. They have good relationship with the banks, especially the AAA and the big ones. No, so my point there is, instead of competing with the banks, instead of having problems with collection, in terms you have a past due of 500 million, let's just give the let's study the possibility of giving that loan responsibility to the banks. No? Of course, for the ailing ones, we need to step in. No, that's wala tayong magagawa dyan for the ailing ones. For we have to treat that as a public service. But I think for the better operated ones, I would suggest to study the possibility of giving that portion to the bank so we don't bear the burden of collecting. No? Because there's a 500 million uncollectible pa. Past due yan eh. Correct?
If I may, Mr. Chair, the 500 million past due, most of that belongs to Lasoreco and Aleco.
Yeah.
And all
I know.
other electric cooperatives actually are current, and even advanced. In terms of...
But you're also lending to Lasoreco, correct? Are you still lending right now?
Not anymore.
Are you giving subsidy to them? Correct? So mas worse kasi subsidy yun eh. Di ba? At least yung utang, yung loan is utang yun. Subsidy, wala nang singilan yun eh.
They passed on the burden to PISAM.
Yeah, my point there, Mr. Secretary, is to look at that loan portion because it's also a billion in your budget. Eh.
Yeah.
So when I was analyzing that can be used for something else, no, for electrification or for something else.
Yeah, but if I may, Mr. Chair, because of the Marawi seeds provisions, so we cannot just, refuse to or ignore the subsidy requirement as well.
I understand that. There's a social component to that, no? I understand that. But in what I'm driving at, in concept, I think the financial activities, which is basically the loan, let's study if we can give that to a financial institution, no? So we can focus on electrification. No? That's the concept that I was thinking because it's also a fourth of your budget. Eh. The loan is 1/4 of your budget.
Mr. Chair, we have been looking into the 4 major functions of NEA, and these are the following. Number 1 is the assistance to electric cooperatives technically, which includes that of the takeover. The second one is the loan function. The third one is electrification. And the fourth one is the quasi-judicial function of NEA over cases involving officials of electric cooperatives. And in these 4 functions, the main reason that NEA is classified as a GOCC is because of its loaning function, but all the rest are governmental functions.
Study that concept. Because it's a fourth of your budget. Eh. And I think the most important responsibility of NEA is electrification, no? Because electrification of remote areas will not be feasible or will not be financially rewarding to the private sector. That's where government comes in.
Yeah, it's rural development through it.
And rural development. So if we can use that $1 billion to rural electrification or to electrification, then so much better rather than loaning to electric co-ops who are capable anyways. So that's my point.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but in the process, if we do away with the loan function, NEA ceases to be a GOCC.
Well, that's another. I think conceptually, that's another aspect that we need to think about. No, but I'm looking at the budgetary aspect. So that, and then this is another issue that the senators always raise. The pole relocation, Secretary, I don't know if you know about this, but if you drive along different parts of the country, the poles are in the middle of the road, no? And the senators always raise this during budget hearings. So, and based on our records, 59,000 poles are still yet to be relocated, no? So, Administrator, what any updates on this? And I know the budget of this will go to DPWH, correct? But there's a working relationship between DPWH and NEA in terms of relocating the poles. So I am already anticipating questions, so I want to be appraised with this aspect with pole relocation and how to move forward with it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's true. The original number way back 2 years ago, 59,600 something poles and to be relocated. And DPWH has already released the payments. And in fact, the electric cooperatives on their own, on our own, relocated the poles that were destructive or unsafe. And as of end of 2021, there are still DPWH has not yet refunded or reimbursed the electric cooperatives, thereby the electric cooperatives having no enough funding for the relocation. That's why we see a slow movement of relocation, Mr. Chair.
How much funding do you need to relocate all 59,000 poles?
The project cost, based on our calculation, the remaining balance actually is 4.3 billion.
4.3 billion to relocate all
That's for
59,000.
56,000.
56,000.
Yeah. It's now 56,569, Mr. Chair.
And this will be lodged under DPWH,
Yes,
correct?
Mr.
But the working relationship with NEA is already working.
Together with the DOE, we actually have a joint memorandum circular. That's the way we work it out.
All right. So it's
Thank
just the funding that's the issue. Okay. We'll take care of that. All right. And Senator Risa, do you have any more questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just have less than half a dozen questions on 3 topics for DOE and ERC. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, salamat, Mr. Chair. Una, on coal versus renewables. The former Energy Secretary said that we will stop building coal-fired power plants. Is this also your position, Sec Popo?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Senator, I think the coal moratorium, as previously announced, I've said that I am not revisiting that. It remains.
Thank you. That is good to hear. And in fact, as the grid expands and as technology advances, renewable energy power sources will become even more viable. What is your assessment of the past administration's efforts at preparing to attract investments into the renewable energies sector? And what do you need to do so that we can attract, say, $20 billion in RE investments?
Well, Senator, the big obstacle that we have tried to address is precisely the foreign equity limits on ownership for renewables. And that's why with this favorable opinion issued by the Department of Justice, we have now finished the amendment of the implementing rules and regulations of the RE law, which limits renewable energy to corporations at least 60% of which is owned by Filipinos. So that would be a big step. And the other things that we have issued are also along these lines. So increasing the minimum requirement for distribution utilities to source from renewables from 1% to 2.52%. Then the priority dispatch for renewable energy that are not covered by the must dispatch status under the Renewable Energy Act. And a number of other things. But I think the one that has given a big boost is the lifting of the limits on foreign equity uh, ownership requirements under the RE law. If you will recall, the RE law itself does not contain any provision that the 60/40 limitation is there. It's only in the implementing rules and regulations. And then, as a consequence of that DOJ opinion as well, so NEDA will be issuing and will be proposing to the president the lifting of the amendment of the negative list, investment negative list, and to remove renewable energy from that negative list. And of course, on the other that I know you are especially strong on is on sustainable consumption patterns. So the energy efficiency and conservation law that you have passed is something that we are rolling out, and this would actually be very helpful in getting us through the difficult hot months ahead. And I think we really should roll out the implementation of this particular law. And we have drafted a number of the requirements that or circulars that were issued by the Interagency Energy Efficiency and Conservation Council to be raised for issuance by the president himself on this particular point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sec. It might not surprise you that unfortunately I don't share the opinion of the DOJ, though mine is not a legal opinion since I'm not even a lawyer. But we'll see how the policy debates on that go regarding lifting foreign equity limits in the renewable energy sector go. We're researching on solar, how the provisions of the renewable energy law might or should variably apply to different types of RE. So nagsasaliksik po kami tungkol sa solar at wind, geothermal, hydroelectric, pati gas, oil, wood chips, bagas, methane gas, indigenous coal, liban po sa wave technology, no, sinasabi ng mga experts, gray area pa rin. But I'll leave that policy matter or debate there for now. Will the expansion of RE investments lead to major financial difficulties for the owners of coal power plants or for their creditors? And what are the preparations so that coal power generation assets don't become a burden for consumers and for taxpayers?
Well, right now, Senator, of course, we need all the assets that we have. And that's for sure, because there are also artificial constraints on new investments coming in, especially, for example, the secondary price cap on that does not allow the generators to recover their true cost. Then the other one that you raised about the renewable energy is that, for example, if we go only for solar and wind on land, it will compete with agriculture and other land uses. So we have to bear that in mind, that for every 1 megawatt of solar, we need 1 hectare of land for solar panels. And can our country, for example, afford to have more land allocated for solar? But if we for solar on land, So we have to think of what? Offshore solar, water surface solar, for offshore wind. But the requirements and the technologies available, for example, for offshore wind are just beyond the financial capability of local investors. And that's why we've got to attract them as we have attracted them into the upstream gas development. The risks might be less, but nevertheless, just imagine that if southern Mindoro has a potential of 28 gigawatts, that's 28,000 gigawatts offshore, but they are in relatively deep waters, 50 meters and below, then the capital requirements will be enormous. So once we have opened this up for higher than 40% foreign equity, then the investments can come in and support that. So what vision do we have about offshore wind? Well, offshore wind, if the total potential of the country is 178 gigawatts, that's 178,000 megawatts in a country with a current installed capacity of 24 to 25,000 megawatts, then you can imagine the enormity of the potential there. Now, so shall we go on and decide that only Filipino capital can actually develop these? Or shall we ramp up on our renewable energy program and bring in foreign technology and capital to exploit them? So I think we need to seriously consider these, especially you mentioned also ocean and tidal, ocean and ocean currents and tidal. Again, these are offshore. And the requirements there will be essentially different from the requirements for those on land. So if you ask me, are there natural constraints on land-based solar and land-based wind that would, in a way, protect Filipino investors on land-based renewables? To me, yes, because they are land-based, and therefore they would have to acquire the land rights. That's far more difficult for in other words, for foreign entrants to come in without Filipino partners. And even offshore, the ones who have come to us want to partner with Filipino investors. And finally, the vision is if we can produce green hydrogen from tapping offshore wind, then we can actually be a hub for hydrogen fuels, which is one of the future renewable fuels as well. And for that, we need we need renewable energy to produce green hydrogen, and therefore the potential for industrialization, because even in Europe right now, the chemical industry depends heavily on hydrogen as a fuel and for fertilizer, for steel. So our dream of industrializing may perhaps lie in tapping this indigenous renewable energy available to us. Now, I am not also going to tell you that this is going to happen overnight, but we have to be open to it now and let the investors come in so that when the technologies really become mature, then we can certainly ramp up our rollout of these new technologies. Thank you, Chair.
Maraming salamat, Sec. Maraming importanteng pag-usapan, pati pagdebatihan, yung iba pagplanuhan na sa mga sagot nyo. It's arguable whether solar energy, for example, on land will need to compete with or cancel out agricultural use na para sa akin, number one priority din talaga sa ating mga land use policies, both national hanggang local, lalo na sa gitna ng food crisis natin. Dahil hindi naman nag-iisang model yung kailangan maglatag ng tig-isang panel on the ground to the sacrifice of agriculture, including animal husbandry, etc. There are other models, yung ilan binanggit nyo na, and let's not forget yung multiplication of solar panels on structures and buildings, maging sa mga bahay natin. Tulad ng ginagawa ng Germany sa kanilang Energiewende or energy transition policy. Very exciting po yung tanong nyo na what vision do we have of offshore wind? So we really need that kind of visionary perspective in all aspects of national development, including dito sa pinamumunuan nyo sa energy. And it reminds me also, for example, that there are experts, like just to give one, the late Obet Versola, minapa po niya yung lahat ng klaseng ng renewable energy na existent at pwedeng makapture sa lahat ng mga probinsya ng Pilipinas at different times of the day. So nagva-vary po 'yon. So that yung ganyang database would lead us to think, so paano nga yung infrastructure para ma-capture 'yan, ma-store, ma-deploy sa ating energy mix or sector. Nobody's talking about only Filipino capital here, not even me. Ang tinatayuan ko po yung constitutional provision about the 60-40. Natingin ko hindi pa dead end sa atin kahit sa usapin ng energy or particular renewable energy. Exciting din po yung tinalaki nyo about green hydrogen and sabi nyo future renewable fuels and yung time frame na when technology becomes mature. Di ba meron na ring nagsasaliksik at saka nagsisimula even at very early stages yung development ng tinatawag nilang hindi fission ala sa nuclear energy pero fusion daw. So kumbaga nasa horizon din yun kahit medyo malayo pa. And I do share your concern na yung tamang pag-develop natin ng energy sector is really a key sa industrialization at sana mag-figure explicitly sa isang industrial policy once pwede na finally ma-articulate ito ng ating government economic managers. Next question ko po, second to the last I think question ko po, Sec and Chair. Kanina nabanggit na rin ni Chair Sherwin yung tungkol sa isang comprehensive roadmap tungkol dito. So just a few details if you would care to share with us. Oh, sorry. Lastly pala sa renewables, kahit you may submit this po in writing. As renewables come in, there will also be a need for general and specific enhancements to the grid. So pwede po ba kayong larawan ng, sabihin natin, 5-year plan para sa grid enhancement para may level playing field na malilikha para sa renewable energy sector. So kahit in writing na lang po, Sec, sa aming komite. And then, ayun, yung susunod na topic, can you give us an update on how the DOE, in addition to setting standards for batteries and charging stations, will be supporting the expansion in the use of e-vehicles in the country? So are we, for instance, papunta na ba sa isang polisiya ng pagtanggal ng mga taripa para dun sa imported components na gagamitin sa domestic manufacture ng e-vehicles? Are you working with the DOF and the DTI so that the new fiscal regime for the mining of halimbawa nickel o copper, may mga provision na pwede rin simulang suportahan yung private sector e-vehicle and battery production? So any of those details of the comprehensive roadmap na sinabi ni Chair kanina na you would care to share with us, Sec?
Thank you, Chair. Well, there of course there's division of labor among the different agencies insofar as e-vehicles are concerned. So for the rulemaking, we have the DOE and Department of Transport, and then for the rollout in the transport sector, it is the Department of Transport, and for the incentives, this is Department of Trade. I'm asking Yusek Fuentebella, who oversees the Energy Utilization and Management Bureau, to give you an idea of the rollout for e-vehicles. But definitely, this is going to add to the challenge we have in the power sector, because as more vehicles, electric vehicles come into line, then there will be opportunities to help balance the load if they, for example, recharge during the off-peak hours and usually at night. But then if the demands come simultaneously during the peak hours, then definitely they would add stress to our existing systems. Yusek Wimpy, please, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Madam Senator, Mr. Chair, nalabas na po ng Department of Energy yung implementing rules and regulations for the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act. And the next step is to come up with a comprehensive roadmap on electric vehicle industry. No, that's the CREVI. That's under the law as well. And meron na po tayong nabuong mga technical working group to work on that, because the public consultations made during the IRR deliberations will also work on the comprehensive roadmap under the law. In addition to that, the BOT IRR was also amended recently by the interagency, the executive branch, and it included not only the power plants, the hydropower, but it included energy efficiency, renewable energy projects, and electric vehicle charging stations with related infrastructure. So nasama na rin po yun sa listahan ng mga isinasama or sa menu na pwedeng pumasok yung BOT IRR. Thirdly, we are coordinating with the DILG and the MMDA. We have a public consultation with the MMDA, I think, next week with regard to the green routes development, because under the law, the electric vehicles can be given a non-fiscal incentive, which is that exclusive lane, green route na pwede nilang gamitin. For example, what we envision is that the bicycle lanes are being utilized by electric vehicles already right now for two-wheel, but we're looking at the use of the bus lane for electric vehicles, pure electric vehicles also. And how do we expand that? Because the green routes should be placed in by the local governments po. So those are the latest that we can provide you as regards to electric vehicles. But the CREVI definitely will be more contentious, because there will be conflicting interests among the various players in the rollout of the electric vehicles po.
Okay. Salamat, Yusek, at abangan po namin yon gaya ng sinabi ni Chair kanina na hiningi yung comprehensive roadmap na iyon. Second to the last question, Sec Popo, could you update us about the ongoing arbitration involving government and the NGCP? Simpleng kaso lang po ba ito kung saan yung mga may-ari ng NGCP have been remiss sa pagbayad ng concession fees nila? What is at stake there? What else is at stake there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I haven't had the luxury of time to delve deep into this particular arbitration case, but the Council for Transco and PISAM have presented at the hearings in a hybrid fashion So that has been finished, and we expect that there will be a resolution of the case soon. So it's what is this? We can update you on the details on this.
Thank you very much, Sec. And my very last question for today, Mr. Chair. Sec Popo and Chair Di Malanta, are you aware that electric cooperatives once banded together so they can bargain for a lower price for their PSAs? So in fact, ginawa po nila iyon at dahil doon, nakasecure po sila ng PSAs na were a couple of pesos lower than their previous PSAs. So may programa po ba sa DOE o baka sa ERC na pwedeng suportahan yung ganitong klaseng bargaining? Lalo na dahil yung spot market option hindi nag-exist halimbawa sa Mindanao. And kahit yung isang electric co-op maaring may access sa spot market, hindi naman talaga yan nag-o-offer ng option for securing low-cost power supplies. In hindsight, we note, however, that just like Meralco, electric co-ops also found themselves exposed to power supply providers that had no hedge against dollar and fuel price fluctuations. Kaya, kawawa pa rin ang consumers. Gaya halimbawa ng isang consumer ng Batelco 1, sa balita kagabi, no, na tumaas ang bayad niya sa kuryente sa 1,400 pesos per month mula sa 500 pesos a month sa loob ng ilang buwan. Parang yung bill shock na sinasabi ni Chair Sherwin last year. And with the global economy full of uncertainty, would it make sense for the DOE, ERC to require all PSAs to incorporate into their price a budget for insurance that would hedge against drastic fuel price and exchange rate movements like we see today? So meron bang ganong programa ngayon, supportive of bargaining, at meron bang ganitong, posible bang mag-incorporate ng ganitong klaseng provision?
Mr. Chair, mauna na po ako. Ngayon po, yung tama po yung sinasabi po ni Senator Risa that there are some cooperatives that have banded together. Most of them are by region. So nangongontrata po sila by region para kasi mas malaki yung demand, mas maganda yung bargaining position nila vis-a-vis large generators. Maganda po yung mga presyong nakukuha nila. Ang problema po pagdating nung implementation. Kasi po, while as a process, they are able to save on costs for the process, the contracts are still on a per cooperative basis. And in terms of the evaluation of the ERC, the rate impact is still evaluated on a per cooperative basis. Kasi po, iba-iba sila ng baseline dun sa rate impact nila. So isa po sa inaaral na rin ng komisyon kasi po nakita na rin namin yan na parang nawawala ng saysay yung pag-band together nila kung i-evaluate din natin pala sila ng isa-isa. So inaaral po namin to come up with parameters na is there a way for us to also evaluate them on a collective basis? It will also save us time. Kasi po, hindi din po matatambak yung isang kontrata for review if we evaluate them on time. And part po yan nung hopefully insights that we will get from the PSA caravan that we are planning to do. Mas matutunan po namin kung paano ba namin mapapag-igi yung pag-review ng mga power supply agreements po na ito. So yun po yung maiko-contribute po ng ERC dun sa process. So make the process effective all throughout, not just in the bidding process, but all throughout the evaluation process and the implementation process nun pong PSA po nila.
Maraming salamat.
In addition, sorry.
Yes.
In addition, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, it's already brought up also in the House of Representatives on how we can expand the green energy auction program. Because recently, last June, this year, 2022, we have conducted conducted the Green Energy Auction Program, which is the Department of Energy conducting the bidding for renewables. And the next step is that because we are dealing with a lot of applications for certificates of exemption for CSP by the different distribution utilities, we are now studying the opt-in provision, wherein from that basket of almost 2,000 megawatts, a distribution utility may opt in and get a certain amount for them to be contracted na lang na hindi na siya masama sa basket ng green energy auction at mapasok na siya sa kanilang power supply agreement. Considering too that the rates have already been pre-approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission. So that's the next step that we don't want to preempt the decision of the Secretary on this, but we have proposed this already for the next step in pushing for more support for renewables, and at the same time assist the cooperatives and the distribution utilities in complying with their renewable portfolio standards requirements pa.
Okay. Maraming salamat din, Yusek. Those are all my questions for today, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat sa buong DOE and Energy family. I really appreciate at the start of the new administration at DOE and ERC, there seems to be a lot of building blocks that we can use in preparing for the review of the EPIRA at posibleng magamit din, no? Maybe signs of hope, posibleng magamit din para palakasin yung mga elements, yung mga agenda leading towards yung advocacy ng ano ba yun, energy democracy ba yun, no? Lalo na mula sa standpoint ng mga renewable energy advocates, yung electric cooperatives, ayun, at saka yung mga gustong reviewin ng maayos at amyendahan or posibleng palitan yung EPIRA to further literally and figuratively, no, empower us for the future. So maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, at sa lahat po ng ating mga resource persons.
Thank you, Senator Risa. And my last question is to Administrator Onesa. Administrator, NEA released Memorandum Number 2155, and let me just read it. The National Electrification Administration, through its Board of Administrators, shall have the authority to screen, select, and appoint a GM of an electric cooperative. No? Ano pong legal basis ho nito?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That specific memorandum has been withdrawn back in December, I think, of last year. So that's already, that does not exist anymore, Mr. Chair.
So this one is non-existent anymore?
Not anymore.
Okay, and then which memorandum order is now the prevailing memorandum order? Because this created a lot of confusion. And I know this came out of the issue after Beneco, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair. The prevailing policy is the 2017-035 policy, Mr. Chair.
And the 2018?
And the guidelines, yeah, which is 2018.
The -004.
Right, yeah.
How about this memorandum order 2021-56?
That was also withdrawn before the RTC of Isabela was able to actually decide on the case. The Board of Administrators, a month before the RTC decided that it's unconstitutional, it has been withdrawn.
So this is unconstitutional?
Based on the petition or case filed by in the RTC. So before the RTC was able to decide, the BOA withdrew it.
Okay, so both memorandums are non-existent
Not anymore, Mr. Chair.
All right. No, I was going to actually ask a policy question. Whether is it the direction now of NEA to appoint all GMs? Because this, in effect, gives the board the power gives itself, no, the power to appoint all GM, which run counters to the charter of the board and also the principle of decentralizing the appointments, no, as far as practicable. No, but then again, I won't belabor the issue because it's already been withdrawn. But let's be careful, Administrator, because this memorandum was passed because of the Beneco issue. And I won't go into the Beneco issue, but parang lumalabas ho kasi dito, we're correcting an action that was pursued by the board. No? I'll give you an example. In the old memorandum, there's a threshold. Anything above 80, you give the EC the luxury to choose. Tama po ba? But in your memorandum 2021-56, wala nang ganun. Basta highest na lang, yun na. I-appoint mo na kaagad. So, my sense of this memorandum, parang kino-correct nyo yung action na nagkamali. You get my point, Administrator? So, I filed a resolution to investigate this matter and we'll pursue it na lang on the regular committee, Secretary. But then again, this created a lot of confusion, a lot of dissatisfaction among our electric co-ops. And I'm not siding with the co-ops. No? I'm siding with the consumers and stability among the electric co-ops. But the memorandums that were issued and subsequently withdrawn din pala, no, created a lot of dissatisfaction among our electric co-ops. And alam ko ho in history nito and it's not good that we use our power to push what we want despite being without any legal basis or correcting a wrong action of the administration. So, in any case, we'll pursue it during the regular committee na lang. No? But it's good to hear that it has been withdrawn kasi marami talagang hindi talaga tama ito. I'll put it on the record, hindi talaga tama siya. No? So, with that...
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yes. Senator Risa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to make of record that I joined the chair in his manifestation. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Risa. And we're all, actually, Senator Risa and the other senators were all very concerned when that Beneco issue came out, no? And let's call it a spade. At lumalabas parang there was a preferred candidate, and that preferred candidate was forcefully appointed, and then you corrected that appointment by issuing subsequent memoranda, and it was subsequently withdrawn also. No? So, parang gulo-gulo Ang gulo. No? But we can all read what transpired. No? So we'll pursue that so that we will avoid these things from happening and creating instability among our electric co-ops. No? So with that, we don't have any more questions, and I'd like to thank Secretary Lutilia, Chairperson Dimalanta, of course, Administrator Vanessa, and all the USECs here for enduring a 7-hour budget hearing. Welcome, Secretary, again to these grueling budget hearings. I know sanay ka na ho dyan. Si Mona might not be used to this, but the budget of the DOE, ERC, and NEA are now deemed submitted for plenary's consideration and subject to the discussion and submission of documents requested by the senators. We'll just give the department and ERC and NEA a list of the submissions that our senators requested.
Mr. Chair, I think we have already submitted some of the documents, so it would help if our staff could coordinate On which ones were not yet submitted based
Okay.
on our...
Yeah, we'll just compile it and give you the list.
Yeah, we have here a submission also.
All right. Thank you. So this hearing is suspended, and next Friday we'll be hearing the other energy-related agencies. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.